On the wind just only 15 minutes or so ago, but that has happily cleared and the sky is largely blue. The players are out there. Umpires took them out there. Billy Taylor and Paul Pollard. The Leicestershire fielders followed, and the Northamptonshire batsmen followed them. The two not-out batsmen, Gareth Berg, who is on 4, Doug Bracewell, who is on 7. Northants about to resume their first innings on 325 for 7. They lead by 17 with 3 first innings wickets intact. Looked as though, at one stage, it was going to be an awful lot more than that at the end of the second day, particularly when the captain, Adam Rossington, was batting with Rob Keogh, adding 148 for the 5th wicket, taking them to within touching distance of Leicestershire's first innings score at 304 for 4, but 3 late wickets have not evened things up, but they brought Leicestershire back into the game. Will Davis, who picked up a late wicket yesterday, that of Keogh, slightly fortuitously. It was a tired shot from Keogh, steering a wideish delivery 2-point. Wonderful innings by him though, 132 he made. Well, Davis is going to start the day's proceedings from the pavilion end for the Foxes. In he runs to bowl to Doug Bracewell. Good straight delivery. Bracewell covers up. Oh yeah, is the comment from behind the stumps. Congratulations to Davis for bowling a straight delivery. And good morning for the first time today to Alex Winter.
Hello Rich, hello everybody. Nice day, isn't it? Sun out and set fair again, I think, for a good day. A real battle again here this morning. Leicestershire coming right back into the game with that burst of 3 for 10 in little under 5 overs yesterday evening. So a lot of work for Northants to do again here this morning.
Davis in to Bracewell, who is forward, playing slightly across his front pad as it cuts in just a little bit off the still nice and high seam. From middle towards middle and leg, pushed out towards mid-wicket. Hassan Azad picks up, featured in the Times, Hassan Azad, as they're running a sort of series on openers. And they did Dom Sibley apparently. I haven't read it because it's behind a paywall, to be honest, so I've only seen the first paragraph or two, but at least it's a bit of recognition for young Hassan. In goes Davis and bowls to Bracewell, who is forward with an angled bat even, pushing the ball along the ground through the gully area down towards third man, where Alex Evans comes in to meet it, and the New Zealander jogs a single to get Northamptonshire going this third morning. 326 for 7.
Yes, I read the piece about Dom Sibley, making sort of his case for
he must be there or thereabouts.
Where he can go in the future. You would think so, yeah.
I'm a bit surprised he didn't get a bit of more discussion about him before this.
Yeah, maybe. I'm a big believer though. If you pick a squad for a series, you've got to give them a series.
Davis in to Berg, very straight. Berg very careful, leaning forward, playing the ball back past the bowler, picked up by Cosgrove, moving across behind him, and there is no run. England selectors have disagreed, haven't they? They've shaken it up a bit.
They've shaken it up a bit, yeah. Partially because Ben Stokes is injured and can't bowl, so he's playing as a specialist batsman. That's why Sam Curran has come back in, the extra bowler. So a batsman had to make way, and Jason Roy, with the weakest form out of everybody, is the one to drop out.
Davis in, bowls and bounces and maybe just swings a little bit and goes past the outside edge. It was a big stride forward from Gareth Berg. Did his best to get there, couldn't quite manage to do so. Beaten on the outside edge. No reaction though from bowler or wicketkeeper or slips.
Yeah, we'll find out what happens today. Last test match getting underway in half an hour's time.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, the first of the morning, as Davis runs away from us and bowls to Berg, who looks to hit it away on the leg side. There's an appeal from Davis, but he knew it was going down the leg side. It was a form appeal, I think, as much as anything. And of course, not given.
Australia win the toss and bowl at the Oval in the 5th Test match. So an early test for Joe Denley and Rory Burns there, who have both, particularly in the case of Burns, done okay.
Here comes the update. Just saying there were potential showers this afternoon. Hopefully not. Yes, good morning. 1 over has been bowled this morning. Beautiful sunny day down here in Aylestone. 1 run added to the Northants score. They've moved on to 326 for 7. Gareth Berg has 4. Doug Bracewell, the New Zealand international all-rounder, has 8. The Foxes bowled themselves back into it in the last half an hour yesterday. The situation of the game is that Northamptonshire lead now by 18 runs on first innings. If the Foxes can take these last 3 wickets quickly, they'll feel they're very much in the game. Conversely, if Northamptonshire can add 50 or maybe even 100 for these last 3 wickets, they'll be right on top. So an important first morning here at Grace Road with Northamptonshire 326 for 7. He missed just 1 delivery bowled by Chris Wright that was defended by Bracewell.
Experienced pair here, but both of them short of cricket in recent weeks, as Wright goes in again. This is driven away by Bracewell, finds extra cover though, no timing. The ball runs slowly away to Parkinson in there at extra cover, and there's no run. 2 slips to start with here for Wright. Third man is back, then point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. Berg played last first-class match back in July for Hampshire at the Ageas bowling against Kent. And recorded a pair as Wright comes into Bracewell, who crashes this away and picks up the first boundary of the day out towards the nets. A bit of width on offer from Wright, and Bracewell crashed into it, and a diving George Rhodes at backward point I think did get something on it, but not enough to prevent the ball running away to our right hand side for a boundary. So Bracewell opens the boundary count for day 3. The boundary count certainly on day 2 was very high indeed. Rossington and Keogh found the boundary at times with ease, really. Such was the weakness of that Leicestershire bowling mid-afternoon yesterday, but they did respond. 3:30 for 7. Bracewell goes to 12. Wright comes in again. This is down the leg side and clipped away. More runs here for Doug Bracewell out towards the deep backward square boundary. Davis is giving pursuit out towards the Geary bar. They will turn and come back for 3. Overcompensated there, Chris Wright. A bit too full, bit too straight. And Bracewell helps himself the flick past Azad down the slope. So he's on to 15. And Northants have raised Graham Gooch. 333 for 7. So 17 more for a 4th batting bonus point. That'll be the minimum target, I think, for Northants here this morning. If they can get a partnership together, particularly with this pair, and Hutton to come, they could yet build a bit further.
I was going to say they've got time to get another one.
Absolutely, yeah. Really. Time very much on their side too, as Wright moves in. Deep square is back now, and Berg is forward, defending down towards mid-on, and there is no run. And for Bracewell, he's just been back in New Zealand, sort of preparing for the start of pre-season almost, really. It hasn't quite kicked into gear yet, the domestic season beginning in October down there. So it's just been indoor netting really for the last couple of months, which goes some way to explain why he was perhaps a bit off the mark with the ball on the first day. Right into Berg again for delivery outside the off stump, and Gareth Berg strides forward and lets it go through. So 333 for 7, Northants, trying to build up this lead. Now they just edged into last night and pick up at least, as I say, at least 1, if not 2 more batting bonus points. They were perfectly placed to do so yesterday. 4 down, only 5 runs behind they were, and the equation for maximum batting points was only 90 runs in 30 overs, so that's a doddle with wickets in hand if you just bat time. Still got time on their side here, as Rich says. 24 more overs to go in bonus point period here. If they can get through this new ball, perfectly possible.
Davis casting a very black shadow, very bright sunshine as he comes in past umpire Taylor and bowls very straight to Doug Bracewell, who was in a big stride, getting right forward, going to negate any potential movement or swing. Almost gets to it on the half volley as he pushes it out into the offside, picked up by Neil Dexter. Not had the most successful of games so far, Neil Dexter. Got a first baller, yet to pick up a wicket. He's had some shockers in the field as well, one way or another, hasn't he? He's conceded a few runs that shouldn't really have been conceded. Davis in, bowls to Bracewell. An appeal for leg before again. I think it wasn't convincing really. He was leaning forward, it just seemed back in to him. He was a long way forward. Billy Taylor's explaining why I didn't give it, but the way Davis turned and sort of, it was an inquiry rather than an appeal. Not.
Yeah, I think outside the line, probably a bit high as well there.
Yeah, a little bit of bounce, wasn't there, with that? Still, nice new ball. How many overs old is it? It's only 6.2 overs old. Still, encouragement for Davis, who's in, bowling again to Bracewell, who is beaten there by a ball that bounces and comes back in and beats him all, ends up beat him on the inside there. Did he do it that much?
Certainly bounced.
It certainly did.
Certainly went over.
Taken with both feet off the ground by Swindle's ball. Wasn't above his head, but he was jumping as he took it. An indication always from the wicket-keeper that a little bit of leap in the ball.
Yeah, it was that bounce that did for Keogh last night when he was trying to force off the back foot and slice to catch the point.
Again, Davis should be encouraged by that. In he goes and bowls to Bracewell, who leaves. Goodness me, that was fairly close from where I'm sitting. At a sort of straightish long off, and judging by Davis's hands going into the air, it was fairly close from where he finished his follow-through as well.
We've seen the previous ball bounce and thought I can leave this on length, and all credit to him, he did leave it on length, but it was shaping back and wasn't too far away from the off stump.
No, height wouldn't have been an issue had it been a straight one. So, can Davis just follow up this encouraging little over and nip his man out? In he goes. Bowls, and Bracewell is forward, a little uncertainly, thick inside part of the bat, got plenty on it, steered it to Hassan Azad at mid-wicket from just outside off stump and wanders forward, taps slightly hesitantly at the pitch, pulls his sleeves up, big burly man, broad-shouldered. Certainly much more so than Gareth Berg, who's got his sleeveless Northampton sweater on. Well, he's not going to have a sleeveless Leicestershire sweater on, is he? But
it'd be fun if he did.
In goes Davis and bowls to Bracewell and beats him. Really good over this has been from Davis. Drew him forward, beat him on the outside edge that time. Asked a lot of questions in that over. It was a maiden over from Will Davis, and well, he beat the bat at least 3 times one way or another. Didn't manage to pick up the wicket. 333 for 7 remains the score. Davis has bowled 18 overs, 4 of which have been maidens, and he's got 2 for 64.
17 wickets at 38 for Davis before this game. And presumably, like a lot of young bowlers you see who show a bit of promise, just hasn't quite found enough consistency.
Yeah, he's averaging 37 per wicket, even with these 2.
As Wright moves in from the far end, and Berg lets one go outside the off stump. Swindle's going to his right knee to take that.
Alex Evans has lifted himself to the top of the averages with his 3 for 65 at 21.66. Tom Taylor had 14 at 24.5 in those first 3 games.
A bit of extra pace from Taylor, yeah.
Lots of super movement as well. He really was shaping up nicely. Abbas 29 at 25 and 3/4.
Right, once more, and pushed away here by Berg off the back foot, just running one down to third man. Cosgrove's down there, down towards the meet, with the sun glinting off its corrugated iron curved roof to our right hand side. Berg goes to 5, 334 for 7, Northamptonshire.
That was in 13 innings for Abbas. Last season, 10 matches, not quite sure how many innings, I'd have to check, but in 10 matches he picked up 50 at just about 20. And
it was easier to bowl though last year.
It was, yeah, that point he made on his departure.
Right to Bracewell, and Bracewell is flicking leg side. This should beat long leg, I fancy, and go for 4 it does. Second time that Wright has strayed onto Bracewell's pads, and the second time has been flicked smartly away down the slope towards the Milligan Road to our left-hand side. Long old boundary there, which does give the fieldsman plenty of chance to try and come around to cut it off, but that was well wide of Davis, just down beneath us. And Bracewell picks up his second boundary of the morning and goes to 19, 338 for 7. And as a consequence, I think Deep Square is going to drop back here. Is he? Well, the fielder is lingering to our left, unsure whether to go all the way back or not. He's sort of...
He's waiting his captain's instructions, right? Sort of waved at him to go vaguely in that direction. It's a defensive position.
He is now wandering back to our left-hand side. So 2 out in the deep on the leg here for Wright. He comes in again, and Bracewell is forward, pushing out towards extra cover. And there is no run. It was that position at Deep Square where Wright took the catch to get rid of Adam Rossington yesterday, the loose stroke that's caused this slide for Northants. They were in complete command. They had the game absolutely at their mercy shortly before the close, but that dismissal of Rossington, so unnecessary. Made a fine 63, but his wicket just opened an end for Leicestershire. Proctor was out very cheaply, fine piece of bowling from Ackerman, and then Keogh fell too as Wright comes in again, and Bracewell is back, pushing into the covers, considered a single, then realised the ball was much too close to Parkinson, moving to his left from extra cover, and there was no run. So to lose both set men before the close last night was somewhat careless for Northants. As well as Keogh and Rossington played, put their side in a good position, the job wasn't done when they were dismissed yesterday.
These two building the lead though, 30 now, starting to be useful.
Yeah, it's okay at the minute. 12 from a batting point as Wright comes in again. Bracewell is driving down towards mid-off as that is there, and the over comes to an end. So Bracewell 19, Berg 5, Northants 33847. It's always a weird one, isn't it, criticising a bloke who's got 130, but it's all about the situation, isn't it, and all about just recognising what your team needs at any given stage in the match. And when Keogh was slashing a ball to point, his side didn't need quick runs at the end of the day. It needed him to be here again this morning, needed him to be the one, the set player, to see off the second new ball and build again. Because we were talking when Keogh and Rossington were at the crease yesterday afternoon about Northants thinking, well, come back tomorrow and try and bat long, bat once, and bat Leicestershire completely out of the game. But that option has been not entirely extinguished just yet, but the prospect far less now.
Davis to continue. In he comes and bowls to Berg. Comes in a little bit, troubles him. Slightly unconvincing defensive push, followed through. Thick inside edge and pad, so it squirt out into the offside.
It's the old "that's the way I play" argument, isn't it? It's been reeled out down the years, and it's just, there's no excuse, is it? Well, all cricket really, but particularly first-class cricket is about playing the situation.
Davis in, bowls to Berg, much more convincing defensive press forward this time, big stride, steering the ball out off stump, out 2 point, and there's no run. It's interesting to hear him talk though about the way, having missed so much cricket last season, it had sort of rekindled his love for the sport and reapplied himself in many respects over the winter and in the spring. And Richard Levy had picked out a technical point, hadn't he? He'd said, and I think he said Richard Levy, didn't he, in the nets, and he'd changed just something, played a little bit straighter or something. Davis in, bowls, and Berg is beaten on the front foot, and he's legged before. He has gone and legged before, came back in sufficiently. Umpire Billy Taylor decided it was going to go on and hit off stump. It was a good stride, and it was just about slightly above the knee roll for me. However, there have been a couple of decent shouts this morning, and Berg is on his way. Davis has his third wicket, 3 for 64 for him, 338 for 8. Important one for Leicestershire again. Just 2 men to come now, Hutton and Sanderson. Well, Hutton's a very useful batsman on his day, isn't he?
He's competent. Obviously, everybody vulnerable early on into the new ball. Yeah, I think Berg looks a bit nonplussed with that decision.
I was a little bit surprised at Gibbon.
Previously in the over, he got a couple of good strides in there, and struck, as you say, knee roll-ish. And I didn't think the appeal was too vociferous either.
It was a third in a few balls, though, wasn't it? In a way, and you just wonder whether there was a sort of slightly cumulative effect.
It was the old club umpire. You get struck on the pad enough times, he'll give one of them.
Well, you can't help feeling it's human nature that there may be just a little bit in that. But anyway, 338 for 8. The lead 32 wickets in hand at the moment. You wouldn't have thought anything like a sort of decisive lead, but once it gets over 50, it becomes reasonably significant. And with Bracewell there, and if Hutton can give him a little bit of support, still every prospect of getting that well past 50 as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. But well bowled Davis. He's got his man. He's plugged away. He's been comfortably the most impressive of the two opening bowlers for the Foxes this morning. Yeah, it was above the knee roll. It did come back in a bit.
It's hit in middle, pretty much bang in line with the middle stump.
So it might do
on the knee roll.
He would have hit the top of a leg, perhaps.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the
replay. I think umpires call it best.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think it's a stinker.
No, absolutely. But it was highish and did a bit, and he was well forward, so it wasn't. Yeah.
I think as a batsman you can feel a bit aggrieved there.
Indeed.
I think a bowler will feel it's a bit of a bonus.
In comes Davis then, bowls to Brett Hutton, who plays it solidly, half forward, much taller man, not such a big stride. There's a little bit of extra bounce there as well. It was a good delivery from Davis, who, as I say, has bowled well this morning. 3 for 64 now. Prospect, potentially, of a first 5 for Leicestershire.
When you just watch it live, you can see the off stump at all times, with the ball angling back, which always suggests it's going to go down.
Davis's appeal wasn't entirely convincing either. If you watch Davis, he sort of raises
a hand, turns around and hope.
And he goes and bowls to Hutton, and is that close to another leg before? No, says everybody. In fact, there's a suggestion that it might have clipped the stumps without knocking a bail off. That there was a noise, and everybody's pointing at the stumps, including Hutton. Now, did that flick the stumps? There's lots of nonplussed expressions and scratchings of heads out there, and Hutton indicated straight away, pointed at the stump.
Cool.
We've seen it a few times in recent seasons.
Yeah.
We will have to check afterwards, because obviously from up here, it's rather hard to tell, but judging by Davis's expression as well, that just might have clipped the off stump without
there was obviously
taking a bail off.
Obviously some kind of noise.
Well, Davis is in, bowls again to Hutton, who's forward in defence. If that's what happened, then any luck he got in the leg before decision worked the other way the following ball, didn't it?
Yeah, these things are a way of working themselves out.
End of a very good over.
Look at Harry Swindles here. He's
checking the stumps,
He is checking the bails.
So it must have clipped the off stump. And maybe now, over the last 3 years, I think I've seen that 3 times now. So it's becoming more frequent.
Yeah, the appeal went up. The ball didn't carry through to Swindles. That's why there was no real cry for a catch behind. There was sort of a half an inquiry because they'd heard some kind of noise for maybe an LBW shout, but maybe just grazed the stump. Saw it in the first Ashes Test match, didn't we? Joe Root had one that clipped the outside of the off stump, and the bail didn't drop off from James Pattinson. 338 for 8, and Wright is coming down the hill into Bracewell, struck on the pad. Ball runs away down towards extra cover, and there is no run. So Northants only 30 ahead. Just a little lead at the moment of not too much significance. And they still need 12 more for a second batting bonus point. Only Ben Sanderson to come. It was a genuine number 11, really. Right arm over. And Bracewell well forward here, pushing out towards extra cover. And there's no run. They'd be looking for one more partnership this morning, Northants. Just to push them up towards 360, 370. A lead of 50 is a useful number to work with. I sort of always work with the thinking that the first innings will match the third innings. Always a bit more difficult to replicate the second innings in the fourth innings because the situation is quite different. As Wright is in again and Bracewell is forward, playing down towards mid-on, and there's no run. But I always factor in that an opposition who batted first can at least match their effort in the third innings of the match. And the pitch generally is a little bit better, I tend to think, than maybe on the first day. So if Northants are thinking that Leicestershire can make 300 again, lead of 50, we give them a target of 250, which is probably just about manageable. As Wright is in again, bowls a bumper. Bracewell is pulling and gets it through mid-wicket, way in front of square actually, out towards long on for a boundary. He was onto that very quickly indeed, Bracewell, hammered it away, perfect timing, and gets it all the way down towards the car park. We'll be looking to our left-hand side initially, but he hammered that in front of square.
Yeah, that was a depressing one. If you're the bowler, you banged it in, and he almost hits it to long on.
Well, there's been no joy from the middle of this pitch for anybody so far in the game.
No.
Bracewell now 23, 3-4-2 for 8, the batting point 8 runs away for Northants.
He's going to be aggressive. It could be an entertaining hour or so.
Holds plenty of ability with the bat, does Doug Bracewell. A couple of first-class centuries to his name. Wright goes into him again, down the leg side here, and Bracewell has a flick at it and misses, or feel he rather missed out perhaps. It was that delivery from Evans yesterday that saw the dismissal of Alex Wakely, strangled down the leg side, having a flick and a little touch through to Swindles, when Wakely was looking in superb touch. Only made 37 did Wakely, but he was set for a lot more, because he really did look in the mood yesterday. Alex Wakely had a thumping back foot drive through cover point, one of the shots of the day. Last ball of Wright's, second over of the morning from the top end, moves in, and Bracewell is driving down the ground. Will be cut off at mid-arm, but they set off quickly for a single. Good piece of running there by Bracewell. Scampers down, knowing that Evans had to come across to his left-hand side to field quite a well-timed stroke. And the over comes to an end, with Bracewell keeping the bowling on 24, and Northants 3-4-3 for 8, so a lead of 35, only a slender one, and still requiring 7 more runs for a 4th batting bonus point.
People getting in touch on Twitter. Good morning to Di Davis, who says Blakes can't multitask, as he combines an alfresco morning coffee, listening in, and a spot the cloud competition. It's a good definition of multitask, isn't it? Staring vaguely at the sky while drinking coffee with the radio's on. That's a gentleman's description of multitasking.
Sounds beautiful.
It does. A lovely picture as well. No clouds wherever Di is. In goes Davis and bowls to Doug Bracewell, who is forward, playing firmly. Defensive push to mid-off. It requires Chris Wright to move smart-ish-ly to his right to cut the ball off. Does so. There is no run. Good morning to Springsteen, who's sent a picture from Italy as well. San Maria Albano. The Mediterranean looking rather pleasant. My wife tells me that appalling storms in on her side of the Mediterranean overnight. In goes Davis. Bowls. Bracewell again, very solid forward bat right next to front pad. Big stride. Davis half fields in his follow through. The ball trickles to right on this occasion. 3-4-3 for 8.
What are the temperatures in that part of the world this time of year?
Pretty hot, and they were hot last week.
30?
30s, yeah. The humidity was an issue. It's going to be humid here today, according to BBC Radio Leicester's weather forecast, but they did mention the possibility of showers this afternoon. In goes Davis, bowls very straight, and Bracewell covers up, half forward this time, can't put in the big stride, he just dragged his length back a fraction there. Davis, 3 decent deliveries to start his, 2 decent deliveries to start his, there's 3, I'm sure, showing, yeah, 3, the electronic scoreboard was very slow there. It was on 19.1 for ages. 19.3 now. 3 for 64. The motorbike workshop working on its first bike of the day. Garages on the other side of Milligan Road. In goes Davis, and bowls, and Bracewell again is forward, pushing it out into the offside. An exploratory step down the pitch to see if Hutton is at all interested. Hutton had in fact turned his back and was already deep in conversation with Billy Taylor.
Is it a specialist workshop over there? Do they do anything in particular?
It is motorbikes, and there is a chapter of the Angels nearby, based there as well. So presumably they're big, whatever they call Harleys and things like that. But I'm not a motorbike expert by any stretch of the imagination. In goes Davis outside off stump, and he's going to pick up for Bracewell. He went for the big drive, got a inside bottom edge. It went past the off stump, about 6 inches past the off stump. It wasn't too close, but it went down to fine leg. It was a little bit fortunate for Doug Bracewell and a little bit unlucky for Will Davis, who's paying for that leg before decision now, isn't he? With those first having clipped the stump, we think, of Brett Hutton, and now with that inside edge. So
yeah, Mother Cricket has a way of evening things out. Huge slash there from Bracewell, bottom edge. Lucky not to drag it on.
Paul Nixon often talks about Mother Cricket in that way as well.
It's true though, isn't it?
Yeah,
you play long enough, and the luck does even itself out.
Davis into Bracewell again, very straight, pushed out into the offside, going to have to hurry, but in fact he'd made his ground comfortably, and it's going to be overthrows as well, 4 of them. So 5 altogether go to Bracewell. It was a throw from George Rhodes. Missed the stumps by quite a long way. Cosgrove had got in position to back up, but it was so wide, although he dived, he couldn't get there, and it's run away down the slope to the meet. So 5 conceded. That will not improve Will Davis's mood.
Indeed not, no. Yeah, very wild throw. Initially I thought it was going to be very tight. Initially I thought the Rhodes was aiming at the wrong end, because Bracewell had set off with a single, and Hutton was just a little bit slow to react. And Bracewell a bit quicker than Hutton between the wickets as well, but the throw was way off target. So there's the batting point for Northants. 4 batting points on the board, and that's a lot more than their promotion rivals in this round of matches. So it's a good start. 3-5-2 for 8. The lead just increasing a little bit as well too, but still work to do to get a really solid position, a chance to put Leicestershire under some real pressure in the 3rd innings of the match.
Captain Paul Horton's coming jogging off. I can hear him saying I need, but I can't hear what he's saying he does need. So 12th man is on, temporarily of course. Chris Wright talking to Alex Evans, and they're showing the ball to umpire Paul Pollard at the moment. It is only 11 overs old, so whether as a consequence of those overthrows the ball went into a puddle or something like that. What is being needed here? Out is coming some drinks, yes, that you would expect because we are having a delay, and umpire Pollard is wandering with ball in hand over to umpire Taylor, so perhaps somehow it went underneath the advertising hoardings down there in front of the meet, went onto the concrete against the wall. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. It looks like we're going to have a ball change as well. George Rhodes jogs over to the new box of balls, or two boxes of used balls of various ages, so you're not missing any cricket as I do the update. They have extended it. They've moved it on to 350 to their score, onto 352 for 8. Doug Bracewell, the New Zealand international, has 33. He's been joined by Brett Hutton, who has yet to score. Hutton's out there because Leicestershire did pick up a wicket, that of Gareth Berg, who went leg before wicket to Will Davis. Davis's 3rd wicket of the innings, 4-5, made the score 338 for 8. They have, as I say, extended that now to 352, so the Foxes do need to get Bracewell quickly if they possibly can. At the moment, Northamptonshire lead by 45 runs. Back with you online, as I say, you haven't missed any cricket, nor will you for the next few moments either, because umpire Taylor is taking his time to choose a new ball. He's kicking off the old one, which is only 11 overs old, so it must have incurred some serious damage. I'll try and have a look at that during the interval if I possibly can. And they've picked a new one that is roughly, presumably 11 overs old. Don't know whether that's the Leicestershire second academy squad that's heading for the nets, all uniformly dressed in black with red trim. Just come out of the Mike Turner Indoor Centre. The two Northamptonshire batsmen, Doug Bracewell and Brett Hutton, have had a drink as well. Well, Bracewell's been out there for half an hour, Hutton just for a few minutes. And umpire Taylor writing something down, perhaps about the ball change. So, exactly 11 overs old. I'll make a note of that as well, just in case. Chris Wright will continue from the Bennett end. 23 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 87 for Wright. Hasn't been the greatest of opening 3 overs that he's bowled today. Anyway, can he improve on that? Down the slope he comes and bowls to Bracewell, who drives, gets it between Parkinson and Rhodes. Parkinson in his in-shoot, puts in the dive, can't quite drag it back. Got his hand to the ball, but although he did do his best to drag it back, it continued on its way, albeit rather more slowly. Crossed the ropes, and that's 4 to Doug Bracewell. He moves on to 37 now, 356 for 8, and that lead beginning to build, slightly ominously as far as Leicestershire is concerned, promisingly as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. And Alex is back alongside. Did you happen to hear who is batting in the test match? Or I can look it up myself, but in goes Wright and bowls and allowed to go through by Bracewell outside off stump.
Yes, England are batting.
Okay.
Australia won the toss.
Who's opening then?
Denley and
Burns.
Burns, sorry, yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure whether they'd fiddle with that again, but Denley did okay, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Around,
yeah.
So.
Denley also played quite well in the second innings at Headingley, made an important half-century there on the third afternoon to give England a sniff on the last day that Ben Stokes' heroics pulled off in the end.
Right in, bowls forward, goes Bracewell, carefully guiding the ball out towards Rhodes at point. He's moved pretty quickly on to 37, Bracewell. He was on 7 at the start of the day, so he's 30 without obviously going for every ball or anything like that. Has come quite quickly. There was that magnificent hook to a very straight mid-wicket, almost wide long on. It was a really violent shot, but played beautifully. But looking in good order here, Doug Bracewell. Capable of doing some serious damage. He waits, slightly wide-legged stance as Wright comes in and bowls to him. He's driving again, thick outside part of the bat, but he could pick up 4. No, Cosgrove is going to get round at wide third man. He didn't put his full weight into that shot, Bracewell. He was guiding it as he went forward with an angled bat. And had to move quickly, Cosgrove, because the outfield is very fast down there in front of the meet, but he managed to get there.
I assume Doug Bracewell has seen Mark Cosgrove before. He just jogged a single there when there was patently 2 available.
I suppose with it only being sort of 50 odd yards, maybe 55, the throw doesn't have to be isn't huge, is it? But I take your point. In goes Wright and bowls to Brett Hutton, who is beaten on the outside edge and is caught. Went past the outside edge. Hutton held his stance for a moment and looked up. He knew his fate, and Wright's appeal was a matter of form as much as anything, it seems. Swindles held the catch, and Hutton goes without scoring. 357 for 9. We could now see Bracewell tee off.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, I think now we'll definitely see a holding of the strike for Doug Bracewell. Nice delivery from Wright. Pitched up, moved away, little outside edge. Catch taken nicely by Swindles down to his right-hand side. Not too disastrous a sign that for Northants, really. because they want to know they can come out in the second innings and obviously get stuck in again with the ball. Lead of 49 for the moment. And now just a question of how long Sanderson can survive. He is capable of blocking. Far too often he decides not to. He decides to have a random dip at the bowling, and he just going to look up how many not outs Sanderson actually has in the season so far. 4 in 14 innings. He's capable of a few more than that. So he can block up an end.
Well, he has a bit of a role here, doesn't he? It's not.
Oh, very much so. Yeah.
To just hang on in there, and half an hour of Bracewell could make a heck of a difference to this
Definitely.
game.
Yep. But Northants haven't really got the partnership they wanted this morning, and the overall slide. What have they lost? 5 for 53.
Ooh, that was a great ball actually from right. Off stump, moved away.
Yeah, second new ball, remember, here, and he into its 12th over.
Well, third new ball in a way. It was just changed. They changed it while you were doing your update. After that throw went down to the boundary, clearly was some damage had been done and the ball was changed. So it is a new-ish new ball. It's changed after 11 overs. Right, looking to make it 2-2, comes in to Sanderson and bowls and beats him on the outside edge, but this time, don't tell me that clipped the stumps as well. There's lots of pointing at the stumps, but the bails are still on again.
No,
don't tell me that clipped the bails as well.
That went over the stump, surely. The way that bounced from a...
Everybody's lifting the off bail off, and I just heard somebody say that bowled him. That would be extraordinary. Well, we will check afterwards.
Yeah.
But if that's true, it could have been that the stumps have been hit twice in the matter of 6 overs, and on neither occasion have the bails come off.
Bizarre.
It must be some property of the ball or something, because the frequency with which it's happening is now such.
So now Bracewell, he's played very nicely for 38, only has Sanderson for company, and the field is spread. Third man deep point, long leg and deep square are going back. There's a mid-on, mid-off, an extra cover, and 2 slips in place. What does Bracewell do here? Facing Will Davis from the pavilion end at 3, 5, 7 for 9, and he drives a full delivery, but Davis gets something on it, and the ball runs down towards Cosgrove, coming to his left from mid-on, and there is no run. Northants could just do with 20 more here, just to reaffirm their position. It's a useful little lead of 49, nothing significant, but they have pressed up the lead sufficiently that it will take a little bit of knocking off for Leicestershire in their second innings, as Davis is in again, right arm over, and Bracewell lifts it down to mid-on and it's caught! Good catch by Cosgrove to his left-hand side, and Bracewell was trying to force the pace, just didn't get enough on it. Probably picked out the right fieldsman, but Cosgrove leapt up to his left-hand side and took a good catch above his left shoulder. So Bracewell, last man out for 38, and Northants all done here inside 42 minutes of day 3 for 357. They have picked up a 4th batting bonus point, but that is quite some slide from their position yesterday evening. 304 for 4 they were, so they've lost 6 for 53 and take a lead of 49 when for a while it looked as if the lead was going to be far, far greater. Bracewell has played nicely on his return for Northants. He'll feel he owes his side really after a poor performance with the ball in the first innings of this match. But Northants do have a little something to work with here, with 49 the first innings advantage, and no roller is being called for by Leicestershire. Umpire just turning and
umpires, and it has become rather grey. The blue sky is disappearing into the distance, I'm afraid, and being covered over by dark grey with some distinctly threatening and genuinely threatening clouds heading our way from the northwest. So we'll see how much more play we get this morning. Hopefully we'll get through to lunch. Fingers crossed. It looks a bit worrying, doesn't it, out there?
Possibly, yeah. Floodlights not on, even though they were on all yesterday afternoon when it was blazing sunshine. It was such a gorgeous afternoon. It was a really nice start of the day as well. I was anticipating a bit more sun than this, but yeah, decent layer of cloud, which Northampton will enjoy. And now a new ball in their hands, a little lead. Haven't taken too much momentum from their 40 minutes of batting this morning, but they have at least got a lead to work with. And if they can particularly get Azad out, then they'll be on their way, maybe. 3 slips and a short leg. Hutton from the pavilion bowls to Azad outside the off stump, and he lets it go through. Now in the first innings I thought Northants got very, very confused about how to bowl to Hassan Azad. They had that man around the corner at leg gully for a large part of his innings, and they just got a bit confused with the tactics. And in a way, sort of how England have gone in trying to get Steve Smith out, really. They've sort of gone away from just bowling properly. As Hutton goes in, right arm over, and Azad just feeling for one that goes across him, probably just kept the bat inside the line. It carries low through down to Rossington's left-hand side. Long leg out straight away, third man out straight away as well. Because Northants very mindful of the runs here in the third innings of the game. And they don't want to be chasing too many on a pitch that has played well, but we saw a few signs of the ball keeping a little low yesterday. But a turn for Ackerman, but only out of the rough, it appeared, as Hutton goes in again. Azad lets another go, this time a little wider, wanders forward, allows it to pass through. 86 for Azad in the first innings. Second ball duck for his opening partner, Paul Horton, the captain. Mark Cosgrove 65, George Rhodes 61 were the mainstays of the Leicestershire total. It just built steadily. But a big partnership between Azad and Cosgrove was the reason for their 308. Northants will be hoping to limit any big partnership second time around as Hutton goes in, and again, well, just a touch too wide, and Azad able to let one go through. Other games going on. A great contest bubbling up at Lords, where Middlesex are chasing 196. They bowled Durham out for 191 this morning, not adding too many to their overnight score. And Middlesex 57 for 3 there, so a nip-tuck affair. Middlesex probably just about on course for the moment, but still 139 to get. It would be a result that maybe might just knock Durham out of the promotion race, as Hutton goes in again, brings Azad forward, bat and pad together, inside edge via the pad, I fancy there, as he pushes out towards point, and there's no run. Worcestershire 190 for 3, building their lead against Glamorgan at New Road. It's 201 now, so Worcestershire in the ascendancy. Defeat for Glamorgan would be most welcome to the sides around them in the table. No play today at Bristol so far, the rain down there. 11:30 though they are going to get away, with Sussex resuming 3-13 for 7. 113 ahead of Gloucestershire. Sutton goes in again. Azad lets one go, full of length just outside the off stump. Taken by Rossington down low. And Hutton and Northants begin with a maiden, as Leicestershire respond here to a first innings deficit of 49. So Sussex in the pound seats there, and at the moment the sides directly around Northants on the back foot, with Gloucestershire in second, Glamorgan in fourth, Durham in fifth at the start of the round. All potentially could lose. So the other games falling nicely for Northants at the moment. Lancashire in full command at Old Trafford, 297 for 4, lead Derbyshire by 244. Big century yesterday there, and a maiden first class century as well for Josh Bohannon. That's put Lancashire well in the lead there.
Ben Sanderson, to no one's great surprise, is going to open the bowling for Northants from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Horton, who leaves, and he's given out leg before wicket. Came back in, hit him low down, no shot, and Horton completes a miserable match with the bat. It was not a brilliant piece of judgment by Leicestershire's captain. I suspect he knew his fate almost straight away, quite what he was thinking there. I'm not sure. You can always tuck your bat behind your pad and at least shape as though you're playing a shot at it. Try and convince the umpire, but he left his bat raised. It's not something he does that too much really, but he did on that occasion. Just came back enough, hit him quite low down, and outside the line or not, made no difference on that basis. Horton goes for his second duck of the game.
They faced 3 balls in the match and didn't score a run. It's a pretty miserable week for the Leicestershire captain Paul Horton. Yeah, a disastrous piece of judgment really. Ball maybe just shaped back there from Sanderson, but shouldering arms Horton didn't leave Billy Taylor now at the far end with too much to decide. So the perfect start for Northamptonshire. They would have been wanting to nip a couple out before the deficit was wiped out. And now getting one of Leicestershire's better players in Colin Ackerman against a very fresh new ball early on.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Should stay dry, they're saying now. They weren't earlier, but they're saying should stay dry. That's good news. Here comes the update. It's all happening. They've already lost a wicket in their second innings, I'm afraid. The captain, Paul Horton, who made a duck first time round, faced only 3 balls then. Well, he only faced 1 ball this morning. He left it, believe it or not, came back a little bit and was judged leg before wicket to Ben Sanderson. Earlier on today, the Foxes took the last 3 wickets they needed in the Northamptonshire first innings, while Northamptonshire added only 32 to their overnight score. Their lead then was 49. It is still 49 at the moment because Leicestershire in their second innings are 0 for 1. Back with you online. You haven't missed a single ball. Ackerman, composing himself, is now ready to face Ben Sanderson. In goes Sanderson and bowls to him. A little bit of extra bounce, but the tall South African stands up tall, plays it solidly back down into the pitch, off stump, above off stump obviously. As I said, that little bit of extra bounce, and picked up by Sanderson in his follow through. Let's have a look at this leave which has just come up on the replays now from Paul Horton. That's a shocker. That is a shocker, because it wasn't as if it sort of came jagging back in or anything. In goes Sanderson and bowls and bounce and movement. I think he just pulled the bat back inside the line, but a little bit hard to tell. That was a lovely delivery from Ben Sanderson, asking plenty of questions. Have you seen that replay?
Yeah, it does nip back.
Well, it does,
yeah.
But equally,
yeah,
it was not the sort
he should be playing.
Yeah, you're thinking about leaving in any shape, way or form.
And
you wouldn't have thought.
And he's in his crease, so I doubt the ball would be doing too much to go down the leg side. Yeah, it's a pretty bad one for Horton.
Sanderson in to Ackerman, who pushes past mid-wicket, just past mid-wicket. Ben Curran puts in a very athletic-looking dive. It was a curious one, though. It sort of looped through the air rather there, Curran. And he's just showing everybody that he's just taking a little bit, maybe a little bit of skin off this, I don't know, off his hip or something like that. He was diving on the square, and the square is pretty lush here at Fisher County Ground. Either way, he got half a hand to it, slowed it down, and Ackerman was able to pick up a single to get the scoreboard moving for the Foxes. They're 1 for 1. Proud of his scar there. And Curran padded up now because he's going to go in at short leg. Well, he was padded up underneath his whites anyway, but he was at a conventional sort of square leg-ish position. Sanderson's going to go around the wicket to Azad. Bowls, and Azad deep in his crease, waiting for that fullish delivery. Pushes back down the pitch to Sanderson, who picks up and throws to Keogh, who's the other man in front of the bat on the leg side. He's at mid-on at the moment.
I would have thought they would, this pair, Sanderson and Hutton. But there is a tendency, if you see a bloke that has a tendency to be a bit awkward against the short ball, to bang away at that back of length a bit too much and almost waste the new ball.
There's no leg gully at the moment. In goes Sanderson and bowls to Azad, who is off the mark, just turning one, an in-swinger down towards fine leg. Comfortably enough, picks up one, keeps the strike because it's the last ball of the over. Gareth Berg, I think it is, down there. 2 for 1 then. Leicestershire, a wicket falling in that over. Ackerman and Azad both have singles. The man out, Paul Horton, without scoring his very first ball.
Good bit of work there from Berg, that was travelling quickly to his left at long leg. Division 1 boards, Notts have been set a nominal 440 to win, and they're already 2 down. 2 wickets for Darren Stevens for Kent.
My spies in the Notts camp tell me that Tom Moores is going to go to Lancashire.
Oh, really? Here is Hutton running away to bowl to Azad, way outside the off stump, and he offers no stroke. 2 for 1 here, the Foxes. Somerset bowled out quite quickly this morning for 3-2-9, but it leaves Yorkshire with a monumental task of trying to chase down 4-2-5. So Somerset huge favourites there, having bowled Yorkshire out for just 103 first time around, to go on a complete victory there.
They also tell me that Joe Clark has a clause in his contract saying that he's allowed to leave if they're not playing in the First Division.
Really? Now that is interesting.
So he might be on his way
that
as well.
Is very
maybe
interesting.
One of the promoted clubs.
Hutton goes in, Azad blocking out towards point.
Could be coming to Wattage Road.
Oh, what a delight that would be, because he's obviously been in poor form this year, but when he's on form, he's one of the best players to watch in the country. A beautiful stroke maker, always just has such... those best players, they have that appearance of time, don't they? And Clark is one of the very best. Love to watch him bat. Yeah, that would be very interesting if a few of the signings they've made were to leave as Hutton goes in again. This bounces a wee bit on Azad, but he dabs it down in front of short leg, and there is no run. Here, it hasn't worked out at all for Notts. They picked up 4 players from other counties: Ben Slater, Ben Duckett, Zach Chappell, who's unfortunately been injured for most of the season, and Ben Slater from Derbyshire. So nabbing players from nearby counties, Notts. But it hasn't worked. 2 for 1 here. Hutton's on his way, and Azad gets a wide delivery. He lets go through to the keeper. So that position for Somerset down at Taunton makes it imperative that Essex get a good haul of points at Edgbaston, and they're under pressure because they conceded 517 in the best part of a couple of days, and 75 for 2 they are in reply. So a lot of work to do with the bat there to, at the very least, take a draw. Hampshire also 3-4-3 for 6, lead Surrey by 330 at the Aegeus Bowl. As Hutton goes in, and Azad just about plays inside the line. So a length ball that just goes across him through to Rossington. That game has really turned around at Southampton, or near Southampton I think it should say on Cricinfo, shouldn't it? Hampshire 149, Surrey 162, and the pitch very much settling down, it appears. 3-4-3 for 6, some good runs yesterday for James Vince, who once again is being talked about as a potential for England's winter tours. Up goes Hutton, past umpire Paul Pollard, full of length, just wide enough for Azad to keep his bat inside the line. Hutton has been just a touch too wide to Azad so far, and he's been able to leave plenty of balls outside the off stump. He and Ackerman are 1. Horton gone for a golden duck shouldering arms first ball, and the Foxes replying to a deficit on first innings of 49 are 2 for 1.
Cloud is beginning to lighten a touch, so fingers crossed we are going to be okay. So 2 maidens for Brett Hutton to start proceedings, but the wicket taker Sanderson about to resume from the Bennett end. 3 slips for Ackerman, otherwise relatively sort of conventional field, as Sanderson comes in, bowls and squares Ackerman up. It's an appeal for leg before, but it was pretty high, and there wasn't really an appeal from behind the stumps, and even Sanderson's was a little belated. It was strong, as in terms of volume, once he decided it was worth shouting, but it was just a little bit belated, and unlikely to convince in those circumstances. Billy Taylor now at the Bennett end, Paul Pollard at the Pavilion end, as Sanderson is in again to Ackerman, who is beaten on the outside this time, swings past the outside edge as he is half forward playing down the line of off stump, and the ball swings past the outside edge. Breeze, maybe a little bit more than a breeze now. Just looking at the flags, becoming almost a wind. As down the slope again comes Sanderson, bowls to Ackerman, who leaves this time. Good lead to the outswinger, taken by Rossington behind the stumps. Wakely, Levi, or Levy, That second slip is preferred option with a sun hat on. Change in the field. Gareth Berg is being summoned from third man to point. No extra cover, and Newton, who was the only man pretty much in front of the bat on. No, he wasn't, because he wants a mid-on now as well. So Berg has gone from third man to wide mid-off, and Newton is at backward point. No third man, as in comes Sanderson, bowls to Ackerman, and it is indeed a little bit straighter. And now Ackerman leans forward, pushes out into the on side, picked up by Curran, who is at the moment in front of square on the onside. There is a shortish mid-wicket Keogh, I think. Is it Keogh?
Yeah.
Shortish mid-wicket. And a mid-on as well. So it's a slightly more balanced field, but the risk is that there is no third man. There are 3 slips and a long leg. Sanderson in, bowls to Ackerman again, very straight. He's decided to bowl straighter. Ackerman equal to it. Half forward defensively, pushing it out to Keogh at that mid-wicket position. No run. Yep, so Clark looks as though he's going to be on the market, so to speak, if anybody can afford him.
Well, quite, yeah.
I would imagine Notts are paying him, or the contract he's on at Notts is a substantial one. I know what Chappell's getting. In goes Sanderson, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Ackerman, and presumably Clark's getting more than that, so I'd imagine it's pretty close to 3 figures.
Yeah, it was a curious one, Chappell. I think you're out on loan to Warwickshire briefly.
Yeah, no, he's at Gloucestershire now.
Zach Chappell at Gloucestershire?
Yeah, he's had 2 loans now this season. So whether he's back now, I'm not quite sure. But
I don't think he's playing in this game.
No, he popped up in the T20s on the Gloss bench, so taking the opportunity to try and get some cricket.
Here is Hutton from the pavilion end, going in to Azad, the left-hander, and Azad is defending a ball that comes off the pad and runs not too far away from the off stump, out towards the cordon. Yeah, you just think with Zach Chappell, his development might have been better suited just staying here for a bit. But short careers and all. But many a time we've seen those type of moves not work out for a player, as Hutton goes in again, and Azad forward, playing it as he does on the walk, pushing out to extra cover. Berg comes across to collect, and there is no run. Ben Duckett likewise, I think the move for Notts has done any change in his game. Scored a few runs, made a rapid century at Edgbaston in the Championship in the second innings. I think he made one other century, again in a losing cause, or certainly some runs in a losing cause, but certainly no runs in the first innings for him this season. And his white ball form hasn't been very good at all either, as Hutton is in again, and Azad is pushing at 1, runs it away towards point. Newton is there, and there is no run. So in terms of going to a test match ground, working with Peter Moores and improving your game, I don't think any of that has happened for Duckett this season. Certainly hasn't happened for Joe Clark. Notts incidentally 3 down now at Trent Bridge. So defeat could come very quickly, and Duckett is out for 20 with 4 boundaries. That's Duckett all over. As Hutton comes in again, full of length, and Azad is letting it go. It was coming back into him, who's an arse from around the bat, but Azad got a good stride in. Yeah, the most typical Duckett performance of the year came at Somerset, and the report read, having twice reverse swept Dom Bess for 4 runs, Duckett tried to repeat the trick and was LBW for 30. And that was Duckett all over. Just hasn't got that out of his game at all. Has made no improvement, it seems, this year. It's a shame because he's so talented. As Hutton goes in again and again, Azad is letting it go again. Hands to the heads of the bowler and the fieldsman around the bat. But Azad watching it carefully, getting a long way forward and shouldering arms. 2 for 1 here in the 5th over. Really good start here by Northants. Stark contrast to the start that Leicestershire made with the ball yesterday morning, where Wright and Evans were very poor and allowed Curran and Newton to jump out of a really bright start. But some real pressure here on for the Northants opening bowlers. Hutton is in, and Azad again is letting one go just outside the off stump. Rather left that on length. Watching the ball carefully so far is Hassan Azad, after a fine 86 in the first innings. And a job to do here, first of all, to try and wipe out this deficit, which still sits at 47. 2 for 1 they are, with Horton gone, shouldering arms to Sanderson for a golden duck.
So very much behind cloud at the moment. It's reduced the temperatures, but it's still not unpleasant out there. I wouldn't describe it as humid, as it was described as potentially humid on BBC Radio Leicester this morning. Nice conditions, really, in which to play some cricket. Ackerman looks around him. He's still got that short-ish mid-wicket in a catching position, and square leg wasn't in position, and Ackerman had to send Sanderson back, or prevent him from completing the delivery. That was Curran's fault. He was chuntering away. In goes Sanderson and bowls to Ackerman, goes straight through him. A little bit low. Didn't miss off stump by too much. Certainly Rossington didn't move a muscle as he caught the ball. Just two hands together directly in front of him. Just made a fraction low, that one.
Saw a few times, didn't we, the ball just skidding through a little bit from that top end in particular. But generally wide deliveries, weren't they?
Sanderson in two. Ackerman again beats him, and Ackerman turns in with a gesture of not much I could do about that one. Bouncing, a little bit of bounce compared to the previous delivery, that is. And a little bit of away movement. Ackerman remains on 1. Azad 1. And to put it mildly, Hutton and Sanderson keeping these two batsmen very honest at the moment, giving them absolutely nothing.
Yeah, been a really good start.
Sanderson turns down the slope. Shortish run. Bowls to Ackerman. Thick inside edge as he leant forward there. It fairly flies down to fine leg and goes through Doug Bracewell. He got two hands there. He got across to his right. Should have stopped it. A few teapots being made out there by his Northamptonshire teammates, and I don't blame them, because Bracewell didn't cover himself in glory there. Ackerman picks up a fortuitous extra 3 runs. 6 for 1. Leicestershire needed that one. Ackerman has 5, Azad has 1.
Yeah, just a little release of pressure there with that boundary. As you say, fortuitous. Thick inside edge. Was going quickly, but Bracewell got across and just didn't quite get down in time.
Sanderson won't be pleased as he comes in. Bowls to Ackerman again. It bounces, seems back a touch, hits the above the pad, bounces out into the offside. Tough going out there at the moment for these two Foxes batsmen. I was about to say two Foxes openers. They're not, but they might as well have been. Houghton having faced only one ball. Padded up to Ben Sanderson. Palpably leg before wicket, as they say. So Ackerman out there very early indeed. He waits with bat raised. Sanderson in to him. Squares him up again. He hit him on the back pad as it bounced and swung away. Was missing outside, off stump, and little gesture from Ackerman there, sort of helpless, a shrug almost. Not much I could do about that one. 6 for 1.
Yeah, it's top stuff this from Sanderson and Hutton. A few runs to work with on first innings, and charging right in now.
Just have to try and get through Ackerman and Azad if they can. In goes Sanderson, bowls, big drive, misses, and that was induced by the previous 5 deliveries, really. Bounce, swung away, it was slightly wide, didn't need to play the shot, but had been reduced to the sort of state in which he felt he almost had to. Ackerman, and again, doesn't find the edge. Sanderson, on that occasion, unfortunate, but that was a wonderful over from the big Northants opener. 6 for 1 Leicestershire after 6 overs. Not because they've been particularly negative, they just haven't been given anything to get away. Should be 2 for 1, shouldn't it, really? Or 3 for 1 anyway. Had Bracewell been alert down at fine leg.
Yeah, tremendous start. England 34 for 1 in the test. Denley's out for 14, dismissed by Pat Cummings yet again, got him 5 times in the series. Here is Hutton going away to Azad again, and Azad is forward, pushing out to extra cover for no run. Hutton has probed away and probed away at Azad so far, been really good stuff. 3 slips in a gully in place. Got the 3rd man back towards the big screen on the far side of the ground, then point extra cover, mid-on and long leg. And a great start from Hutton and Sanderson with a new ball in their hands and decent air of cloud in which to bowl here as well. Nice breeze coming across the ground as well, which will help the ball move a wee bit as Hutton goes in again. And Azad in his crease here, playing more of a length delivery down in front of Curran at short leg. He once again has the old style sweater on that doesn't bear his own name, which is most curious.
I have to ask him about that.
He
just prefers a bigger one.
I might steal it and burn it myself, personally. He looks out of place, doesn't he? He looks out of place, got the wrong number. Yeah, very silly. Should be banned. As Hutton goes in again, past umpire Pollard, and Azad struck on the pad, a huge cry for LBW. Umpire shows no attention and walks away as they go through for a leg bite, the ball running down towards long leg, out towards the written press box. Didn't appear to be too much going for that, I didn't think. It may have pitched in line, but I think the ball probably sliding down.
Well, Hutton's appeal was in response to the slips, and it was slightly late. The slips all went up and the wicket keeper, and then Hutton went up, seeing them go up, so always a bit of a giveaway as far as an umpire is concerned.
7 for 1, and Ackerman, who's at the torture time of it so far against Sanderson, now faces Hutton from the opposite end. 3 orthodox slips, no short leg now. Hutton in, and Ackerman beaten once more. Playing the line, one goes away and beats the outside edge. And you're just hoping beyond hope, if you're a batsman there, that you don't nick it.
Yes, Ackerman probably glancing at the clock now. 40 minutes until lunch is a long, long time. The way things are at the moment. He has played and missed more often than he's got bat on it at the moment, Colin Ackerman. But that's been largely down to the quality of the bowling.
Floodlights flicking into gear now as Hutton goes in again. Ackerman gets back to this slightly straighter ball, playing down to Berg at mid-on, and there is no run. So the real test here for Northampton will come when these opening bursts from Sanderson and Hutton come to an end. How well Berg and Bracewell can back them up. They were better with the second new ball in the first innings, put their ideas up as the innings went on, and Northampton will be hoping that in horse racing parlance they come on for the run in this second innings as Hutton goes in again. Ackerman forward, playing with an angled bat down towards point, kept that out nicely, and the over comes to an end. Ackerman there on 5, Azad on 1. 7 for 1 after 7 overs. Great start here for Northampton. Still lead by 42 runs. Bowled out this morning for 357. So they picked up a 4th batting bonus point, more than Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. And Durham have picked up in this round so far. So Northampton with an advantage in that regard. Still work to do to get right on top into a match-winning position in this game. Durham, incidentally, striving for a breakthrough at Lords. Middlesex on top of their task, chasing 196, 82 for 3 they are at HQ.
Azad is going to be facing Sanderson for the first time. Takes his guard with characteristic care from umpire Taylor, looks around him, sees short leg 3 slips, round the wicket comes Hutton and straightens one outside off stump. Sometimes a little hard to tell with Azad when he's playing and when he isn't, but I think he just tucks the bat sometimes inside the line deliberately, moves into position to block, and then gets the bat out of the line of the ball. He will leave all day if he can, and he left that one as it went through to Rossington. Sanderson with that very economical run is in and bowls, and forward went Azad to a fuller delivery. Thick inside part of the bat, defends it to Curran at short leg. Barely a stride forward. He's rehearsing the shot. We can see when he does so how close to the crease he remains at all times. The weight starts to go forward, but You wouldn't say he was actually playing forward as such. In goes Sanderson and bowls. Azad gets one down the leg side, swings away down the leg side. He shapes as though to turn his wrists on it and try and flick it down. Doesn't really endeavour to do so, and taken by Rossington, stepping away to his right behind the stumps. 7 for 1.
I like this angle a bit more from round the wicket. This brings that LBW into play a little bit more. Sanderson getting tight to the stumps in particular.
Northampton still leading by 42 as Sanderson comes in, bowls to Azad, who is shuffling down the pitch, definitely getting forward to that one. Again, it wasn't a big stride once he played the shot, but it was that little 3 or 4 steps, little soft shuffle down the pitch by Azad. The ball is swinging and he's trying to negate it. Rossington not really the sort to be able to stand up in these sort of circumstances, I don't think. In goes Sanderson, bowls. Azad stays in his crease this time, defends against another in-swinger off middle, pushes it back down the pitch to Big Ben Sanderson. No run.
He's not that big.
In terms of height, but he's a sort of solidly built man, isn't he?
He's got a decent pair of shoulders on him. He's no Luke Fletcher.
No, not many are there? In goes. He's got a new contract. In goes Sanderson, bowls over the wicket, just short, edged of second slip, edged 2 second slip by Azad, and Sanderson has a little word with him, Levy. It was probably about a foot short of him. The new angle just disturbed Azad, took the outside edge, soft hands though, just short of Levy to second slip. Maiden over from Ben Sanderson, a fine over again. 1 for 6 from 4 overs for him. Hutton has bowled 4 overs from the pavilion end, all 4 of which have been maidens.
Outstanding stuff from Hutton so far. Northampton right on it here. Lead of 49, could have been a lot greater with a bit more care, but they lost 6 for 53. They're back into their innings just to concede that really strong position they built up yesterday. 7 for 1 now though, Leicestershire, as Hutton goes in and the latest time beats the bat. Ackerman pushing forward to one that zips away from him. Haven't seen a catch it slip in the whole game so far, have we? A couple of catches behind the wicket by the wicket keeper.
Swindles has had a few, hasn't he?
Swindles had 3, including 1 down the leg side. No catch for Rossington in the first innings of this match.
Rob Newton was at point when he caught Ackerman, wasn't he? So
Wakely to get Horton in the first innings. As Hutton goes in and Ackerman beaten again. This time playing from the crease.
Very first wicket, second ball.
That's all that we've had in terms of catches in the slip score in the game so far. That one chance to Levy that was presented by George Rhodes, with a bounce carried just about very down low to his left hand side that he couldn't grasp. But Hutton here probing away with no luck so far. 7 for 1. Ackerman just about surviving. Hutton goes into him and again he's beaten. This time driving. It was a bit fuller. Again it swung away. He went past the outside edge once more and Hutton hangs his head and says, what have I got to do here to find the edge? Completely luckless so far. A superb opening spell. Sometimes you see these type of figures, a bowler not going for many runs, and you can say, well, how many deliveries the batsman did actually have to play. But apart from that first over where Azad was able to leave plenty outside the off stump, Hutton really has been making the batsman play throughout. Goes away from us again, past the stumps, and this is driven firmly back to the bowler, makes a half stop, but runs here down towards the pavilion, and it will indeed run for 4 down beneath us. Slightly too full that time from Hutton, and he concedes his first runs with a very smart straight drive from Colin Ackerman. Fortunate first boundary, flicked down to long leg that Bracewell couldn't save. Some good authority about this stroke, punching back through the line, full enough to smother any movement, and Hutton did go down and got a bit of hand to it, but such was the timing in the stroke.
First runs conceded by Hutton. I thought maybe Northampton's physio was about to come running on then. Been sent away again.
11 for 1. Sutton runs away from us once more. And Ackerman forward, angled bat, thickish outside edge, runs to Bracewell's left-hand side from extra cover. And there is no run. 3 orthodox slips here for Hutton. Ackerman, who got through Hutton and Sanderson in the first innings under the 4 to Gareth Berg's very first delivery as he slashed him to point. Could only make 16 on that occasion. As Hutton goes in again and again goes through. Did he just withdraw the bat? Ackerman may be there perhaps. But again, it was a probing area from Brett Hutton, who ends his 5th over. 4 maidens, 0 for 4. Cracking stuff. Sanderson equally good from the far end as well, and has got the first wicket to fall in this Leicestershire second innings. Out of the captain Paul Horton's shouldering arms. Gone for a golden duck. The Fox is 11 for 1 through 9 overs so far. Very difficult against the new ball pair of Hutton and Sanderson so far. The deficit still 38.
Sanderson, unsurprisingly, will continue to Azad, having found the edge with the last ball of his previous over. The edge of the left-hander. In he goes and bowls again over the wicket. Azad, curious little sort of shuffle forward, defends out into the offside, not entirely convincingly, but along the ground all the way to Newton at point. And Hutton is getting a little attention now on his left hand. Was that the one, was it he in the first innings bowling from the Bennett end who hurt his left wrist?
No, that was Sanderson.
That was Sanderson.
He did have
again,
strapping on, but no strapping now.
In comes Sanderson, bowls. Azad plays it firmly down into the ground. Nice work by Curran to make a clean stop of the ball as it bounced up around about chest high to his right. Rossington liked that one, gave him plenty of applause. 11 for 1. The lead was 49. Why couldn't it be 50 or something like that? Do you know what I mean? So the maths. I suppose I can always do the maths. Subtract 50 out of 1, sort of thing. But it doesn't always occur to me. In goes Sanderson, brings Azad solidly forward. He is solid though, on off stump, pushing the ball out towards cover. Keogh comes across from wide mid-off to make the stop. No run again. Leicestershire's batsman being made to work for every run this morning, as you would expect by this first-rate opening pair for Northants. In he goes, Sanderson, and bowls to Azad, who is going to pick up his second run as he turns one off his legs. In fact, he's going to pick up a couple. Actually had to hurry through in the end to make it into 2 as long leg went sprinting round, picked up. Alex goes next door to update BBC Radio Northampton, which means there's an update coming shortly for BBC Radio Leicester. Top of the hour, half an hour to go until lunch. Game still very much in the balance. Northants with their noses firmly in front, but certainly not decisively so at the moment. Leicestershire still in deficit by 36 runs, and they have lost a wicket. In goes Sanderson, bowls to Azad, who is forward on off stump, defending out down the pitch. Sanderson picks up in his follow through, then throws the ball to Rob Newton to do some polishing. 4 balls of the over bowled. Azad has 3 now, Ackerman has 9, 13 for 1. Tell you the partnership then is 13. Ackerman having come out when Horton went first ball, leg before wicket to Sanderson, padding up to a delivery that was pretty straight and also came back in as well. Sanderson's going to go back round the wicket to Azad, examines the ball carefully before polishing it with equal care on the back of his trousers. He's waiting at the end of his run. He's ready now as is Azad. In comes Sanderson, bowls to Azad. He's going to pick up another run there, just slightly short of a length outside off stump, just dabbed it down wide of third slip, down towards Hutton at third man and jogs. A single. Azad on to 4, 14 for 1. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester, or shortly anyway. Yeah, they're 14 for 1, which means they trail still by 35 runs. The man out for the second time for his second duck in the match, the captain, Paul Horton, who padded up, didn't play a shot at his very first delivery that was going to go on and hit a middle stump, basically a really bad misjudgment by Horton. 0 for 1 then the Foxes. Hassan Azad, though, who passed 1,000 runs for the season in this match in the first innings, he's still there. He's 4 not out. He's been joined by Colin Ackerman, who is 9 not out. 14 for 1 then the Foxes, with half an hour to go before lunch. Back with you online. That first delivery from Hutton swung back into Azad and struck him a painful blow amidships. He's composed himself again though now, the young left-hander, and is facing as Hutton comes in. Bowls again to Azad, who is forward on off stump, head right over the ball. Foolish delivery, didn't swing in quite as much on off stump, pushed out into the offside by Azad, and there's no run. John Mallet, photographer, wandering in front of the scoreboard happily at the far side of the ground, getting a few good shots of Azad as he prepares to face Brett Hutton. 5.2 overs, 4 maidens, none for 4. Hutton at the moment. In he goes, bowls to Azad, who is shuffling down the pitch. Bangs, sees him coming, Hutton bangs it in, it swings away down the leg side, is ignored by Azad, and the ball is stopped by a quickly moving Rossington behind the stumps. No run. Wakely polishes the ball vigorously, gives it a really good shine before throwing it underarm all the way to Bracewell, who's at sort of wide mid-on, well, he's mid-wicket really, trying to cover both positions. Azad waits, bat raised, in goes Hutton, bowls to him, tucks the bat a long way inside the line of that one as it goes through outside off stump. A grunt of effort, almost a shout of effort from Hutton as he runs up, lets that one go. 14 for 1 remains the score. 35 of the deficit. Let's see. Oh, it's an update on the test match. Just showing the sort of highlights. An hour into play. They started at 11 in the test match. Why they didn't start at 10:30 as well, given the light situation, not quite sure. In goes Hutton and bowls. Azad is going to pick up 1 as he turns that one off square leg, down off the leg stump, down towards backward square, in from long leg Sprinsberg. Make sure that Azad is restricted to just the single, but he does pick up 1, moves on to 5, 15 for 1. 10.5 overs. The run rate then just 1.4, but as I say, no real blame attached to the Leicestershire batsmen. They're not being negative, they're just being bowled at so well by the Northamptonshire opening bowlers, Hutton and Sanderson. Hutton hasn't enjoyed any fortune yet in this spell though. In he goes to Ackerman, who is forward to a full delivery on middle and off stumps. Didn't swing quite as much as it has done earlier. Slightly angled bat sees the ball run out along the ground to Newton at point, and that is the end of Hutton's 6th over. None for 5, his figures, so the scoreboard's going nowhere, but a few overs going into his legs. That will be Leicestershire's viewpoint if we can get through this opening spell. Hopefully we'll start to get the odd ball to score off, but at the moment nothing much is coming their way in those terms. 15 for 1, Ackerman 9, Azad 5. Azad checks his guard Is it in the right position? Yes, says Billy Taylor, just half raising his finger in affirmation. Applause from the ever enthusiastic Keogh at mid-wicket. Applause of encouragement for Ben Sanderson, who has 1 for 9 from his 5 overs. He's going to go over the wicket, he's decided, to start with 2 Azad in this over. Bowls 2 Azad onto leg stump. Azad turns the ball out towards Keogh, trickles out to him. No chance of a single. One coming here, Benny, says somebody in the slips. Sanderson turns, in he comes, bowls to Azad. That one again is onto leg stump, bounces a little bit, it's a little bit short of a length, and Azad is in control as he turns that one down through sort of the fine leg area, down to fine leg, takes 1, jogs another single, moves on to 6. For 1, dealing mainly in edges and singles at the moment, Leicestershire's batsmen. They won't mind that as long as they're not losing wickets. In goes Sanderson and bowls. Good straight delivery to Ackerman, but he's equal to it, the South African. Defends it half forward on off stump, thick outside part of the bat. Ball squeezes out into the offside. No run. Down the slope comes Sanderson, bowls to Ackerman down the leg side, flicks the pad, goes down to fine leg, or did he get something on it? No, he got something on it. It was a thick inside part of the bat. Wasn't, on that basis, you wouldn't have thought too far from Rossington, but Rossington didn't really move, got just enough on it, Ackerman, and picks up 4, raced it away down to fine leg. Absolutely no chance for Bracewell, who was 30 yards away from the ball when it crossed the ropes. And Ackerman into double figures onto 13, 20 for 1. A little bit unlucky again for Sanderson. 1 for 14 for him, but an authentic leg glance by Ackerman. Although Sanderson has his hands on his hips, a magpie flies across us. Just one of them. Where's the other one? In goes Sanderson, bowls, bounces and swings past the outside edge. A lovely delivery, super response from Ben Sanderson, but again past the shoulder of the bat rather than, as he'd have hoped, clipping it on its way through to Adam Rossington. Frustrating for the bowler. Conceded a couple of 4s. The good balls that are beating the bat aren't taking the edge. In goes Sanderson, bowls a fuller delivery, played back down the wicket to Sanderson, who picks up the ball in his follow-through and threatens to hurl the ball at the stumps. Ackerman, though, was going no way. He was deep in his crease, just looks back levelly at Sanderson, who doesn't bother throwing it, hands the ball to Keogh because it's the end of the over. 20 for 1 at Leicestershire after 12 overs of hard going for their batsmen, but they've reduced their deficit then to 29, and these two have seen off the opening spell at least of Brett Hutton. 6 overs, I think it was for 5 runs in the end for Hutton, but he's now being replaced by Gareth Berg. Yes, 6 overs, 4 maidens, none for 5 for Brett Hutton. He's going to have a little bit of a blow. And Gareth Berg, who took a wicket with his very first ball in Northamptonshire colours in the first innings, is going to have a go from the opposite end, though this time he's going to have a go from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Hassan Azad, who looks around him, sees that short leg has gone to very conventional backward square. Bracewell's starting to warm up as well, as Berg rather lopes in and bowls to Azad, who is half forward as ever. Thick inside part of the bat, pushes the ball out towards Bracewell, who's at a straightish mid-wicket. and there's no run. Bergin again, past umpire Pollard, bowls to Azad, again onto leg stump, turns his wrists on that one firmly, but again doesn't really time it, and it trickles out towards Bracewell, comes in and throws the ball hard to Rossington before backing into his position. Still got the 3 slips, understandably, only 20 for 1. As Berg turns in and bowls. One bounces a little bit more than Azad thought it was going to. Little twitch on the back foot as he defended that one off stump out into the offside. No run. Chatting to that gentleman.
Yeah, Northamptonshire chairman's here, Gavin Warren.
Thought I recognised him. Slightly distinctive figure. In goes Berg and bowls, and that one bounces and it's caught at first slip. It bounces, and again Berg has worked the oracle for Northampton in his first over. Not with his first ball this time, but it bounced and left Azad. He had a little sort of flick at it, came off the blade of the bat, went through at about chest high to Wakely at first slip, and he took a good two-handed catch. So Azad got a really difficult delivery there, and he couldn't quite deal with it, and the second breakthrough of the morning has come for Northampton. Leicestershire still haven't wiped out the lead, and they are 20 for 2.
Yeah, with the addition of Berg and Bracewell, Northampton do have some good variety in their attack, don't they? Because Hutton and Sanderson, well, certainly in the case of Hutton, very much a swing bowler. Has quite a low arm and sort of skids the ball through, but Berg, stark contrast. Taller fella, gets a much higher arm and hits the pitch a bit more, and that's what's done for Azad there. The ball has just climbed and has gloved it, I think, to Wakely. It was clung on to a solid chance to his right, and the obstacle in the first innings removed cheaply here. Again, has got through a reasonable amount of time, but hasn't quite seen off the new ball, and Northampton's absolutely delighted here. Still have an advantage of 29 on first innings, and Leicestershire 2 down.
I'm not sure whether it was blade of the bat or glove. I'll have to see the replay of that one, but I thought it
certainly climbed it. He tried to ride it, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Either way, it was good work by Berg. It looks as though, as you say, he's going to bring something to the Northampton attack. Certainly something an optional difference, a real difference. Brings out Cosgrove, and if they can pick up Cosgrove before the lead is wiped out and before lunch, then Northampton really would feel they are right on top here. They are at the moment. Leicestershire effectively minus 29 for 2 as Berg goes in, bowls to Cosgrove down the leg side though, and it swings away. Cosgrove gestures at the ball as much as anything with the bat. Really push at it, and it was taken by Rossington, moving away to his right. It was interesting to note that as soon as that wicket fell, 3 Northampton players sprinted for the lose at the far end in the Turner Indoor Centre, so drinks had rather gone through them this morning, it seems. In goes Berg and bowls to Cosgrove outside off stump, and I was going to describe it as a dismissive leave, but it's almost contemptuous from Cosgrove. There's a sort of element of disgust about the way he lets that one go through. Right, replay is up now. Let's have a look at this delivery from Berg.
Curious.
No, it was a flick of the bat. It came off the blade, as I thought. Not the great shot from Azad. There was the bounce there, but he did still flick at it, didn't he?
Yeah, the bounce has sort of thrown him off what he was trying to do, really, and it slid off the top part of the blade, and he's comfy catch in the end. It rather looped. Yeah, he could have sort of left it on length in the end.
He could.
Just bounced, and I think he was trying to get the bat out of the way. Here is Sanderson, far end to Ackerman, full of length outside the off stump and let go. He was initially thought about letting it go, and then the bounce has just caused him to react late, I think, and trying to get the bat up, and that's why it appears he has sort of steered it the first slip. Comfortable catch by Wakely to his right, and a big blow for Northants to take here before lunch. Still got 13 minutes of the session remaining as Sanderson is in, and Ackerman gets one that rolls along the floor, but it misses the off stump, and that's been the saving grace of batsmen in the last couple of days, that when the ball has shot through low, it has been from outside the off stump. Ackerman was right back on his stumps there. I think he did misread the length anyway, but that really skidded through. Ackerman is still there, battling away on 13, but has not looked comfortable at all. Sanderson into a 7th over here from the Bennett end, comes in past the umpire, and Ackerman lets one go just outside the off stump. Full length delivery, but just wide enough to allow that to pass through to Adam Rossington. He'll be grinning away behind the stumps as Northants move into a really good position in the game. Still lead by 29. 2 wickets down in this Leicestershire second innings. Ackerman, very wide stance, bends at the knee. Sanderson goes wide on the bowling crease, angles one in, just short of a length, and Ackerman is back to steer it away out towards Newton. A backward point for no run. Still 3 slips in place. There's no third man now. Northants did begin straight away with a third man, but not in place now. Point extra cover. Catching mid-wicket is in place for Ackerman. Orthodox mid-on square leg. And Bracewell just been moved a bit finer here at long leg, almost directly beneath us now. A couple of times the ball has gone very quickly down to the fine leg fence. Bracewell trying to cover a bit more ground to his right hand side as Sanderson comes in again from the far end, and this is clipped in the air but wide of that short mid wicket by Ackerman, and they will jog back here for the second run. Curran goes across from square leg across the edge of the square to collect. Come back for a second run, but Ackerman was chipping that one in the air. That's why Gareth Berg has been stationed in that position. And that one that just pops up as it did there, but it was wide enough of Berg for a couple of runs. And Adam Rossington has just gone up to have a word here with Gareth Berg at short mid wicket. And between he and Curran, they're going to sort themselves out in 2 catching fieldsmen now up on the leg side. Curran's gone a bit wider, a bit tighter. Sanderson goes in again. Ackerman lets one go outside the off stump. That carries nicely through to Rossington around about hip height. So end of the over. Sanderson has got through 7 overs so far. 2 maidens, 1 for 16. Outstanding start for he. Hutton also very good with the new ball at this pavilion end. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 5. But the change of bowling has worked because Berg has got the second breakthrough with the wicket of Hassan Azad. So Ackerman's there on 15. Cosgrove here to score. 22 for 2, the Foxes trail by 27.
Absolutely the key partnership, you feel now, isn't it? If Northants can break it early, they'll be a long way down the road to winning this game. You feel Berg into Cosgrove, who is tucked up a little bit by a ball that swings back in and hurries him, but gets plenty of bat on it as he defends that one deep in his crease out into the offside, and there's no run. 17 still the deficit. Perfectly possible, perfectly possible for Northants to win this today. They can break through quickly. In goes Berg, bowls to Cosgrove, who's taking his bottom hand off the bat as that one swings and bounces up towards him and whacked into his fingers. On his left hand, of course, being a left-hander, that's his bottom hand. He walks away, doesn't take his glove off straight away. Now he takes his glove off and examines his nails. Might have a blackened one as a consequence later on. Shakes his hand, but he's not calling for the physio. But again, that extra little bit of bounce and fizz, if you like, from Berg, who only lopes up to the wicket, but it's a nice whippy action. And he gets that little bit extra. In he goes and bowls foolish to Cosgrove, who drives back firmly, in a brilliant piece of fielding by Berg in his follow through, flinging himself to his right as he fell away to his left. Somehow managed to fling himself to his right and stop the ball. That would have raced away for 4 down to the straight boundary almost directly behind umpire Pollard.
He was hurried though, sort of jumping forward to play the drive there.
Berg impressing at the moment. In he goes, bowls to Cosgrove, and it swings and hits the pad and bounces down towards fine leg. Leg by, I'm sure, will be signalled. Is signalled by umpire Pollard. Movement again for Berg, who gestures at his long leg to come up now because the right-handed Ackerman will be on strike. Cosgrove not yet off the mark then. Leg by. A cruise to the Leicestershire cause. 23 for 2. Ackerman 15. Tense cricket, and the Northants sensing, one feels, their opportunity here and doing their very, very utmost to take it. They are taking it as things stand. 23 for 2 with both openers back in the hutch. In goes Berg, bowls to Colin. Ackerman full, squares him up, thick outside edge, runs down to third man for 4, and Berg can't believe the injustice of it. He did, in fairness, bring his long leg, what would have been third man for the right-hander, up for that, and he found the outside edge and it ran away past third slip for 4. So Ackerman has moved on to 19. Not many of his boundaries have been entirely convincing. There was a good authentic leg glance off Sanderson, but plenty off the edge as well. But the South African is still there. 27 for 2. The deficit now 22, and Berg sends his man back to third man and comes in, bowls again to Ackerman, who defends on the back foot off stump out into the offside, picked up by Newton running to his right at point, and that is the over. Done. 27 for 2. Ackerman 19. Cosgrove yet to score. How long until lunch? 6 minutes, so 2 more overs potentially, you would have thought.
Elsewhere, Durham have made the breakthrough at Lords, and that's an exciting game down there. Middlesex chasing 196, they're 100 for 4 now. So with the breakthrough, Durham back in the game, still 97 to get for Middlesex, so at least one more partnership needed there. Worcester building their lead to a nice margin at New Road against Glamorgan. They're 2 for 8 for 6 now, so a better day so far for Glamorgan, but still the lead grows. 260. And if Worcestershire can put it above 300, they'll be big favourites there in the 4th innings of the match. Lancashire 3, 4, 2 for 5, so the lead almost into 3 figures now over Derbyshire at Old Trafford. Victory for Lancashire could see them promoted this week. As Doug Bracewell here takes over from Sanderson at the Bennett end of the ground. Comes into Cosgrove with 3 slips, and Cosgrove is smashing his first ball away to the covers for 4. It was a wide loosener, and Cosgrove punished it well.
That must kill a captain, really. You've had Sanderson bowling so well from that end and giving the batsman absolutely nothing, and Bracewell comes on and serves up a nice juicy long hop outside off stump, and Cosgrove's in touch, we saw in the first innings, and needed no second invitation to crash that one away.
7 overs, 2 maids, 1 for 16, the opening burst from Sanderson. Outstanding stuff. Sussex ball out for 370 at Bristol, so they, like Northants, have 4 batting bonus points, but more importantly there, they've got a huge lead of 170. A lot of work for the Gloucesters to do to get back into the game there. Here is Bracewell again, down the hill he comes, and Cosgrove is trying to force again off the back foot, this time no timing, off the toe of the bat, down towards mid-off for no run.
Come on, the Gloucesters, we don't want at least save the game.
Yeah, Sussex have got work to do to get back into the promotion race.
Yeah,
but they're still very much in touch, particularly with results to an extent above them going their way. Apart from this one here for the moment, as Bracewell is in and Cosgrove is angling one down to third man, staying very late, opening the blade and steering it to Keogh, who's down beneath us now at third man. Cosgrove goes to 5, 32 for 2, still trailing by 17 here. Leicestershire at Trembridge, Notts, well, what can they do? Chasing 440. So much time left in the game. Impossible task, really. But they're 87 for 4. So Kent have got into their work early there and should win that one today, you would think. Yorkshire also facing a very stiff challenge at Taunton. as Bracewell comes into Ackham for the first time, and he lets a length ball go outside the off stump. Yorkshire chasing 4-2-6 at Taunton, 18 for 1 they are, so Somerset on their way to a big victory, which will put them top of the county championship, because Essex aren't going to win it. Edgbaston you wouldn't have thought, because they conceded 5-1-7 against Warwickshire, and they're 114 but 2 in reply. Hampshire still going in their second innings against Surrey at the Ageas Bowl, 405 for 8, and the lead over Surrey is 3-9-2 as Bracewell bowls again. Down the leg side, flicked in the air for a long time, but bouncing short of Keogh at long leg beneath us, and they go through for a single. Takes Ackerman to 20, 33 for 2. So the game's bubbling up nicely around the country, and in the Test match, England sent into bat, but going well. 63 for 1 they are. Joe Denley the man out for England there. Pat Cummings with the wicket for Australia.
Burns survived a review, didn't he? Or reviewed a leg before, I think.
Bracewell to Cosgrove. Cosgrove flicks one leg side. Good save from Berg at square leg. That was bouncing awkwardly in front of him. But it gets across, palms the ball away, and there is no run to end the 16th over of this Leicestershire second innings. They're 33 for 2. Cosgrove is 5, Ackerman is 20. And the deficit is 16. This morning Northampton's ball out for 3-5-7. So they were able to add a few more to their overnight score. They added, what did they add in the end? 32 in 8.2 overs to take a lead of 49.
So Ackerman will start off facing the final over before lunch. In goes Berg and bowls to him, and he's leaning forward, defending a foolish delivery on off stump out into the offside. There is no run. 3 slips. Has got the third man now, Berg. Newton at point. Big gap in the covers. Like Ackerman to go for the drive. The applauding Keogh at mid-off. In goes Berg and bowls slightly short down the leg side. Tries to turn it on its way. Ackerman doesn't get anything on that. And a rather nice take by Rossington low to his left, one-handed. Long leg, very wide down there. Doug Bracewell in front of a little knot of spectators. Again, why would he kind of choose to sit there when you can get almost behind the bowler's arm? But why be at wide mid-wicket? In goes Berg, outside off stump, a leave. It looked like it came back a little bit and bounced a little bit as well, and Ackerman let it go through. It wasn't too far from the corner of off stump, well, the very top of off stump. 33 for 2, the deficit 16 as the lunch approaches. Northampton on top at the moment. One more before lunch, very much so. In goes Berg and bowls to Ackerman, who is all studious defence to that delivery on off stump, dropping it out into the offside. And there's no run. 5 wickets then have fallen this morning. The last 3 of the Northamptonshire innings, the first 2 of Leicestershire's second dig. Leaves Northamptonshire with their noses very much in front, but still with plenty of work to do as Berg goes in and bowls to Ackerman. That one again might just have rolled his fingers across that one slightly on off stump, making Ackerman play, and Ackerman did play, was equal to it, defended it solidly out into the offside. 1 ball left then until lunch on day 3 of this absorbing Division 2 County Championship match between the 2 Midlands counties. In goes Berg and bowls full outside off stump, swinging away for a second. It looked as though Ackerman might be tempted. Not with lunch approaching though. He lifted his bat over the line of the ball, and that is lunch. Leicestershire will take it in their second innings on 33 for 2, still trailing Northamptonshire on first innings by 16 runs. We will be back with you on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Northampton in around about 40 minutes time. You can watch the last half hour of the morning's play in the Northamptonshire and give their bowlers the chance to put Northants under pressure in their second innings. Northamptonshire were bowled extremely well this morning to see the end of Paul Horton and Hassan Azad, and one of their bowlers who took a wicket first thing this morning, Ben Sanderson, who picked up the wicket of Horton, is going to open proceedings this afternoon. He's going to open proceedings bowling from the Bennett end down the slope on a slightly grey but nonetheless pleasantly warm afternoon. In he comes and bowls to Cosgrove's, an appeal for leg before, because it came jagging back in, or swinging back in to the left-hander, who was very late on the shot. So late, in fact, I suspect that he missed it. It bounced out off the pads towards gully, but if anything, it probably did a little bit too much and may have been swinging down the leg side. Cosgrove was sort of hopping back and behind him, back to the leg side in his crease a little bit there, and the swing is still there for Sanderson. 1 for 16 for him. Turns. He's coming around the wicket to the left hand and bowls to Cosgrove, who is much more equal to that one. Slightly short, just outside off stump, and from the back foot Cosgrove gets up onto his toes and deflects the ball deliberately down through the vacant gully area, down to third man. Picks up one, has a smiling word with Ben Sanderson as he reaches the far end. So Cosgrove has 6, Ackerman 20, 34 for 2. We were talking to the players. I had a chat to Harry Swindells during the lunch interval, and he confirmed that 2 balls hit the stumps this morning and neither dislodged an off bail. We were pretty sure about one, we weren't too sure about the other, as back over the wicket comes Sanderson to bowl to Ackerman outside off stump, lifts his bat, lets it go through. Hutton's first ball as a batsman, bowled by Will Davis, didn't just hit off stump according to Harry Swindells, it, quote, smashed it. And again, the bail didn't move an iota. One of the strange laws of physics, or whether maybe the balls aren't quite as heavy, I don't know. But it does happen. In goes Sanderson and bowls to Ackerman, not too far outside off stump, but sufficiently far for Ackerman to let the ball go through. And apparently Wright bowled a delivery later on to presumably Sanderson, and also clipped a bail, and again it didn't come off. Strange things are happening. I think that was a Toy Story song, wasn't it? Strange things are happening. But you're not a Toy Story aficionado, Alex Finch, are you?
I enjoy the films. Yeah. Can't recall that line.
Sanderson in, bowls to Ackerman straighter, but Ackerman waiting in his crease, defends with a nice high left elbow. Straight off middle stump out towards mid-on, and there's no run. It was the song. Strange things. Oh.
Is it? I don't know. I've no idea.
I think it was to do with Buzz Lightyear, but anyway. There you go. The wind has changed. It is much more from the south now, looking at the flags and being out there, and it is much warmer. In goes Sanderson and bowls, again very straight, but leaning forward. Ackerman, his left foot stays on the popping crease and his right foot goes backwards, so he's leaning forward, but as I say, you wouldn't say he was playing a forward defensive shot as he defends that one out. And the onside, end of the first over. Appeal off the first ball, first over after lunch that is, rejected by umpire Taylor. Leicestershire 34 for 2, trail by 15 now on first innings.
You've Got a Friend in Me, that's the title song, isn't it?
It is indeed. Randy Newman, can't remember who sung the songs.
Yeah, that rings a bell, rings a bell. So Hutton, so insistent in that opening burst. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 5. Now refreshed after lunch. Comes in again from the pavilion end. Bowls to Mark Cosgrove, but 2 straight and clipped in front of square leg. For a couple of runs here, Newton is sort of waddling after it. Yeah, he never gets too far off the ground with his running style as Newton. Down the slope he goes, and they come back for a comfortable second run.
I was wondering which verb you were going to use. I would favour trundling, but you went for waddling.
Cosgrove to 8, 36 for 2.
The upper body sort of stays quite still, doesn't it? And the little legs sort of move quite slowly underneath it. Bless.
Deficit of 13. 3 slips in place. Third man back straight away here. Good move for Cosgrove. He likes to run the ball down. 4 saving a single in front of the bat as Hutton goes in outside the off stump here, and Cosgrove just leans across and lets it go through. Long leg backwards square, and this wide mid-off come mid-wicket is in place. Cloudy afternoon. Hutton turning down beneath us in front of the members. It's resuming from there, luncheon as well. In front of the pavilion, up goes Hutton once more. And Cosgrove is driving and is caught behind this, and there's an appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Hutton wasn't convinced. They were behind the bat. I never thought Hutton was. Wheeled away towards mid-wicket. Sort of raised a hopeful arm, really, then turned round. And umpire Paul Pollard kept his hands by his side. But Cosgrove driving there at a full delivery to a ball that maybe just held its line away from the left-hander. Carried low through to Rossington. But Hutton, who's probed away to such great effect so far, still yet to strike. Big wickets here of Mark Cosgrove, literally and metaphorically, as Hutton is in again. And this is a slash and a miss outside the off stump now from Cosgrove. Offered a bit of width. Wasn't quite the length to try the cut stroke perhaps, but it was wide, and Cosgrove can generally rock back and latch onto anything with a bit of width to crash it away. Missed out here. .36 for 2. Up goes Hutton again. Into the wicket, and Cosgrove letting it go. Foot outside the off stump, some very gentle swing after the ball had passed the bat, I fancy here. Into the gloves of Adam Rossington by his right hip. But Hutton, who beat the bats of Ackerman in particular with regularity in that opening burst, took him 5 overs to concede any runs at all. Very good opening burst. Hutton was impressive in the first innings. 3 for 62 he picked up. Goes away from us again, and Cosgrove is in his crease, dabbing one down here towards square leg. The ball runs very slowly towards Gareth Berg in there, and the over comes to an end. 36 for 2. Leicestershire still trail Northants by 13 runs, and the men out to Horton for a golden duck, completing a 3-ball pair for him in the match. Poor week for the Leicestershire skipper, and Azad gone for 6.
One or two Leicestershire supporters asking whether Paul Horton will be captaining the side next season. I don't believe a decision has been taken for sure as yet. We'll check at the end of the game, but I don't think so. Decision, that is. Sanderson will continue this South Yorkshire attack. Down the slope he comes and bowls 2. Ackerman goes past the outside edge again. And just turns, eyebrows raised away from Ackerman. Sanderson, Sheffield born, Hutton Doncaster born, I think so. I don't know how far they are. Maybe no more than about 20 miles between those two.
Yeah, not far.
Fine. I was going to say cities, but Doncaster's a town, isn't it? Sheffield's certainly a city. In comes Sanderson, bowls 2 Ackerman, who's leaning forward. The ball is defended back down the pitch. It runs into the stumps at the far end. I don't think the reaching Sanderson got a finger to it. Either way, Cosgrove was back in his ground. Bails come off. It's okay, he hit them at the bottom, it seems.
Doncaster should be pretty lively this week. The St Leger Festival taking place.
Is it? Is that the first classic of the flat season?
No, it's the last one.
The last.
Yeah.
In goes, of course it is. In goes Sanderson, bowls outside off stump, swings away, but allowed to do so by Ackerman. Of course it is the summer season.
Starts with the Guineas at Newmarket in May, and then the Oaks and the Derby take place at the very start of July, and a bit of a wait until the St Leger here in September.
You're a bit of a horse racing aficionado.
I like my racing, yeah, not as much on the flat.
indeed. In goes Sanderson, bowls, and it's a big slash from Ackerman, and didn't get anything on it. Went through to Rossington, swung away again. Didn't get up too high that time. It was taken on the bounce by Rossington, diving right across in front of first slip. Continues to be hard work for these two Leicestershire batsmen. Indication from Cosgrove as he chunters away to Billy Taylor. And there's movement there, swing. Continues to be on offer. Sanderson tells Newton to go in a little closer at square leg, then comes into bowl to Ackerman. That one carried through nicely, but it was too wide. And there's no run. Now I like the jumps as well, steeplechasing. Don't know too much about the flats. They come and go so quickly.
They do, yeah.
Sprinters, don't they? That you never
it's more of a
know.
business rather than a sport. The flat game, and promising horses are whisked off to stud rather too quickly.
Just don't get a chance to get to sort of know them, whereas the steeplechasers tend to be around an awful lot longer.
They do, yeah.
Sanderson in, bowls to Ackerman, again outside off stump, taken low by Rossington after Ackerman lifts his bat and lets it go through. 36 for 2, a slightly less threatening over for once from Sanderson, simply because just a couple were a little bit too wide and Ackerman could leave. He's still beaten twice in the over, however, he survives. He is on 20. As a tougher 20 is made for some little time, I suspect. 36 for 2 with Cosgrove on 8.
Yeah, it'll be next month when the jump season really starts clicking into gear. Sutton turns down beneath us and goes away. So bowled to Cosgrove, the left-hander, with 3 slips, and Cosgrove letting one go just outside the off stump. They were racing at Leicester yesterday or Tuesday. Not too far from here, is it? Just south of the Ring Road.
About a mile away.
Yeah.
Maybe a mile and a half.
You never got to Leicester.
You know, I'm ashamed to say I haven't been to the Leicester racecourse either. Basically because I'm fairly busy in the summer, but and I'm not here in the winter, but it is only a mile away from where I live.
36 for 2 here, and Hutton going in again. Cosgrove driving, edging, short, I think, of second slip, or was it another chance to Richard Levy? Hutton turns away in frustration. My instinct was it didn't carry down low. Put one down in the first innings, down low to his left hand. This was down low to his right hand. Cosgrove driving hard at the ball. We've not seen too many chances to the slip scored and throughout this match so far. But Cosgrove on 8, potentially put down by Richard Levy off Brett Hutton. It was that combination that the chance was spilled off George Rhodes on the first afternoon. Hutton is in again, and Cosgrove on the back foot is easing this out towards extra cover. Berg comes across to collect, and there is no run. Sorry, Bracewell comes across there to collect, and there's no run. What do you reckon?
I'm with you in that I didn't think initially it had carried, but it was just Hutton's reaction was, it could have been just frustration that it didn't carry rather than that it had been put down, but there was a distinct indication that it might just have made it to Levy. And Levy's sort of body language continues to be that it might just have made it.
Hutton goes away from us once more and struck on the pad this time. Cosgrove, huge appeal and gone. So, chance or not, it matters not now, because Hutton has got his man, a full delivery, an in-swinger to Cosgrove, whose weight was outside the line of the ball. And Hutton's done it with an in-swinger. Cosgrove has gone for 8. And big trouble for Leicestershire now, still 13 behind, now 3 down, 36 for 3.
Yeah, and 3 big wickets as well, particularly those of Azad and now Cosgrove, who looked in good touch in the first innings, but certainly since lunch he's struggled, hadn't he? He'd played and missed at a couple. There was a good leg before shout the very first ball. He'd edged one either very low to Levy or just short of him the previous delivery, and that one swinging back in palpably leg before wicket. And well, that really does expose Leicestershire's middle order and tail straight away. George Rhodes coming in now, who's obviously in decent touch. He's unbeaten 61 in the first innings, but Took a long time to get going, wasn't always entirely convincing. It wasn't a sort of unbeaten 61 you thought, whoa, this chap looks as though he could be a really productive run scorer.
Yeah,
he grew into the innings a little bit.
He did, yeah. I think the Northampton analyst worked out that he'd played and missed 49 times.
Wow.
He's got one thing right. He's not nicking them.
He faced about 160 balls in that innings.
He did, didn't
he? So
he was out there for a good amount of time in the first innings. Will hopefully be feeling confident.
That's a high percentage.
That's for his first innings runs, but yeah.
Hopefully hasn't, from Leicestershire's point of view, hasn't used up all his luck in that very first innings, and he'll have a long and productive career. He starts a 3-year contract in October. Currently on loan from Worcestershire.
Yeah, he looked competent enough in that first innings to suggest that there's something to work with here. But should have been caught on 12, could have been caught by Levy, which would have changed the complexion of things in the match really, because it was a vital innings to push Leicestershire up beyond 300. And what can he do here to repel Northants, who at the moment are showing great signs here with the ball, aren't they? 3 down Leicestershire without wiping off the deficit, which still stands at 13, and now an extra catcher going in as well. 4 orthodox slips in place. Third man comes up. There's a point extra cover mid-on, square leg, long leg. Hutton goes into the right-handed George Rhodes, and Rhodes is playing and missing in the first delivery. Did he just get the bat inside the line, or was it after the bat had passed, after the ball had passed rather?
It's very hard to tell, isn't it? A gesture from the batsman. He did pull the bat inside the line. Looking at that replay of the Cosgrove leg before, yeah, very much leg before. Swung back in from off towards middle as Cosgrove tried to work it into the leg side.
So Hutton finally has reward, and he goes in to complete the over full of length, and Rhodes blocks it back up towards him. And the over comes to an end, but success for Brett Hutton, who has been outstanding really. He and Sanderson.
Yeah, thoroughly deserved.
Yeah.
Thoroughly deserved.
Last year they at times proven it an irresistible new ball pairing really. Northampton really started to find form with the bat to back them up later on in the campaign. That's why they had a poor season. But here, this term, back on it again. Batsmen have scored enough. And Hutton and Sanderson have capitalised. 36 for 3, Leicestershire still trail by 13. And you feel now much rests with this man Ackerman to try and push Leicestershire into the lead.
Sanderson in from the Bennett end, bowls to Ackerman, who gets a swinging, slightly lifting delivery outside off stump, who raises his bat over the line of the ball and wanders forward to do a spot of gardening. Yeah, they could be about to, well, they could be in the process of bowling Northamptonshire into the first division. These 2 South Yorkshiremen. It's nothing complicated about it, is there? There's just, in he goes, Sanderson, and bowls, and Ackerman gets a straight-ish delivery, threatens to shape, but he's well behind it on middle and off. They know their game. They're strong men. They don't try and bowl too fast though. It's about movement, and it's so important. It's movement at a decent pace, more than decent pace sometimes, but it's not express, but it's a lively sort of medium fast, but super swing when it's there to be had. They hit the pitch hard when they need to. They don't give many 4 balls. In goes Sanderson and bowls, and that is a little bit short onto the hip of Ackerman, who goes back and turns it down towards deep square. Newton slides, picks up, flicks the ball up to the incoming Berg at long leg, and Berg completes the fielding with the throw, but there was always going to be 3 in those circumstances, especially with Rhodes, one of the runners.
Yeah.
And he scampered in to make his ground.
Yeah, it was good running. Scampered back.
Now, Sanderson talking to Keogh about, well, Keogh's making a suggestion about the field, but Newton is coming in from backward square to forward square as Sanderson comes in and bowls to Rhodes, who is half forward, Bat and pad close together, defending solidly enough back down the pitch to Ben Sanderson. He's also got a shortish mid-wicket. I think it's Bracewell. Recognising from that tattoo on his left forearm now. Tell me it isn't now.
No, I think that's Berg with the tattoo on his left forearm.
Okay.
Bracewell has, this is Keogh down here at long leg.
He's down here now.
His sweater on, yeah.
In goes Sanderson and bowls and plays slightly across his front pad, defending slightly across his front pad.
We saw yesterday, didn't we, Keogh having a bit of trouble with his back, and he was saying that he occasionally has some lower back trouble, and said he had a bit of a spasm yesterday. So I think that's why he's just been probably taken out of the firing line and moved down here to long leg.
It may be that his off spin, which wasn't required in the first innings, won't be required, or wasn't called upon, but other than for a couple of overs, wasn't it? In the first innings, as Sanderson is in and playing very late and on the back foot to a foolish delivery there. Rhodes got some bat on it, bounced a couple of times, was stopped tumbling at fourth slip, I think, Hutton there in the end, and having stopped the ball, picks himself up, takes off his Northants sweater and cap, hands them to umpire Pollard, and heads back to the start of his run-up. 10 overs for Sanderson now, 1 for 20. Probably bowled almost better than that. Pretty good figures, but deserving of a couple.
So Hutton to continue. Going away from us into Ackerman on 23, and Ackerman defends, a straight delivery in the crease. Back up towards the bowler for no run. So a deficit of 10 still here for Leicestershire. They've just got to get a partnership together. Good bowling conditions here, floodlights on, good layer of cloud. Breeze blowing quite firmly from the south, which can sometimes throw bowlers off course. And Hutton largely running into it here. Up he goes, and bowls a full delivery, which is driven away by Ackerman. Not perfectly timed, but the ball runs across the square, down the slope, and may beat Newton here to the fence. He slides and just hauls it back into play. But they're going to run 4, I fancy. In fact, Newton has decided that it's gone for 4 anyway, which is rather generous. They were on the cusp of running 4 anyway, so it matters not. Long old chase for Newton for nothing.
I don't think he fancied the throw, really.
Well, yes. The ball ran so far across the square as well, which helped it skip away down the hill there, and Newton not the quickest. So Ackerman picks up a pleasant boundary, goes to 27, 43 for 3, and the deficit to 6 now.
News from the ECB. Sir Andrew Strauss has been appointed chair of its cricket committee. He leads the committee in helping to ensure there is a thriving professional game at the heart of the sport, which includes monitoring and developing the delivery of men's professional cricket.
Hutton is in again, and Ackerman is again back in his crease, defending a length ball this time, pushing back up once more to the bowler's right hand for no run.
I may be wrong, but I think Strauss in the past has said stuff about reduction in the number of counties. But update time.
Here is Hutton past the stumps, full of length and clipped away for 4.
I'm afraid the Foxes have lost another wicket, that of Mark Cosgrove, an important wicket for Leicestershire as well. Cosgrove, the Australian, pinned leg before wicket by an in-swinger from Brett Hutton for 8, made the score 36 for 3, still trailing by 13 runs on first innings at that stage. Ackerman, though, is still there. Colin Ackerman, that is the South African. He's 31 not out. He's picked up a couple of 4s recently, beginning to play with a certain amount of fluency. He's been joined by debutant George Rhodes, who made an unbeaten 61 in his first innings, an appeal turned down there against Ackerman. 47 for 3, the Foxes. They still trail by 2 runs, though. They're going to need an awful lot more to try and put Northamptonshire under pressure in their second innings. They're 47 for 3. Having been clipped through long on for a rather pleasant 4, that was a great response from Hutton. bouncing outswinger that sounded maybe a little bit of noise. It interested the slips, but Hutton's appeal a bit delayed.
Hutton once more, completing the over here, and again beating the bat. Ackerman desperately trying to get the hands inside the line, but that zipped through. The occasional ball has just zipped through off this wicket. At times it's been quite easy paced, but a few have zipped through, as that does there to beat the bat. Hutton continues to excel. 47 for 3, one each for Berg, Sanderson, Hutton so far for Northants.
Sanderson will continue. Sniffing blood, Northamptonshire. 2 shortish mid-wickets as he comes in and bowls to Rhodes, who is half forward, defending on off stump, dropping it out into the offside. There's no run. Well, he's proved he has considerable powers of concentration, George Rhodes. With that 61 not out, he was at the crease for the best part of 3 hours, one way or another. Faced a lot of balls, didn't hit them all. In goes Sanderson, bowls to him, then he's going to get off the mark there with a thick outside edge. Played with soft hands. Don't think you'd necessarily say he was guiding it wide of third slip. It was an authentic edge, but the bat was angled down, and he'll say that it was a perfectly legitimate boundary. He's off the mark with it, and Leicestershire are ahead. They lead by 2 at the moment, so they're effectively 2 for 3 in their second innings, and from now on, of course, Northamptonshire, these runs will have to be scored. No worries at the moment, but once it gets, if Leicestershire were able to get, I don't know, 150, 200 ahead, something to think about.
Third man goes back now.
In goes Sanderson, and again Rhodes is defending with a slightly angled bat down towards backward point. That said, the pitch today, that there have been 1 or 2 stayed low, but it has not as many as yesterday at the moment, and if anything it seems to have perhaps even settled down a touch.
Yeah, fourth innings targets are always tricky, regardless of the situation, but this pitch has played pretty well so far.
Berg beginning to warm up again as Sanderson down the slope to Rhodes, who again gets a straight delivery, just starts to shape away, but half a step forward and then leans into the defensive push. No run. Wanders down, prods the pitch, goes back, remarks his guard. No name or number on the back of his Leicestershire shirt, of course. Probably hasn't chosen his number as yet. Sanderson in, bowls to him, and he's late on that one in his leg before wicket. Came back in and there was no foot movement, and I think he knew his fate. Didn't get up too high. He was absolutely planted on the crease, and having made a first-class career best in the first innings, George Rhodes can't repeat the feat. He's gone leg before wicket for 4. Leicestershire are 51 for 4, effectively 2 for 4.
And that one did just appear to skid through a little bit, but he was caught in the crease. I think he misread the length. Full delivery from Sanderson. Not really one to get too much bounce normally. I mentioned it earlier on about sort of the skiddy styles of Sanderson and Hutton. And that slid on into the front pad, and I think it was a fairly straightforward decision for umpire Billy Taylor. So Northants all over Leicestershire in this second innings. They weren't quite at their best on day 1. I would probably feel that Leicestershire got maybe 52 more in the first innings, but making amends quickly here second time around. A lead of only 2, 4 down. Northants at the moment on course for victory, you have to say.
Very much so. There were those at our table at lunchtime who queried the necessity of filling in the order form for tomorrow, and they were of the Leicestershire persuasion. Understandably, they've seen quite a lot of the Foxes this season, and you can now perhaps see why. Not all over yet, though.
They won't be the only batting lineup to slide against this quality of bowling, though. I don't think there's been, certainly apart from Horn, I don't think there's been too much batsman error about the dismissals so far. Sanderson and Hutton right at it, and Sanderson here with his second wicket. And may now have gone through to 50 for the season, Ben Sanderson. He does. No, sorry, 49. 49 for Sanderson for the campaign. Just one of the first innings. Set to reach the milestone yet again.
It was 60 last season, wasn't it?
Yeah, the joint 5th highest tally in the country.
In he comes and bowls to Neil Dexter, who steps forward and leaves. And the suggestion from Sanderson, it was rather closer than perhaps it was, but at least Neil Dexter avoids a king pair. He has survived his first ball, and he wanders down to talk to his fellow South African, Colin Ackerman. He knows it's going to be tough out there. The ball is swinging, and it's in the hands of two extremely proficient practitioners of the art of swing bowling, in Brett Hutton and Ben Sanderson. 51 for 4. Sun threatens to come back out.
It is, yeah, a bit brighter now. Hutton's going away from us, goes into Ackerman, who's on 31, and Ackerman gets one zipping by his outside edge again. He just about keeps the bat inside the line, and it goes through to Rossington. Elsewhere, Worcestershire have pushed their lead over 300 against Glamorgan at New Road. 291 for 7 they are, lead of 303. So Worcestershire big favourites to go on and win that game. Still a nip-tuck affair at Lords. Middlesex again just about back on top. 121 for 5, chasing 196 as Hutton goes in once more, and Ackerman across his stumps is defending from the crease down towards mid-on. Gloucestershire 24 without loss in their second innings against Sussex at Bristol. A long way behind their on first innings, 170 the deficit to try and wipe out. Lancashire building a massive lead against Derbyshire at Old Trafford. They've taken 4 batting bonus points there. They're 386 for 6 and lead Derbyshire by 142. So they've got plenty of work for Derby to do in the latter part of that game to save it, you would think, as Hutton is in and Ackerman again is across his stumps and playing a length delivery down to mid-on for no run. And Notts 120 for 6 at Trent Bridge, just delaying the inevitable there, which could see them relegated this week if Warwickshire pick up enough points against Essex at Edgbaston. 5-17 Warwick put up was good enough for, may have only ever actually been 3 batting points they picked up in the end there, as Hutton goes away from us once more. For the delivery, flicked in the air but just wide enough of mid-on. Ackerman rather spooning one out towards the meat. Brace well after it, and they come through for the second run. But Ackerman looking to flick leg side, wasn't quite to the pitch and chipped it up just wide of mid-on, running away to his right hand side. Ackerman gets back to get a 33, 53 for 4. A lead of just 4 for the Foxes. And Surrey have been set 4-2-4 at the Aegeus Bowl. Hampshire ball out for 4-3-6. So favourites there. As Hutton goes away from us again. And Ackerman is getting a full wide delivery that he lets go through to Rossington. And Yorkshire now 3 down at Taunton, 65 for 3, chasing 4-2-6. So nothing really there to stop Somerset marching to the top of the county championship with a couple of games to go as they seek their very first title. Hutton to complete the over. Past the stumps he goes. Ackerman just about keeping the bat inside the line once more to a ball in a really good area just outside the off stump. They've operated thereabouts for the most part of this innings, Northants. It's been really insistent. So what I like to use about good quality first class bowling, banging away in those areas all the time, creating problems, a bit of movement, asking questions. Very good stuff. 53 for 4 then, Leicester lead only by 4 runs. Next he avoided a king pair just about in the previous Sanderson over. Can he get off a pair in his next over? Ackerman's still there on 33.
In goes Sanderson, bowls to Dexter, swings away, safe leave. by Dexter on this occasion. Lets it go through to Rossington. Neil Dexter this season was injured at the start of the season, but he scores since he came into the side or became available. Was picked for the Lancashire game away, made 1 and 27 there, made 180 in a single innings against Gloucestershire, as in goes Sanderson, bowls to him. He looks to flick a ball away off the legs. It thumps into the pad, trickles down towards backward square. In from long leg comes Keogh, and the leg bye is taken and duly signalled. 27 in the single innings at Wantage Road against Northants. 2 and 0 at home to Durham. 56 and 0 at Cheltenham. 0 and 24 at Durham, and now 0 and, at the moment, 0 against Northamptonshire here at Fisher County ground. Sanderson is into Ackerman, and it's on to the legs, and Ackerman goes back and turns it off leg stump down towards long leg this time, and Keogh doesn't have quite as far to run. Jogs in to meet the ball. Ackerman takes a single, moves on to 34. Pretty much everything really resting on his shoulders as far as Leicestershire's chances may be concerned, but Dexter is capable of big innings still, as we've seen this season. In goes Sanderson and bowls to him. He's playing across his front pad again. Dangerous game when Sanderson is bowling outswingers. There's an appeal from behind the stumps as it thumps into the knee roll, but not from Sanderson. It hadn't done quite enough. Ben Sanderson was aware, didn't bother joining in the appeal, but he does look at the moment a prime candidate for leg before, doesn't he, when he's playing like that. Neil Dexter. Sanderson in to him. He leaves a little half stride forward outside off stump. Goes through to Rossington, and there's no run. 55 for 4. 6 runs ahead, Leicestershire. 4 wickets down. Good few more have come in as the morning has gone on into the ground. Mostly Leicestershire supporters, but plenty of Northampton supporters in as well, I noticed below us. In particular, as in comes Sanderson and bowls to Dexter, outside off stump again. Far enough wide for him to safely step forward and lead, and that's the end of Sanderson's 12th over. 2 for 25 for him. 3 maidens. 55 for 4. Leicestershire at the moment going nowhere really, because the runs aren't exactly flowing either. Lunch 33 for 2, now 55 for 4, 22 runs added then, and 2 wickets fallen. And having picked up a wicket in his first over this morning, Adam Rossington decides Gareth Berg should take over from Brett Hutton at the pavilion end and see if he can do it again, see if that knack hasn't deserted him.
Just the 2 slips now as Berg goes away from us. 2 out on the leg side, which is curious. Goes into Ackerman. Good length delivery just outside the off stump. Ackerman withdraws the bat, and it goes through behind the stumps to the captain, Rossington. Third man is back. Conscious of the runs. Northampton still have to be, at least for a little while longer, at least until they can get rid of Ackerman. With Swindles, Parkinson, Wright, Davison, Evans to come. Berg on his way, right arm over, and Ackerman defending in his crease. The type of ball you can just bang away at with regularity, and you'll have more success than not in Championship cricket. Something that Leicestershire just didn't do enough yesterday. Something that Northants didn't really do actually. Either side of lunch, I didn't think on the first day either. They got into a bit of a tangle trying to get a Zabat caught down the leg side, and that just caused them to bowl both sides of the wicket. As Berg goes in again, a bit wide on the bowling crease here, angles one in but starts it a bit wide of the off stump, so Ackerman can shoulder arms again. These 2 men on the leg side, a man at a deep mid-wicket position really, away to our right towards the nets. Curran over there, and then Sanderson is rather a deep backward square to the right of the big screen as we look out here from the pavilion end. As Berg goes up from us again, and bowls a full delivery, which Ackerman is forward to, getting an outside edge that runs away down towards backward point. Rob Newton going across in his sun hat to collect, and there's no run. 55 for 4, the Foxes lead by just 6. Ackerman not quite right, so Berg pirouettes again and goes up to bowl to Ackerman, who's forward, getting a thick outside edge. This time runs away through the gap in the gully, backward of point, and down to Luke Proctor in the deep. Proctor, who bowled very well in the first innings. 3 for 54, the pick of the Northants attack. 56 for 4 with that run to Ackerman, who now goes to 35, and it brings the new man, Neil Dexter, on to strike. Still on a pair here. Already seen one Leicestershire pair in the match, that of Paul Horton, who faced only 3 balls. Third slip goes in. The man from deep mid-wicket comes up to square leg now as Berg runs away. And Dexter, right-hander, is forcing off the back foot and does get off the pair here. And Berg slaps his hands together, frustrated at allowing Dexter to push a single down to third man out towards the car park. So end of the over. Dexter away, Ackerman 35, 57 for 4. Leicestershire, a very, very slender lead of only 8 runs, and they need a couple of meaty partnerships here to set. Oh, what could they hope for, Rich? Set 150 from this position?
I wonder if they were offered it, whether they'd take that from here. I suspect that they probably would, if they were being honest and realistic about it. It would at least be something to bowl at, wouldn't it? Ben Sanderson continues to Neil Dexter again. It's thumping into the pads as Dexter tries to work it away on the leg side. It trickles down to Keogh, and the leg bite is taken. It was going on down the leg side, isn't quite swinging back in as much as it was back in, as in from leg 2 off to the right-handers from Sanderson, who's into his 13th over now, 2 for 25. The new ball, 27.1 overs old. Still should be in pretty good order. In goes Sanderson and bowls straight to Colin Ackerman, who defends the delivery off stump, firmly down into the hard pitch. It bounces up nicely for Sanderson to field in his follow through. No run. Wind from the south, warm. Plenty of players in shirt sleeves, but most of the Northants players with sleeveless sweaters on, as in goes Sanderson and bowls outside off stump. Ignored by Ackerman, who remains on 35. His best this season, Ackerman, is 70, a couple of 70s to his name, so he'd dearly love, with just potentially 3 innings left at home this season, this one and 2 against Lancashire, to make a century on his own ground. He's always looked in reasonable touch throughout the season without ever quite managing to go on. In goes Sanderson and bowls to Ackerman, who leans quite comfortably forward, defending that one. Thick inside part of the bat, that said. Sees the ball run out to wide-ish mid-on. And there is no run. A 69 at home to Worcester was his previous best at home. 70 not out at Lords. He was in the process of steering Leicestershire to victory there when the weather just closed in. In goes Sanderson and bowls to him. He drives back past him, or punches the ball past him. It wasn't a full follow-through. Sanderson tumbled to his left to try and stop the ball, wasn't able to do so, but it only travelled about halfway to the boundary before being pulled back by the fielder. So just a single for Ackerman. He moves on to 36.
Yeah, that was a shame, that, wasn't it? Because that was bubbling up to a really nice game. Was by no means a done deal for the Foxes, but they were beginning to get up in that chase. Would have been a famous win.
In goes Sanderson, bowls to Dexter, big stride forward, lets it go through, a genuine stride forward, outside off stump, allowed to go through. Sanderson looking like he may be ready for a little bit of a break, a little bit of a blow. Rossington understandably eager to push open this door that's ajar now, though, push it right open. A couple more wickets, 2 or 3 before tea. They'll sense the chance of winning this game today, Northamptonshire. 59 for 4 though, Leicestershire, still just 10 ahead.
Here is Burke, away from the pavilion he goes, up the slope and down the leg side. That'll be 4 somethings.
I'll go for buys.
Yeah, I think it's missed everything. It has, and poor Pollard turns and signals to the scorers away to our right, towards the right of the pavilion. A level below us. Maybe a couple of levels, below us, down to our right hand side. The scorers are housed down there. Rossington diving away to his left, could get nothing on it. Swung having passed the bat, and takes Leicestershire to 63 for 4. The lead to only 14 as Berg steps in again, and Ackerman is defending a full delivery down towards mid-on. Bracewell is there, and there is no run. So Bracewell and Luke Proctor still for Adam Rossington to turn to here. Sort of one over of Bracewell before the lunch break. So some options for Rossington to go to, and the spin of Keogh if needed, if fit of course. He's off the ground for the minute as in goes Berg again, just outside the off stump, and Ackerman watches carefully, shoulders, arms, and allows it to pass through. It's been hidden away in the field in the second innings. Rob Keogh had some back trouble yesterday. Charlie Thurston on for the moment at mid-off. A couple of big strikes for Durham at Lords. Middlesex 130 for 7 now, chasing 196. The target still 66 runs away as Berg is in past the umpire and bowls too straight, and it's pushed away to deep square by Ackerman. Single out towards Curran, towards the nets to our right hand side. And Ackerman's little innings continues. 37 to him now, 64 for 4. And Worcestershire have been bowled out at New Road for 299. So they've left Glamorgan 312 to win, which is a big ask to score the highest score of the match in the 4th innings to win there. So Worcestershire could well do other sides at the top of the table a favour there by beating Glamorgan as Berg bowls to Dexter, full delivery, driven away off the toe of the bat, and this will run down the slope. Won't go for 4. Thurston is after it. They may turn and come back for a 3rd run. No, they settle for 2. Probably could have turned and gone for a 3rd run on there, but they settled for a couple of runs. Dexter goes to 3. 66 for 4. Noise in the outfield for Northamptonshire, sensing their opportunity to really break open this Leicestershire second innings. In trouble for the moment. 66 for 4. Berg sets off to complete the over, and Dexter is getting one that just bounces a wee bit here, and just moves away, squared him up and struck him on the thigh guard. The ball bounces down just off the cut strip on the offside, and the over comes to an end. So Berg pretty good so far, through 5 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 9. Wickets for Sanderson and Hutton. See Leicestershire 66 for 4 here, and leading only by 17 runs.
Ackerman and Dexter deep in conversation in mid-pitch, in mid-over. Will Sanderson continue? No, he won't. We are going to get Luke Proctor, who was impressive in the first innings. Picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls, including that of Dexter. He won't be bowling at Dexter immediately. He's got Colin Ackerman at the far end as he comes in from the Bennett end. He's just got the 2 slips as he comes in and bowls to Ackerman, very full and waiting for it. Ackerman clips it firmly but straight out to wide mid-on. Alex departs to update BBC Radio Northampton. A little bit of good news from their point of view in that those 2 wickets have fallen post-lunch in the 50 minutes that we've had. Those of Mark Cosgrove, leg before wicket to Brett Hutton. George Rhodes, leg before to Ben Sanderson. In goes Proctor and bowls, squares Ackerman up just a touch there. Swings back towards him a little bit more than he expected. He shaped to clip it away through mid-wicket, found it was swinging a touch more, and ended up shoveling it rather back down the pitch towards Luke Proctor, who gave the batsman a little bit of a look before marching back to his mark. In he comes again, bowls to Ackerman on off stump, slightly shorter of length this time, and played firmly off the back foot, but only as far as the man at cover. No run. Ackerman having to work hard for his runs here. But he is working hard. And he's still there as Proctor goes in and bowls, and he's looking for a square drive and doesn't time it. And it bounces hard down into the ground, runs away towards backward point, but because it's bouncing quite high, it's a reasonably easy stop running to his left for Rob Newton. Ackerman awaits Proctor as he comes in, and this time he has worked him away through mid-wicket with a foolish delivery off middle and leg. It's a long run around for Sanderson with his long stride, picks up around 15 yards inside the ropes at deep mid-wicket, and 3 taken by Ackerman. He moves on to 40 as a consequence. Leicestershire on to 69 for 4. They lead now by 20. He balls as Ackerman faced quite a few now. .85 for his 40 runs, so scoring rate, he usually scores about 65-70 Ackerman, so a little bit low. In goes Proctor, bowls, driven at by Dexter, thick outside edge, along the ground all the way, and it runs down to third man. Berg down there, takes off his sweater, because it's the last ball of the over, leaves his sweater and cap behind the ropes down at third man, and heads back up to join play. Umpire Pollard gives him the thumbs up because he says he's left his sweater down there. Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. See if we can get it in between overs. Struggling a little bit. They were 33 for 2 at lunch, having conceded a first innings deficit of 49. They've lost 2 more wickets since then. Mark Cosgrove went leg before wicket to Brett Hutton. An in-swinger played all around it. He was dismissed for 8, made the score 36 for 3. And George Rhodes, also LBW, in his case to Ben Sanderson. Ball kept a little bit low for 4, 51 for 4 at that stage. The lead just 2. They've extended it to 21 now. Colin Ackerman is still there. He's 40 not out. Neil Dexter is with him on 4 not out. Ackerman probably bears most of the responsibility for getting Leicestershire to the sort of lead they might be able to defend, but at the moment it's coming hard for the Foxes. They're 70 for 4. He missed just 1 ball on line. The Berg bounced past the outside edge of Dexter's bat. Dexter continuing to look rather uncertain out there. A few more dark clouds around. We've just had a patch of blue and some nice sunshine, but some dark clouds from the northwest sort of seem to be encroaching now as Berg goes in, bowls to Dexter, straight to delivery. Dexter more comfortable, defends firmly on the back foot out towards wide mid-off, and there's no run. Having to be patient now. Northants just settling into his bowling. Gareth Berg. In he goes and bowls again to Dexter, who's reasonably solidly behind that one. His back leg goes out behind and away to the right, or the left as we look at it. So he looks as though he's being squared up, but plenty of bat on it as he pushes to mid-wicket. No run. Proctor in the first innings took 3 for 54. Best figures indeed of the Northamptonshire attack. Wouldn't necessarily say he was the pick, but he certainly did a very good job for his side as Berg goes in and bowls to Dexter, who leans forward in almost a classical forward defensive. The ball bounces down into the ground and loops quite high into the air, another indication of how hard this pitch is. 70 for 4.
Middlesex 8 down at Lords, still 57 away from their target, so it looks like Durham are going to win there.
Wow.
Keeps them firmly in the hunt for the top 3.
Berg in again, bowls. Dexter drives again hard down into the ground, and it bounces up quite nicely for Bracewell in the covers to make the stop. End of the over. Dexter 4, Ackerman 40, 70 for 4. The lead then 21. Well, that sort of probably signals the end of Middlesex's chances, doesn't it, really?
Yeah. Well, that's why it's been a bit of a low-scoring shootout there this week, because they knew that they needed 3 victories, and they've presented a result pitch at Lords, which
the gamble has... well, not quite yet, has it? But
no, but yeah, it does look like failing. Which is unusual.
Roll the dice, and it's not...
Yeah. Proctor down the slope he comes. Right arm over, just outside the off stump of Ackerman. Good pace again from Proctor. Good carry through to Rossington around hip height. He used to get some very flat wickets at Lords in Championship cricket. Some long and not terribly engrossing draws. Some good games of cricket as well. And I'd rather see a long draw than a sort of shootout cricket, as Proctor bowls outside the off stump and it's let go. Northants played the first game of last season there on a soft wicket, genuinely soft, because there was all sorts of crazy weather around in the month that preceded the season. Snow and storms, and the ground staff could hardly get out there, but the wicket wasn't really suitable, it must be said, as Proctor bowls very full. Ackerman drives out to Sanderson at mid-off for no run, and I think just because it was Lords and it was the opening game of the season, I think that's why the game took place. Otherwise, I think elsewhere they may have had second thoughts about getting the game underway, and batting was very difficult. Low scoring affair that Northants lost. Proctor moves in once more from the far end and bowls a full delivery, clipped down the ground again by Ackerman. Drive catch for time as the ball went in the air momentarily, but always dying on Bracewell at mid-on. And again there is no run. 70 for 4. Rory Burns out for England in the Test match, come for 47. Spooning a short ball up in the air. But here Ackerman going well on 40. That you need a big contribution from somewhere. 2 slips in place. Proctor once more wide on the bowling crease, full of length just outside the off stump, and Ackerman lets it go through. Glamorgan 1 down already in the opening over of their chase at New Road. 3-1-2 their target. Wouldn't be terminal by any stretch for Glamorgan if they lost there. But it would be a blow, and it would be back-to-back defeats, having lost to Lancashire last time out as well. Despite Worcestershire place in the table, still a formidable opposition as Proctor moves in again, and Ackerman back and across, plays carefully down towards mid-off and successfully survives the over. A maiden for Proctor in his second over. Dexter 4, Ackerman 40, and the Foxes 70 for 4 lead Northants only by 21.
That's interesting. Newton took off his sweater and handed it to Proctor.
Wants to get rid of it, put it over the boundary edge at the far end.
Take it to the 12. Yeah, he's not going to wear it. For a moment, he might just keep himself warm between overs, because he'll be working up a sweat now. It is warm out there, but now he just throws it onto the 12th man's head. Berg will continue 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9 for the new Northamptonshire man. In he comes from the pavilion end, bowls to Neil Dexter, outside off stump, banged it in, and well, bang it in, it hit the pitch quite hard. It wasn't too short, but it was too wide, and Dexter able to leave, and Berg came to a sort of jarring, juddering halt at the end of his follow through there. I hope he's alright. Seems to be. But he absolutely came to a full stop there in his follow through. Bracewell continues to warm up as Berg is in, bowling to Dexter full and clipped away through mid-wicket for 4. Just lost his line and length a little bit there, Gareth Berg, and perhaps forgetting the hit the top of off stump mantra that has worked so well for Northamptonshire in this match, in this innings in particular. Not so much in Leicestershire's first innings, occasionally, but that's been the key for all bowlers on this pitch. And Berg himself has talked about the overhead conditions making all the difference. Pitch is looking pretty benign at the moment, it's got to be said. 74 for 4. Dexter waits, tapping his bat as Berg goes in and bowls to him. Solid defensive shot off middle and leg, out into the leg side, almost on the walk there. Neil Dexter, as he pushed to mid-on, picked up by Bracewell. No run. Berg just his left hand a couple of times after that jarring stop has just gone to his back and side a little bit. He's okay. Doesn't seem to have had any issues in bowling the 2 deliveries since then. Maybe just felt a muscle under there. In he goes, bowls to Dexter, outside off stump, steered by Dexter off the back foot, rather choppily down towards third man, but on top of the bounce, rehearses the cut shot, and in a rather more classical way than the shot he actually played, which was, as I say, just a little bit choppy. As I say, he was in control. Moves on to 9, starting to look like he's beginning to settle down a little, Neil Dexter. 75 for 4. 24 then, that's all that's been added by these two so far, as Berg is in to Ackerman, back foot, forcing shot to a delivery rising just outside off stump, but a good diving stop to his right. Is that Hutton?
Yeah,
it is. And a good stop by the Yorkshireman. Saves somebody a long chase, probably Keogh, I suppose it would have been. I suspect that Hutton wouldn't have got up too quickly in those circumstances and chased after the ball. Berg in to finish his over, bowls very full, almost Yorker, a puff of dust from Ackerman's bat as he hits the ball back down into the ground, clips it out towards mid-wicket. And again, just watching Berg a little bit, well, he's okay, I think. He's walking around with his trousers down at the moment, which is not quite what all that's about. Happily, he's got plenty on underneath, but strange things. Fattens them up again. 75 for 4.
First over of Glamorgan's chase, complete at Worcester, and then 0 for 2.
Ouch.
Perfect start for Worcestershire. 3-1 to the target. Huge favourites to win there. Which would do Northampton a favour.
Yeah.
And Durham about to win at Lords, it seems. Middlesex 9 down, 57 away from their target. As Proctor comes in and edged, and well, Levy takes on the bounce, I think, at second step, and the ball loops up to Wakely. For a moment I thought it was another drop catch potentially from Levy that was about to be taken by Wakely on the rebound, but it went very quickly down low to Levy's left hand side. The ball has jumped up into Wakely's hands, but genuine edge from Dexter pushing forward here at Proctor. 75 for 4. Proctor down the slope again, goes past the umpire, and Dexter driving again, this time back up towards the bowler for no run. Keogh is limbering up now down in front of us. That was no indication whatsoever of his imminent bowling in the first innings, because he
did a lot of it, didn't he?
Warming up for about an hour or so without being needed. Or just a couple of overs. But he's limbering up down there at long leg. Been taken out of the firing line in his second innings because he's got a little twinge in his back. I wonder whether he may be okay to bowl as Proctor comes in again. Very full length, almost a Yorker really, and Dexter digs it out to short mid-wicket for no run. So 2 slips third man, 3 in the ring on the offside here as it were, saving a single point, cover and mid-off, then a mid-on, mid-wicket, and Keogh to our left at long leg, and just feeling his back. Helmet has come out, because maybe somebody will be going around the bat for Keogh as Proctor is in again, full of length, off stumpish line and pushed away out towards extra cover by Neil Dexter here on 9. Golden Duck in the first innings. Just beginning to settle here. Trying to get Leicestershire a little further along in this first innings. Second innings, I beg your pardon. The lead is 26. As Proctor steps in again. Full delivery. Almost squeezes past the inside edge as Dexter drives once more. This time finds Sanderson out at mid-on. Bracewell, sorry, at mid-on. And there is no run. The warming up is very vigorous here from Keogh, isn't it?
Off spinner, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think he was going to bowl at 90 miles an hour.
So one would think that he will get a go here. As Proctor once again from the far end slides in and angles one into the right-handed Dexter, who again is pushing down towards mid-on, and there is no run to end the over. 75 for 4 then, and we've had 34 overs of this Leicestershire second innings. The men out, Horton for a golden duck, 7th ball of the innings, Azad for 6 just before lunch, and then since the break Cosgrove for 8 and Rhodes for 4. Sent Northants into a very strong position indeed, and Leicestershire looking for a strong contribution from somewhere to try and put up a lead that they might be able to defend in the 4th innings. But it is going to be some spin now from the pavilion end, and Keogh being introduced. No left-handers to bowl out here, only left-handers at all to come for Leicestershire.
Just looking through the card.
Thought overnight actually that Keogh could be an option to Cosgrove and
Alex Evans
Azad
at the bottom of the order,
Wow,
but
yeah.
I think that's it, essentially, with the absence of Harry Dearden.
Yeah, so
Cosgrove having gone, Azad having gone. But we're 2 days later than when he bowled first time round, so there might be, certainly Northamptonshire hoping there will be just a little bit more response from the pitch.
no short leg here,
No,
surprised
big
about
turns
it.
there might be, but not anticipating any great turn. Does have a slip, Keogh, as he just walks to the wicket and bowls, tosses that one up, back into his crease goes a suspicious Ackerman, defending on the onside. There is no run. Last chance today to indulge in cake from the friends of Grace Road. They don't do their cakes on the last day of a game because quite often don't get to tea time on the last day. In goes Keogh, turned by Ackerman. No obvious turn, but turned off the pitch out towards square leg. Picked up by Curran. And there's no run. But there is a Northamptonshire related cake. In goes Keogh. Bowls a little bit short and flat. There it goes back Ackerman and whacks it away through the offside. Flat bats it away through extra cover for 4 and rewarded by a little toot on the whistle. I did look at the notice and I've forgotten what it was called. I think something like Cotterley cake or something, but it involves cinnamon and spices and things. I'll check that if I get the chance.
Durham have won. Middlesex ball out for 151. So they've lost by 48 runs.
Who took the wickets in?
Not the greatest cricket match. 147, 143, 191, 151 the scores.
There'll be riots on the pavilion steps at Lord's. In goes Keogh and bowls to Ackerman, who goes back and turns a delivery off leg stump out into the leg side. Again, Curran is the fielder.
That should mean a third season in Division 2 for Middlesex after winning the title. Relegated, then not going up last year in all this.
Keogh in, bowls a little bit flattened down the leg side and whipped away by Ackerman down towards fine leg, and it's going to be the second 4 in 3 balls for Ackerman. He moves on to 48. It was a bit of a gimme from Keogh. It did bounce a little bit, but down the leg side, I'm afraid. And a risk-free little paddle pull, if you like, whipped away by Ackerman.
Yeah, he's trying to play off the back foot here because he knows that there is a little bit of bounce there for Keogh. He just got his line wrong there. It was a free hit, nicely put away.
And he goes again down the leg side, and fortunate not to suffer the same fate. Ackerman tried to paddle it away down the leg side, didn't get anything on it. It was taken by Rossington, who flicked off the bail, but Ackerman was deep in his crease. A couple of 4s in the over to him, and almost a sort of palpable release of pressure in a way.
Yeah.
As the run's beginning to come a little bit more easily for both players now. Ackerman has 48, Dexter has 9, 83 for 4, so they've added 32 now for the 5th wicket. There have been some decent 5th wicket partnerships in this game. 148 between Rossington and Keogh. Leicestershire would settle for that right now.
Yeah, they need a partnership from somewhere, don't they, to try and get among the second innings. Proctor to continue from the far end, bowls a length to Dexter, goes back and across and defends back up the pitch. Bryden Cast, the hero for Durham, 6 for 26. Couple for Rushworth, couple for Ben Rain. Fired Middlesex out, just had 3 scores in double figures. Sam Robson, 65 at the top of the order, sticks out like a sore thumb there. Next highest scoring is 17.
Was Angus Robson playing for Durham, just as a matter of interest? In
Proctor again from the far end, and Dexter forward, pushing to backward point. Yes, made 64 in the second innings.
Did he? Well, that's a decent score on that, given those scores, wasn't it?
Yeah, a 15-ball duck first time around, but 64 top scored in the Durham second innings.
Good on him. Well, he's on trial there, and he's going a long way towards becoming the latest Leicestershire player to move to Durham then, or former Leicestershire player.
Proctor once more, full of length, and Dexter driving a little loosely here. Played it rather on the walk, down to Hutton at extra cover for no run. So that result takes Durham, for the moment, into 3rd in the table, 147 points. Still 5 behind Gloucestershire, and 9 ahead of Northants, before any points added on for this game currently going on. Proctor once more, full again, and Dexter is driving down towards Sanderson out at mid-off.
So there's even if Northants were to lose this game, they'd only be 2 points behind Durham on that basis, wouldn't they? They're going to take 7, minimally, from the game.
Yes.
That's their bonus point haul.
Yeah, and they play Durham next week at Wantage Road. Before Durham finish their campaign at home to Glamorgan.
That'll be worth watching.
Proctor once more, Dexter drives again, this time better timing, but straight to mid-on this occasion. Bracewell is there, and there is no run. Yeah, it's really bubbling up very nicely indeed, the promotion race. Getting a little tighter still with Durham's victory today. Middlesex back on 120 points with 2 games to go, so they're 27 points off the pace now with 2 games to go. And with the others, all those teams above them, their chances of promotion effectively extinguished with defeat today, as Proctor is in again bowling very full and getting gently pushed by Dexter. Again out to Bracewell at mid-on, and there is no run to end the over. 83 for 4. Then the Foxes an advantage of 34. Dexter there on 9. Ackerman 48. Much for the Foxes to do to put up a sizable 4th innings target. The sun just darts between cloud directly above us and bathes the ground in welcome warm sunshine.
Well, Keogh will get, understandably, a second over, but having conceded 8 from his first, Rossington and he are having a long chat about the field. Not much Rossington can do if he's going to bowl down the leg side, though, unless you set a fine leg as well as a long leg or a deep backward square. And he won't be keen on doing that, that's for sure. Puts his helmet back on, Adam Rossington, and trots. He also being of the stouter build. Back down to his position behind the stumps. Keogh ready to go. Bracewell warming up vigorously as Keogh goes in and bowls again. Back goes Ackerman, happy to play the ball off the pitch. It's straight though, he plays it back down the pitch to Rob Keogh. No run. Shortish mid-wicket as in goes Keogh. Bowls, gives it a little bit of air. He goes back and tries to cut it away. The length wasn't there though. It wasn't the right length to play that shot. Unfortunate to both that he missed and didn't take the edge there. Ackerman got away with it. Keogh in again. Nice loop to the ball. Ackerman stretches forward, gets to the pitch and just defends it out into the offside. There's no run. Better over so far from Rob Keogh. In he goes. Bowls. Ackerman forward on off stump again. Another good length ball. Defending it out into the offside.
Yeah, much better from Keogh. Just landing a few here.
As to be said, there's no obvious turn for him at the moment. Wherever the ball lands, in he goes and bowls to Ackerman, who goes back to a delivery on middle and leg and just turns it neatly around the corner down towards deep backward square / wide long leg and takes one. He moves on to 49. Keogh into Dexter for the first time, and he too is going to pick up one, maybe two, a little inside edge as he went forward to that one from Rob Keogh. It was a bit Midland leggy, and as a result the ball trundled down towards long leg, picks up and returns, but single taken by Dexter. He's into double figures now, on to 10. 85 for 4. The lead then is 36, effectively 36 for 4. They'll know though, Northamptonshire, if they can break this partnership, well, they're into the youngsters again then really. This is the last experienced pair, but then next due in is Harry Swindles, who's only 20. Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright, Will Davis, Alex Evans. No one of any experience to come. It's all out there as far as the Foxes are concerned.
Yeah, Ackerman's key, isn't he? If he can, he's got to try and get a big score here, and others have got to stick around and build partnerships with him. Next on 10 here, going to face Doug Bracewell from the Bennett end. The first time that Bracewell's had the chance to come down the hill here. This should be a quick spell, one would think. He bowls right arm over, back of a length first up, and Dexter keeps his arms inside the line. Then it goes through to Rossington with 2 slips for company. Third man is back, then point extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket and long leg. Bracewell in the first innings was very expensive. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 64. Was very wayward. Can forgive him a few loose overs for the lack of cricket he's played, certainly outdoors in recent months. Flown over here at short notice. Comes in again now, and Dexter defending late for the delivery. Blocks down towards second slip. Levy comes across in his sun hat to collect, and there's no run.
I like the racehorses we were talking about earlier. He did look in need of a gallop, didn't he? A little bit. As in out in the middle rather than in the nets. Tell you what, when I've done my half-past update, I'll whip across to the meet. I think we ought to share a piece of this Northampton, whatever it is, just to see, just for purely for
Indeed, yeah.
journalistic reasons. You understand?
Bracewell once more, down the slope he comes, a good length delivery. Fourth stumpish line, well left by Dexter, shouldering arms. A little hurriedly.
I hope there's some left. Because I suspect there will be. Cinnamon, I'm never too sure about cinnamon.
It's very, very Christmassy cinnamon, isn't it?
Yes, but we'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. We'll see what Northampton can produce in terms of cakes.
Bracewell is in again, and Dexter again defending quite late, but going across the off stump and waiting for the ball to come to him and just dabbing it down again, square on the offside.
Slightly late on a few in this over. Dexter just adjusting to that extra half yard.
Whether Bracewell will go full at the pads. Just catch Dexter unawares, perhaps. Always loath to get forward to a fellow with a bit of extra pace. As the sun flicks out again, very bright here in the commentary box with the white railings in front of us. Bracewell once more. It is Fuller. Dexter does get forward though, pushing down towards Newton once again at point. This time comes across to his right hand side to collect. And there's no run. 85 for 4. Lead of 36.
I forgot he bowled an over before lunch. Cosgrove slapped the first one away, didn't he?
It was curious though, wasn't it? Just the one over. Comes in again now to complete the first over of a new spell after lunch and strikes Dexter on the pad. The ball was bobbling back towards the stumps, was never actually threatening them in the end, and Dexter was aware as to just flip the ball gently away with his left boot, and the over comes to an end. So 85 for 4. We're going through these overs quite well because we've got 15 to go until tea. Dexter is 10, Ackerman 49. A lead of 36 for the home side.
Leicestershire showing a little bit of fight at the moment, and here comes the update. Try and get it in between the overs. Well, no wickets have fallen in the last half hour, which is a step forward for the Foxes. Colin Ackerman has moved on to 49 not out. Neil Dexter, his fellow South African, is with him. He's 10 not out. Together, they've taken the score on from 51 for 4 when George Rhodes went leg before wicket to Ben Sanderson for 4 to 85 for 4, which means they lead now, the Foxes, by 36. Hardly a position of strength. They're going to need to get their lead up to between 150 to 200 to have a reasonable chance of winning this game, but at least these two are showing some fight. Leicestershire at the moment 85 for 4. And that one from Keogh is turned by Ackerman just to mid-wicket. No run. Looking for the single he needs for his 50. Colin Ackerman, he'll have ambitions for a much bigger score than that though, as in goes Keogh and bowls a slightly flattish delivery, slightly round-armed to him, and back again. He's played everything off the back foot, Colin Ackerman, seeing that the ball isn't really turning. Played it firmly to mid-wicket, no run. Keogh steps to the crease, bowls, back goes Ackerman, better delivery, middle and off this time from Keogh, and Ackerman was wary, just dropped it out into the offside. No run again. 10 runs Keogh has conceded from 2.5 overs. He's waiting for the ball to get back to him. Newton fiddling around with it at extra cover. Back in his hands now. In he goes. Bowls. Ackerman is going to pick up the one he needs for his 50th. He goes back, plays it firmly to mid-on, sees that mid-on is rather back on his heels and is quite deep anyway. Quickly and takes the single he needs. Raises his bat just in a slightest of acknowledgements around the ground. Doesn't turn to the pavilion, just raises his bat to the ground as a whole. Keogh in and bowls. Dexter is forward and isn't quite sure where that ball had gone. There's an appeal for leg before from Rob Keogh on the basis it might just have flicked the pad first. But, well, there would have been genuine astonishment on all sides, including Keogh, had that one been answered in the affirmative. 86 for 4, Ackerman 50 not out, Dexter 10. Keogh in again to Dexter, a couple of steps down the wicket and hits him on the pad, but very hard really, even in the days of reviews and videos for poor Pollard to give that one, because he went skipping down the wicket there. Neil Dexter might well have gone on to hit, but goodness me, he was a good 2 or 3 yards down the track when it thudded into his front pad.
Yeah, very, very hard to give those, but much better from Rob Keogh, finding some rhythm from this pavilion end. So 86 for 4. Applause there for the Ackerman half century. 8 boundaries and I think 112 balls. I'll confirm that in a moment, but he's played well. Needed a bit of luck to survive the new ball burst of Sanderson and particularly Hutton. Hutton beat him with regularity earlier on, but Leicestershire number 3 making a contribution here for his side when they desperately need it, because they only lead here by 37 runs, and Bracewell is coming in to Ackerman now, and Ackerman is across the off stump to push away to extra cover. Hutton going across to his right hand side to collect in there, and there is no run. Lancashire bowl out for 418 up in at Old Trafford, so a first innings lead of 174 there, in a great position to go on and win the game. Derbyshire bowl out for 244 first time around. They've got their eyes firmly fixed on finals day next Saturday, as Bracewell comes in, bowl's quite full but just outside the off stump, one for Ackerman to let go through to Rossington behind the stumps. Yorkshire are now 94 for 5 at Taunton, chasing a mighty 4-2-6, no chance there. Just a matter of time when Somerset are going to win that one. Also a matter of time when Kent are going to win at Trent Bridge, but Notts have at least shown some resistance. Paul Coughlin and Ravi Ashwin getting a partnership together, but Notts 169 for 6. 440 their nominal target. Bracewell moves in again from the far end, past umpire Billy Taylor, and Ackerman driving through extra cover. Nice stroke this, that'll run away for 4. Bracewell slightly over pitching and getting put away towards the big screen on the far side of the ground. Very pleasant piece of timing from Colin Ackerman. It goes to 54. 90 for 4, the Foxes score. Essex 169 for 3. Replying to Warwickshire's 517, so the Bears chipping away there. Essex needs something very substantial to respond there, with Somerset about to win, it seems. And Surrey 41 for 3, having been set 424, so Hampshire on the way to winning that one at the Aegeus Bowl, as Bracewell comes in looking for a response, but bowl's too straighting. It's flicked away by Ackerman down to long leg. Keogh goes across to collect. They're going to come back for a second run here. Very, very good running, because Keogh was quick, and he's on the scene quite quickly to our left hand side from long leg. But Ackerman came scampering back for the second and goes to 56. Good cricket, 92 for 4. This partnership really settling now for the home side. Gloucestershire 77 for 2. Still 97 behind Sussex at Bristol. Sussex made 370, taking 4 batting bonus points. Bracewell moves in again. Ackerman pushing leg side again, this time to Curran at mid-wicket for no run. And Glamorgan have lost a 3rd wicket in their pursuit of 312 to win at Worcester, 20 for 3 there. So their chances of getting up in that chase receding all the while. That'll be a very useful result for Northants. If you weren't with us 20 minutes or so ago, Durham beating Middlesex by 44 runs at Lord's. And Durham for the moment going 3rd in the table, with that only a 19-point victory, no batting bonus points for them. As Bracewell comes in again, ball's just outside Ackerman's off stump, and Ackerman shoulders arms, watching it carefully, and it goes skipping through to Adam Rossington behind the stumps. But we're just thinking about where to make the breakthrough here, because this pair have really steadied Leicestershire in a stand of 41 runs so far. Great start for Northants with the ball. They struck with the 7th ball of the innings. Horton gone for a golden duck. And Azad, the big wicket of Azad, falling to Gareth Bergford to 6. And then after lunch, 2 LBWs, one for Hutton and one for Sanderson. A second LBW for Sanderson. Cosgrove for 8, Rhodes for 4. Plunged Leicestershire into trouble at 51 for 4. Only 2 runs ahead, but in a slightly better spot now. 43 ahead. As Keogh from the pavilion end bowls to Dexter, who's forward, pushing up towards the bowler's left hand for no run. Just one slip in place, point extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and then 2 out on the leg side actually now. Deep backward square and deep mid wicket are both out. As Keogh comes in and throws one up, brings Dexter 4. That's nicely bowled. Chuck it up there, give the ball a chance to turn. Haven't seen too much turn off the straight so far. This turn off the rough for Ackerman yesterday produced a beauty to dismiss Luke Proctor that turned, beat the outside edge and clipped the top of the off stump. Keogh steps in again, past umpire Paul Pollard. A little short and pulled away, oh goodness, and a bottom edge just runs past the off stump. It was a poor ball from Keogh. Dexter was going back to heave it leg side. The ball just scuttled through a bit low, and a bottom edge almost saw him drag it into his stumps. But he survives. And Keogh goes into him once more. He comes down the picture and lifts this high down the ground all the way for 6. Lovely flowing lofted drive from Neil Dexter. Just had a shimmy out at Rob Keogh and struck it splendidly well up over the head of Alex Wakely at mid-on and carried it all the way for 6 down towards the members to our right hand side. Fine strike from Dexter, goes to 16 and takes the Foxes on to 98 for 4. Keogh goes in again and Dexter is down the pitch again. This time just pushing out to short mid-wicket. Hutton gets down to collect. And there is no run. Last ball of Keogh's 4th over coming up. But in different spells so far. Dexter sweeping this time and is back at deep backward square to collect. And they get a single. So Dexter is 17 and the Foxes go to 99 for 4. So they lead here by exactly 50. And Niall O'Brien is here. Hello.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Not too bad, thanks. Yourself?
I'm good. I'm just wondering why these wonderful floodlights are on. No need, is there?
Now, this is nothing compared to yesterday afternoon when the floodlights were on and it was blazing hot sunshine.
Bizarre.
Smell cakes miles away.
What have you produced here, Rich?
Catton cakes.
Catton cakes? Oh, I say. Well, dig into them shortly. What have you made then so far of this contest between you two old sides?
Well, I've been following from afar really the last couple of days. I was at Lords and then Trent Bridge yesterday, but interesting game. I think Northampton will be disappointed where the position they got themselves into should have got a much greater lead. I spoke to Dave Ripley this morning and disappointed they didn't get another 50, maybe even 80 if they're being very greedy, and that would have made a bit of a difference. Leicester could have still been in arrears, but I think Leicester fought back well. Ackerman's a class act.
Dexter on strike here facing Bracewell from the top end, and Dexter across his stumps is pushing to point for no run.
Yeah, Ackerman, this is a big partnership really for Leicestershire. You think Dexter come out on a pair and looked a little bit nervous. There was one early on, LB Shed just trickled away leg side, and you could see it wasn't going to be given out, and Dexter was hoping the umpire was going to give it his runs, and he was kind of looking at his bat, and I'm not sure who the umpire is. Looks like Billy Taylor.
It is, yeah.
Oh, there we go then. And he was looking at Billy Taylor saying, "I got a little nick in it, Billy," but Billy gave leg by, so he was on that dreaded pair for a little while longer.
99 for 4, Bracewell in right arm over. And a back of a length ball here, zips through outside the off stump. Dexter drops his hands and it's through harmlessly to Rossington's right hip.
Yeah, it looks a good pitch to be fair.
Yeah,
It looks like a
decent
well. wicket for kind of early mid-September. Normally that side of square plays quite nicely. As soon as you start getting down to the left-hand side where we're standing here, it gets a little bit slow, a little bit underground as they say. But this is a decent track and it's poised to be a good game really. Leicestershire, anything 180, 200 in the last innings can be tricky.
Bracewell once more. Ball's fuller this time. They're going to touch too wide and Dexter can lean forward and shoulder arms.
A little bit off the pace, Bracewell, you'd say. A little bit rusty, I think.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, he's just been sort of indoor netting really out in New Zealand. A late call up here for Northants. Needed the run out in the first innings. It was very expensive. 15 overs for 64 was quite wayward on both sides of the wicket, but settled later on in that Leicestershire first innings and quite good here. Comes in now and Dexter forward to an off stump delivery, playing down towards Sanderson at mid off for no run.
It wasn't as expensive as Gloucestershire's import Shannon Gabriel.
Oh really?
He was going to about 7 and over, and he bowled a handful of no balls as well, which, as you know, in the county championship, at 2 runs and no ball is a costly affair.
Well, yeah, Northants were targeting a West Indian signing as well.
Bad back, Kemar.
Kemar Roach.
Hurt his back in that second test match, unfortunately.
That's what he told you, was it?
Yeah.
Bracewell in just outside the off stump, and
I have invested interest.
Leans in alone.
Unfortunately, it didn't quite come off.
Yeah, I think everyone around Northampton was quite excited for the pace of Kemar Roach to come down, provide some real aggression and spice into the attack in these last few weeks, but didn't quite happen, so they've got Bracewell across. He's a very solid, high-quality cricketer.
Yeah, they need a win here, though, at Northampton, because Durham obviously have turned over Middlesex at Lords, which is a big result, a low-scoring game on a fairly spicy track. It must be said, I watched the first day, it was going all over the place.
Bracewell is in to complete the over, and Dexter almost gets outside this, but pushes out on the onside, and Curran wanders in from mid-wicket to field. So 99 for 4, the lead is 50, Dexter is 17, and Ackerman is 56.
Big game next week, Northampton Durham.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
That'll be a cracker.
Yeah, the way the fixtures have fallen, everyone playing everybody, it's anyone's guess who might be promoted. But yeah, really important for Durham to get up today. Middlesex looked to be on top of their task at one stage, but Bryden Carr's a career best 6 for him. But those type of matches, I don't like to see those type of games. The high score is 100, 190. You just think it's a bit too one-sided, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
What was the actual quality of the cricket like? What was the entertainment factor?
Ball obviously dominated. I only went on day one, so and the floodlights are on. Typical Lords, really. You know, once the lights on and it's overcast, the ball does plenty. Speaking to Pete Hanscom at length after day one, if you pitched the ball up and pitched a full, almost half volley length, you were really in trouble because the ball was swinging and seaming. So almost back of a length wasn't working. You had to just really bowl very, very full. And yeah, not a great game, done and dusted, but a good win for Durham.
Hutton's back here, going away from the pavilion into Ackerman, who works the first ball to fine leg for 4. Well, the reactions of keeper and bowler, he took that off quite a straight line, but works it away very fine to bring the 100 up for Leicestershire. 103 for 4, and Ackerman goes for 60, playing a good hand here.
Well, he got a long way across the stumps there, Colin Ackerman, but when you're on 50 odd, 60 odd, and you're a player, well, you got all the quality he possesses, you back yourself not to miss the ball. You shouldn't miss the ball when you're on 50 or 60, so key there was his balance was good. He may have been middle and off stump, but his head was in a good position, just clipped away nicely. He's going to be an international cricketer soon. Colin Ackerman is set to play for Holland in about 3 weeks' time in the World Cup qualifiers. I don't think he's ever even been to Holland, but he's going to play for Holland. There you go.
Hutton goes into him again with 2 slips in place, and Ackerman forward, playing down towards mid-on. Bracewell's there, no run. How has he fixed that one up then?
Well, I'm not really sure. My friends, yeah, he's got Dutch, grandparents. All the Dutch guys, who play for Holland that aren't necessarily Dutch in inverted commas, Ryan Tendershot, a lot of them come from Dutch heritage. So big tournament though in Dubai next month, Dubai and Abu Dhabi, World Cup qualifying tournament for all the
T20
associate nations plus Ireland, who are obviously a full member. Yeah, T20 for the World Cup in Australia. So big prize at stake. Holland will be favourites. They've got a lot of experience. Rolly van der Merwe, Ryan Tendershot, Colin Ackerman himself.
Hutton goes in again, full of length, strikes the man on the pad, gone! Hutton is back and Hutton has struck, and Ackerman is gone for 60. When across his stumps again, looking to work leg side, this time missed, and Brett Hutton has his second wicket and a big breakthrough with Ackerman removed for 60. 103 for 5, you give it out straight away, Niall.
I did, yeah, finger was raised up here in the com box straight away. It was very similar to the ball he clipped for a boundary just 3 balls ago. It went way too far across the stumps, and when the ball hits your pad and the ball ricochets down the wicket, straight back down the wicket, you know you're always in trouble. Umpire, I think it was Peter Pollard.
It is, yeah.
Paul Pollard, I beg your pardon, had no hesitation to give Colin Ackerman out, and you just worry for Leicestershire with that wicket. Maybe a lower order, middle order, lower that are a little bit underperforming at the moment. It could be the writing on the wall, and Leicestershire and Northampton will know that was the big wicket. Ackerman was set.
Yeah, he walks off to decent applause down beneath us because he's played nicely. A 7th half century for him in the campaign, but no 3-figure score on the card. So, as Rich was saying a while ago, got himself set, and he always looks good, doesn't he? High quality player, but not quite the volume of runs that Leicester were after this summer.
No, and I think they've made a mistake actually, Leicestershire, this season. He played so well, he got a double 100 last season, I think it was, batting number 3. This season turned up batting number 5, and he had Cosgrove batting number 4. I thought it was a mistake. I thought Ackerman could have batted number 3. He's the best player for Leicestershire. It was almost they were trying to hide him, protect their best player. All that happened was he went down every game batting at 20 for 3 or 30 for 3. He's under pressure as opposed to batting a first drop. So I think maybe Leicestershire made a bit of a mistake, but he hasn't got the volume of runs. He's been performing more with the ball this year, making headlines with the ball in the T20 cricket, which was remarkable. But with that wicket, you feel that Leicestershire are going to be in trouble here. Young Swindles is the new man, finding his way in the game. What can we expect of young Swindles? Has impressed in a couple of T20 performances, it must be said, but this is a different kettle of fish. Second innings on a wicket that's wary against a probing attack. It's nothing more than probing Northants, but skillful and probing.
Yeah, insistent Northampton in with the ball here. Hutton and Sanderson to start with were superb, really. Gave very little away. It was only 1.5, 2 over progress for the first part of the second innings. Chipped away at some top order wickets, and the ball's got a bit softer, but they've struck to get rid of Ackerman for 60. So Hutton into Harry Swindles, the new batsman, right-hander, and Swindles forward to his first ball, taking a big stride down and across, but just gets the bat down in time to push to Keogh at short mid wicket for no run. Did not want to miss that.
Well, he just walked straight across the stumps there. Probably ended up at about off stump. Head wasn't in a great position. Head was slightly offside of the ball, and managed to get a thick inner half of the bat, but that's kept the bowler, umpire, wicketkeeper and Slips interested.
Extra catcher here up on the leg side for Hutton, who goes in, and Swindles is forward. Again, sort of shuffling at the ball slightly, but a more secure defensive stroke this time, pushing back up towards the bowler's right hand, and there is no run. And what of Trent Bridge then? They're not sliding to relegation, it seems.
Well, yesterday, yeah, it was very disappointing actually. Not very surprising, I suppose, for Nottinghamshire fans if they're listening. They've been pretty poor all year, failing batting lineup. Decent bowlers, but Ravi Ashman's been their best batsman in his time at the county, and he's perplexed.
Hutton to complete the over, and Swindles takes a big stride forward outside the off stump to defend back up towards the bowler. So Hutton returns, and Hutton with a very important breakthrough with Ackerman gone for 60, and now Leicestershire 103 for 5, lead by only 54 runs. Ashman going well today with the bat for Notts, and they're still going 181 for 6 they are, but they're chasing a mighty 440, which has very little chance of happening there. Yorkshire 99 for 7 now at Taunton, so it looks like Somerset are going top of the county championship. Have you seen much of Somerset at all this summer?
Very little. I watched them at Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago. It was a wonderful game.
That was a great game,
yeah. It was a cracking game, and I went on that last day, and it was the first time I've watched young Banton play up close and personal. I don't get down to the West Country as much as I would like. A bit too far for me to travel, but very impressive. He was smacking Cheaton Patel around, reverse sweeping him.
Yeah, it's Bracewell down the hill into Dexter, and Dexter is pushing at one, gets it away past second slip down to third man for a single, but Northants won't mind too much because it will bring the new man Swindles onto strike. Dexter to 18, 104 for 5.
Yeah, he was very impressive, Banton. As I mentioned, I've seen him on TV a fair bit.
Yeah.
White Ball stuff, obviously a wonderful talent, and no doubt he'll play for England in the shorter format in the not too distant future. But he got 66, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It was a wonderful knock. Really took the Cheaton Patel, who's normally such a trump card for Warwickshire, took him out of the game, out of the contest, and it was a classic 4-day game of cricket. Really what I love to see. Game going down to the last day. Warwickshire in the game for a long period, but
well, they should have won, really, didn't they? They made a complete mess of the second innings, bowled out for 150, I think it was, having led by over 100 on first innings. It was a big win for Somerset. Here is Bracewell to Swindles, the new man, and he lets this go just outside the off stump. A quick delivery down the slope, not too far away from the off stump.
Yeah, Warwickshire doing Somerset a favour in this game. They've played well, got a big score at the bat, and that game you would think will peter to a draw.
5-17 playing 183 for 3 at the moment, so a flat one at Edgbaston it looks like.
Unless there's some kind of contrived day 4
maybe Essex could gamble.
Warwickshire might need a few points.
Yeah, I mean, I think they should be safe with the points they've got in this game, the Bears, as Bracewell bowls a bumper here to Swindles, on target, but he sways inside the line, watched it well, kept his eye on the ball, got inside it, and it goes to De Rossington around shoulder height. So yeah, Notts tumbling back down into the second division. Few would have thought that.
Well, spent big, and the players just haven't performed. You know, Duckett, season's been terrible really. Joe Clark had a wonderful debut, but it's been appalling really. His performances and numbers. He's got dropped now from the side. He's been dropped from the T20 side.
No form by Samit Patel. He's at loan at Glamorgan now as Bracewell comes in again, and Swindles fiddles at 1, playing out towards Newton at point, no run. 104 for 5.
Steve Mullaney is normally fairly consistent. Been injured for a large part of the season. That's dampened there.
Knee surgery, didn't he?
Yeah, so he's been out probably for the best part of 10 weeks. I would think maybe even longer. So you can normally rely on Steve Mullaney to get you 800 runs at 36, 37. He's normally pretty reliable. He's a good fielder in the slip. So they've been missing that. They've just struggled. They really have struggled. And they're back down Div 2, so they'll be obviously a force to reckon with this division.
Bracewell once more, past the umpire he goes, strikes the power appeal for LBW, gone! Swindle's gone for a duck, and Bracewell has struck. He was trying all the while there, Swindles, to get across the off stump and sort of cover that probing fourth stump, off stump line of Bracewell, but he's gone fuller and a bit straighter and past the inside edge, and the finger of Billy Taylor goes up. So a double strike in quick succession here for Northants, and they're firmly on course for victory once again. 104 for 6 now. Swindle's gone for a duck, and the lead is only 55.
Well, has there ever been a more inevitable dismissal than that from Harry Swindles? He looked like he was going to get out LBW every single ball. Playing too much white ball cricket for me. Walking across the stumps, stone dead, absolutely plumb as you like. It was one of those ones as a batsman, you maybe even just walk off. You don't even wait to see Billy Taylor as an ex-bowler. He's not going to give the batsman any leeway there. Straight up with the finger, gone. Disappointment for the youngster Swindles, but fortunately his technique there looked like for 4 or 5 balls he's going to get out LB every single ball.
So now down to the bowlers, with Parkinson out at number 8. Wright, Davison, Evans to come. How far can they extend this target that currently only sits at 55 runs? 104 for 6. Dexter is still there on 18, but you can sense here that Northants believe that they've done the bulk of the work in this second innings. Taken out some big wickets cheaply earlier on this afternoon, as I had for 6. Cosgrove for only 8 key wickets. Contributions in the first innings from those 2, but only Ackerman 60 has got anything on the board here for the Foxes. 104 for 6, and Doug Bracewell has his first wicket for Northamptonshire on his return. He played 3 games at the start of last season, took 11 wickets. It's a reasonably high average, but after an indifferent first innings has settled much better here. And now picks up his first wicket in his second stint with the club. And a bit of pace here maybe to just rough up the Leicestershire lower order. 3 slips in place. Bracewell is into Parkinson at the right-hander, and Parkinson lets his first ball go outside the off stump, and it completes a successful over for Doug Bracewell. 104 for 6, 55 ahead the Foxes, and we have 9 overs to go until tea. After a word from Niall O'Brien, I might wait for Richard.
Well, it seems like since I've come to the commentary box, it's all gone downhill for Leicester. Ackerman, plumb LB in front of all 3, and then Swindle's gone for a globe. A disappointment for the young keeper, but Dexter standing firm. But you would think the ascendancy is with the Northants men, the men from down the Welford Road. Short trip, and Razor, how are you, my friend? Lovely
very
to see
well.
you.
How are you? Good to see you too. So you look like you've been on a good pasture.
Yeah, I'm stacking on the weight in retirement. I did bring.
You've been a busy man.
Yeah, busy and not
In the car though, a lot.
in the car. Lots of service stations, lots of bad food. I put my gym kit in my car today, thinking I'll watch till tea time and then go to the gym. But I just know once I leave here, I'm just going to go home.
In then goes Hutton from the pavilion end, bowls an outswinger to Dexter, steps forward, lets it bounce through to Adam Rossington behind the stumps. It's almost all over here. You feel at the moment it's such a long tail that Leicestershire have now. Such an inexperienced tail with Swindles coming in at 6.
Yeah, he's not a 6.
You know,
he's more of a number 8 really at this stage of his career. With all due respect to the young man,
absolutely
finding his way in the game, but Parkinson 7, Rice 8.
Gone with George Rhodes. You think it's a good signing? Not much about him, really. He hasn't played much at Worcester. 3-year contract. As in goes Hutton and bowls again to Dexter, who watches and withdraws the bat, pulls the bat back inside the line as it swings through to Rossington again. Lots of outswing for Hutton.
Well, you actually do. I think it's a good signing. And 2 questions. You asked, is it a good signing? I haven't seen much of him. The answer to the second, I haven't seen much of him, to be honest. Is it a good signing? 3 years, a 3-year contract is a lot for a bloke who averages 21 in first-class cricket, in my opinion. I think, I don't know the financials behind it, but he's not going to be coming for £20,000. So it was a strange one. I'll leave it at that, I suppose.
Hutton in bowls. Dexter is forward on off stump, just deflecting the ball out into the offside, and there's no run.
You think of someone like, if you're to believe rumours that Neil Dexter's going to be moved along. He scored 183 early in the season. Is he moving on?
He is. He hasn't been offered another contract. That's for sure. So it looks that way.
Yeah. From my point of view, there's some young lads in the academy who are good cricketers.
Yes.
I would like to see money spent on those guys and invested in those guys.
Hutton in bowls and straight, and Dexter is behind it solidly enough, pushing slightly across the line as it goes out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. They are giving some of the youngsters a chance now, though. Young Evans looks a decent
good
prospect. He bowled beautifully in the first dig.
I watched him play second team cricket a little bit this year. Looks a nice bowler.
He does.
Got enough pace, and he'll add to that pace. Although he'll need a new bowling coach now, because obviously Matt Mason's departing.
Heading to Western Australia.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for Mace. Good bowling coach, and to work with Adam Voges and the Scorchers and the Wacker. Wonderful.
He went through the squad with me this morning. It was impressive stuff. In goes Hutton, outside off stump. Slightly short, though, and cut away by Dexter. He's going wide of third man, who has a bit of a chase to get to the ball. Dexter's going to pick up a couple of runs. Moves on to 18. 104 for 6. The lead creeping up. In fact, 106 for 6 now, so 57 the lead. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. You saw who scored some runs for Durham in the second innings, top scorer?
I did.
Old friend of ours.
Yeah, great lad, Robbo. Great to see. He got a duck. Not a first ball, he got a duck.
16 ball duck in the first dig, but yeah, he's making a good bid for a contract at Durham. It would be great to see him join Ben Rain and Ned Eckersley up there. In goes Hutton, bowls to Dexter, who drives thick inside edge onto the pad, almost got through, didn't.
Yeah, he's done well, Robbo, to be fair. He's a great kid, great lad, works very hard in his game, and he got a duck. Decent ball, actually, first innings, and I was chatting to him in the stands, and he just said, got a good ball, nicked a good seed, and yesterday, very valuable 64 in a low-scoring game.
Absolutely.
Resulted in Durham getting a great win.
Update coming for BBC Radio. Let's get in between the overs. Unfortunately, Leicestershire beginning to subside here. They've lost a couple of wickets since I was with you last, both leg before wicket. Colin Ackerman had made 60 when he stepped across his stumps, tried to work Brett Hutton into the leg side, palpably leg before. 103 for 5, and then Harry Swindells didn't manage to pick up any runs at all. He went leg before wicket to Doug Bracewell for a duck. 104 for 6. It's gone on to 106 for 6. Neil Dexter is there at the moment with Callum Parkinson, who's just getting off the mark, so 107 for 6, all of which means that Leicestershire's lead now is only 58 with just 4 second innings wickets in hand. Back with you online.
I think Rossington's done well for Northampton. His captaincy has been good. This morning when I walked in, I saw a third man in play straight away, which at Grace Road I think is so important. Third man, a lot of runs go third man. He didn't have too many slip fielders, a couple of slip fielders. Generally your nick at Grace Road goes to keeper, first or second slip. Not many go to gully at third or fourth.
Bracewell in bowls, clipped away off his legs by Callum Parkinson. He's going to pick up at least 2. Could run away for 4 unless Cohen can drag it back. He can, just a yard inside the ropes down there at wide long leg, gets his throwaway. Young Callum picks up a couple of runs. He's had a troubled season. He so much promise as a left-armer spinner, but as Alex will tell you, in the first innings he bowled absolutely without any confidence at all. Didn't have a bad T20, but he 8 or 9 overs for 60 odd runs in the first innings against Northampton. No turn there for him particularly, but he has lost a lot of confidence. His action, obviously, in what's gone on off the field has made life a tricky one for him this season. It's been a tough old season for him, the young Lancastrian, but he's battling away. In goes Bracewell, bowls to him a bouncer, and he only just gets underneath it there, just flicked his shoulder as he had to duck low.
Yeah, he's a good lad, Parky.
He is.
Him and his brother, two very, very talented cricketers. I think Parky started so well in Leicestershire. T20 cricket did so well, and I think he lost a bit of confidence when they signed Lilly. coming from Lancashire, all of a sudden Lilly was getting some game time ahead of him. I think that was a bit of a mistake, actually, if I'm being brutally honest, because I like Parkinson. He's a good, competitive cricketer.
It's hard to understand that signing.
Played against me for Derbyshire, I think, Parkinson, potentially, here in the Championship.
Yeah, he did, yeah. And
he
did well, didn't he? Got 50, didn't he?
Got behind as well.
Did he?
One of my last games. Put the final nail in the coffin raiser.
In goes Bracewell, who's putting everything into his bowling at the moment, but that one's wide outside off stump, stays a little bit low. Yeah, I think it was an odd signing with respect to Aaron Lilly, coming in on a 2-year deal as well, and he did start, or he was in the pre-season game against Loughborough, so to speak, the first class game, and Callum has played very little first class cricket. This is just his 3rd game of the season. As a consequence, Paul Horton has been sort of throwing the ball to Ackerman, really, if Leicestershire have needed a spin option, but Ackerman hasn't looked as though he's really believed in his off-spin in red ball cricket. As Bracewell goes in, bowls 2, Parkinson thuds into the pads, might just have been a little inside edge onto them there.
Always risky playing at Grace Road. Day 3 and 4, when you're batting too far across, middle and off stump, the tendency is the ball to stay down. LB and bowls are big motives to miss. I think of someone like Wayne Madsen, who played very well here a couple of times against me at Leicestershire. Day 3 or 4, stayed leg side, gave the bowler his stumps and kept his balance, gave himself the opportunity to have access to the ball. As soon as you start getting across your stumps, you get your head outside the line of the ball and you're an LB like Swindles.
Down the slope from the Bennett end comes Bracewell, bowls 2, Parkinson, who's driving thick outside edge, could pick up 4. Third man makes a good sliding stop in front of the meet. Parkinson picks up a couple of runs, moves on to 6, 112 for 6. How is family life?
Family life's good, yeah. Little Roy's doing well. He'll be 1 next month.
I was going to say, is he starting to just toddle around a little bit?
Yeah, he's crawling around a bit, yeah, keeping me on my toes, to be fair. But yeah, he's going well. Not really talking much at the moment. I don't let him get a word in.
I was going to say, he'll learn.
No, he's going alright. We'll be in Dubai for his birthday next month, so we've got a little work / holiday to Dubai with the family, so that's quite nice. But no, I've enjoyed the season. I've been around the grounds a lot, watched a lot of good cricketers actually. Northampton made a good signing here in Gareth Berg. A good cricketer, very honest cricketer. He bowls his overs, he gets some good runs, kind of at that number 8 position. He'll kind of shepherd the tail and bat well with Rossington, who's quite aggressive, and in the dressing room, a lot of experience. He's won a number of trophies in his time with Middlesex, Hampshire, so I think he'll bring a nice bit of, pardon the pun, steel to the Northampton side.
We had a chat to him after the first day because he took a wicket with his first ball. It was
Did he really?
Yeah, it was a little bit of one of
down
those
side,
that drags it down outside off stump, and Ackerman, I think it was, steered it straight to point. One of those that got a little bit fortunate as Hutton goes in, bowls 2. Dexter, oh goodness me, is that leg before? Was it the bat first? It was the bat first. It was going to thud into the stumps. It stayed a little bit low. He was deep in his crease, but an inside edge saved Neil Dexter there. 112 for 6 remains the score. But Northants, we were saying that Berg just gives them a little bit of a different option as a bowler as well, because Houghton and Sanderson, they're a side that really knows their game, aren't they? They're by and large they're an experienced side, but he just brings something a little bit different when the pitch is a different sort of pitch. It's a different sort of bowling, and he got a little bit more bounce almost than or different sort of bounce, if you like, to Sanderson and Hutton, and it was effective. In he goes, Hutton, and bowls 2. Dexter, a couple of steps down the wicket, a slightly airy drive, thick outside edge. It's going to run away down to backward point. Good work down there by Keogh to get to the ball. Dexter's thinking about it. Well, Parkinson was thinking about a second. Dexter wasn't really. He moves on to 22, 114 for 6.
Yeah, they're a good bowling line up Northants. Sanderson's top class.
Yeah.
50, 60 wickets every season in first class cricket. Wonderful. No great pace, but enough movement and good enough control that when the wicket does give you a little bit in your favour, but he extracts everything out of it. If it's a flat wicket, he's got control to hit a line on length. This guy's a talent, Hutton. Very talented cricketer.
Runs away from us, past umpire Pollard, and bowls again to Dexter, who is groping rather forward, and he slaps his thigh in annoyance there as it swings past the outside edge into the gloves of Rossington.
I'll give you a big name that might be on the move.
Go on in.
Rushworth.
Might he?
There you go.
Well, hasn't he been offered a long enough contract, or? Because it's his testimonial year, isn't it, Chris? And
I think they're questioning his physique.
Well,
there you go.
He can point to the number of overs he's bowled over the last 2 years and say, well, I haven't let anybody down in that respect. In goes Hutton and bowls to Dexter, who defends on off stump. And there is no run. The problem for Leicestershire and I'm being selfish in talking about Leicestershire almost exclusively, is that they can't absolutely afford anybody, according to the new chief exec, Karen Rothery, and Paul Nixon, who is just having to juggle with essentially what he's got. That said, they've signed Rhodes, but won't be for a great deal of money. One or two of the players have triggered increases in contracts because of the amount of cricket they've played. The likes of Harry Dearden and people like that. Well, PCA contracts are coming in for them. Harry Swindells also. In goes Hutton, bowls to Dexter, who leans forward and leaves his bat raised.
I feel for Paul Nixon. His hands are tied.
Exactly that.
You know what I'm like, Razor, in my industry as well. I'm speaking to Nico all the time, trying to find him a little gem in the rough. But even if I found a gem, he can't afford it, which is a real shame. He's been left high and dry. Previous coaches, previous regimes have just left Paul Nixon with absolutely nothing to do, and he's doing as best he can. He's got a good person in John Sadler alongside him. Mace is good, but he's gone now. Has to replace him.
I think Tom Smith will probably replace him. In goes Hutton, bowls down the leg side, flicked at by Neil Dexter. Nice work by Rossington, diving away to his left to get to the ball.
Yeah, Tom Smith may well. He's experienced, good cricketer. Tom was, and a very good bloke, but they'll have to bring somebody into the academy, I presume, to take over the academy role. Maybe Phil de Freitas is involved there.
Exactly, they'll sort of shuffle up one way or another. A few people are sort of working sort of part-time in that respect, like Phil. So he's a possibility.
The T20 this year, they played some good stuff. Without an overseas player, remarkable really. You stick two good overseas players in there, and all of a sudden Leicester in the quarterfinals, and you win a quarterfinal. You have finals. It's small margins, so I think a lot of credit has to go to Nico. To be fair, he's juggled his pack as best he can. Ackerman's done a good job as captain. I think Horton's time is probably running short. He's got next year, and that'll be him on his way, I would think.
In then comes Bracewell, hurries Parkinson, but he's right behind the ball in defence, playing it back down the pitch to the New Zealander. I agree. I don't know if any decision has been taken on the captaincy for next year. Obviously, Ackerman captained the side in the T20, and I think he'd do a good job with the red ball.
Well, he was red ball captain, was he not?
No.
He's never been red ball captain.
No.
I'm not sure he wants to be red ball captain, does he?
I think he was. He did. Now, whether the amount of international cricket he'll start playing, in goes Bracewell, bowls to Parkinson, Fuller this time, and bunted out through mid-off. It's going to be a chase back for Sanderson. Picks up around 10 yards inside the ropes, 2 runs taken.
He won't play any cricket for Holland in summer. In season, Colin Ackerman won't.
I wasn't sure what their fixtures were, so that won't be an issue.
No, with Holland, even like people like Rolly van der Merwe, etc., if they've got counter commitments, they're not required by Holland. So it's more off-season stuff for them to try and qualify for these events, etc. So his Dutch commitments won't take any effect over Leicestershire.
What I wasn't sure with Colin was whether he'd want to move to a more competitive county in the end. In goes Bracewell, bowls a bouncer, and not entirely convincing in the manner which he evades that one. Callum Parkinson almost throws himself to the ground, to the offside, and he's laughing as he walks down and touches gloves with Neil Dexter.
Well, he'd have every other county in the country wanting him.
You'd have thought so.
Fine player, although I know you say his numbers this year probably haven't been as good as previous seasons. Excellent player. You watch him bat, he's a class above. He really is a cut above everything else on the Leicestershire side, but obviously probably both sides in this fixture, as well as someone like Rob Keogh played, etc. But Ackerman's a wonderful player, and given his off spin with white ball as well, he's a really valuable asset.
The greatest bowler in T20 history. Ackerman. No one was more surprised or chuffed than Ackers, I can assure. Seven for 19. Yeah, I was going to say nobody's got quite an 8 for, but he's the first to get a 7 for. And looking at the ball at the moment.
5 and 5 balls, did he? Last hit Malinga.
Did he? Still, Ackers is up there. There have been positives to the season. The emergence of Hassan Azad. 1,000 championship runs in his first full season. He's gone well past that, and obviously with 2 games to go, could get up to sort of 1,100, 1,200. That doesn't look a classical batsman, but wonderful powers of concentration. Fantastic. And he knows what works for him.
No, it's brilliant. I spoke to him a few weeks ago, Kibbereth. I was watching a game plan. He said, I take guard at 11 o'clock and I want to be there at 6. So lovely to hear that, because you don't hear many young batsmen or batters in any form of the game now talking that way.
Bright lad as well.
Yeah, very bright lad.
Which helps, you know.
His technique, as you mentioned, you wouldn't necessarily coach it, but look at Steve Smith, you wouldn't coach his technique, and he's the best in the world, so there we go.
Exactly, it's numbers on the board at the end of the day, isn't it? That makes the difference. Bracewell, 3 balls to go in, he's over, comes in and bowls to Parkinson, who just leans away from that slightly short delivery. Doesn't really get up though. Are you here to see the Northamptonshire chairman,
I'm here to
just
see everyone.
to see everybody?
I'm here to see everyone. Have a bit of cake, have a bit of coffee.
Well, that's a special Northampton cake that the meat have produced, apparently.
Is it?
It involves spices and
looks
cinnamon.
like a cookie.
It kind of does, but it's got all sorts of things that are inimical to Northants, I can tell you.
What, Doc Martin?
Yeah, shoes. Yeah, leather. In goes Bracewell, almost feeling for that one, Parkinson. And there is no run. It's called a Cattern cake.
Oh, very fancy.
And it involves cinnamon and the caraway seeds.
Lovely. Well, I'll leave you with
then,
those cakes. I don't need any. I've had enough cakes.
Great to see Niall. As always, we will do some swapping around of headphones. I'll pass these back across to Alex. I was just telling Niall about our special cakes, which we can now try.
Well, they look like cookies, don't they?
Yes, just what he said. In goes Bracewell and bowls to Parkinson, who gets in line bravely because he's been peppered a bit in the last few balls, and I say bravely because that one stayed quite low and he managed to keep it out. But just for the last time, I'll tell you exactly what it is. It is a Cattern cake, Cattern. And it's to do with lace making, which, quote, is a common cottage industry across Northamptonshire. And Cattern is as in St Catherine, who is the patron saint of lace makers. it's a sort of long connection. St Catherine's Day, 25th of November, is a special day for all lace makers, when they celebrate by eating rabbit casserole and drinking from the Cattern bowl, and finish the feast with the speciality of the day, Cattern cake. Okay, so these are Cattern cakes, and they involve cinnamon, spice.
Here is Hutton going away from us and going past the outside edge of Dexter.
And caraway seeds. The recipe goes back to Tudor times and has changed a little over the centuries, though sometimes they are made with yeasted dough. The delicious little Cattern cakes are more recognisable as a soft and slightly chewy biscuit or cookie. And a couple of Cattern cakes are delicious with a strong and refreshing cup of tea.
Very good. What was the link with North Ends?
Well, because lace making is a huge...
Hutton in again, and nicely driven here by Dexter. Gets past point, maybe 2 runs. Yeah, going to come back because there was a chase across to his left-hand side for Keogh from deep cover. So Dexter goes to 24, 118 for 6. I thought lace making was a Nottingham thing.
So did I, Nottingham lace, but apparently it's big in was big in Northamptonshire as well, back in Tudor times. And Cattern, as in St Catherine, who was the patron saint of lace makers.
Smells quite nice anyway.
We shall
118 for 6, and Dexter trying to push Leicestershire a little further forward. Clips this nicely past mid-on, not quite past mid-on. There was a dive from Bracewell who got something on it, and they're going to take 2 runs anyway. I think that would have been the result had that dive not come in there from Bracewell to his right-hand side. It was a good effort nonetheless, but 2 more to Dexter, goes to 26, 120 for 6. You just get the sense here that Dexter is going to play a bit more positively to try and push this innings along a little further, suggesting he doesn't particularly trust what's to come at the other end.
Mike Jelfs on Twitter, Skegness looking good. I wonder if he's planning a trip to the coast tomorrow.
Hutton in, and Dexter forward, playing down towards mid-on. Bracewell is there, and there is no run. It does look very much like some kind of sultana cookie, doesn't it?
It does. It's rather nice, isn't it?
But yes, thank you very much indeed for fetching those from the meat.
I think we owe it to the Friends of Grace Road to sample their efforts. They do make an effort to produce an individual cake.
Hutton in, back and across goes Dexter, pushing down towards point. Newton is there, and there is no run.
As well as, of course, of all the usual suspects, the chocolate cake was doing extremely good business. There was a long queue when I went in. It has to be said, the Cattern cakes weren't necessarily the focus of everybody's attention.
It would be
they were very pleased that I was buying a couple, put it that way.
If there's some chocolate cake on offer, yeah, I think I'd be preferring that. Hutton in to complete the over. And Dexter forward to one that gently swings, and he plays again out on the onside and finds Curran at mid-wicket. End of the over. 4 to go until tea time, and Northants are firmly on top. 120 for 6. The Leicestershire lead is only 71. So much to do until this fourth innings target can be described as really tricky. Northants superb here with the ball so far in the second innings, but conditions just flattening out a wee bit. When Ackerman was together with Dexter, things were getting a bit easier, but Ackerman's 60 needed to be a bigger contribution really to really put Northants under some pressure. But still, they've got an old ball in which to try and get through the lower order here. But some leg theory coming up for Bracewell with a slip on the leg side and a short leg in place.
In he goes, and bowls to Callum Parkinson, and that is a bouncer, but it's just a little bit too far down the leg side, and Parkinson can lean across to the offside and just drop his left shoulder and let it go through to Rossington behind the stumps. Parkinson on 8, Dexter 26, 120, so the lead then 71. A long way short of really being testing at this stage, you feel. It's quite dark out there at the moment. It is going to get lighter. There is lighter cloud, lighter patches of sky coming. In goes Bracewell, bowls outside off stump. He's been much more impressive in the second innings, Doug Bracewell, than he was in the first, that's for sure. When, as Niall acknowledged, and Alex and myself likewise, he was looking in need of a gallop. But he is fairly galloping in at the moment, and giving it everything. He's picked up one wicket, an important one. Harry Swindles going in a place or two too early, you feel, for a young batsman of his experience. In goes Bracewell, bowls and tucks Parkinson up, but he plays it solidly away off leg stump out into the mid-wicket area, and he's going to pick up one. Yes, you heard the call. Dexter responded, picks up the single, moves on to 9, 121 for 6. It is distinctly gloomy. The floodlights certainly having an effect. How long until tea now? 3.5 overs. Well, how is it? How do you find it?
It's not bad.
Interesting?
Yeah, there's a slightly interesting aftertaste.
The cinnamon?
I think it's probably no, not necessarily the cinnamon, but the caraway. Just that, you sort of crunch the seeds and it releases a slightly strange flavour.
Bracewell in, forward goes Dexter, just deflecting the ball down to third man, who puts in the dive and can't get there to his left. It looked like a deliberate little push at the ball, an angled bat from Dexter, an opener's push, if you like, just deflecting the ball through the vacant third slip area, and it whistled down to the fine third man boundary. Third man is quite fine down there, but couldn't get across, so he put in the dive, and Dexter moves on to 30, 125 for 6.
Kent have beaten Notts at Trent Bridge. 10 wickets in the match for Darren Stevens. Notts ball out for 2-1-2 second time around, so Kent the winners there by a mighty 227 runs, and that should seal Notts relegation, with Warwickshire set to pick up enough points at Edgbaston this week.
Bracewell bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by Neil Dexter, and there's no run. Well, Leicestershire supporters, every cloud and all that.
I think everybody in the country is cheering Notts' demise, I dare suggest. Somerset have also won. They've bowled Yorkshire out again extremely cheaply. Fire them out for just 127 second time around. That's a really, really poor week for Yorkshire. Bowled out for 103 and 127 at Taunton. And so Somerset have won that by a huge 298 runs and take the lead in the county championship title race.
Bracewell in to Dexter, who stands up tall and plays it off the back foot through wide third man stroke backward square for 4. That was a really nice shot. He had time there, Neil Dexter, maybe just beginning to get a little bit tired. Doug Bracewell there came charging in, bowled just short outside off stump, but it didn't really carry through or bounce off the pitch, and Neil Dexter up on his toes stroked it away backward of point for 4, moves on to 34, 129 for 6. They won't want Dexter just to his innings to become slightly dangerous. Northamptonshire, 3 overs to go until tea. say 150 they'll be okay with. 200 there might be just one or two slight nerves in terms of chasing down the final innings target. Obviously they'd like it to be less than 100, and still a prospect of that happening. 129 for 6.
Here is Hutton going away from the pavilion with 2 slips in place to bowl to Parkinson, and Parkinson strides forward, lets his ball go just outside the off stump. Glamorgan 69 for 5 at tee. They're chasing a mighty 3-1-2 to beat Worcester at New Road, so very, very unlikely that that is going to happen. So if Northants can win here, and if Gloucestershire can find a response at Bristol against Sussex, they're currently 115 for 3, still trail by 55, so Sussex still well on top. But if Northants do win here and Gloucester do get a draw at Bristol, as Hutton strikes the pad of Parkinson, have gone down the leg side, that's why the appeal was stifled, the ball ran away to mid-wicket for no run. But if Glamorgan lose, looking very likely. If Northants win here, also for the moment likely. And if Gloucestershire can draw, probably unlikely we'd say at this stage. If all those 3 results happen, then Northants could seal promotion next week with victory over Durham, with a certain amount of bonus points. But all Northants can do is worry about their own fate. And for the moment, going very well here. Leicester 129 for 6 in their second innings. As away goes Hutton, and Parkinson is pushing leg side. Good save from Curran at mid-wicket. Diving away, stripped this out of left hand there. And there is no run. Derbyshire 38 for 2, second time around against Lancashire. Lancs ball out for 4-1-8, so Derbyshire still trailing there by 136 runs. They've got their eyes on finals day next Saturday. The 2 games still going on now in Division 1 are the Aegeus Bowl, where Surrey are 96 for 4 now, chasing 4-2-4, so Hampshire on the way to winning that one as Hutton goes past the outside edge, full of length, one nips away. There was half a sound because there were a couple of hands raised from around the bat. Parkinson survives, he's there on 9. And at Edgbaston, Essex have got their first batting bonus point, but it has taken 78 overs to get there. 205 for 3. Essex will be hoping for maybe 4 batting bonus points and a solid draw from that week there. I think conceded 517 in the first innings. As Hutton is in once more, slightly wider on the bowling crease, full of length outside the off stump. Parkinson strides forward and lets it go through. In the Test match, England are 164 for 3. Joe Root, who was dropped 3 times earlier on, has 56. Australia decided to bowl first, which was a surprise. Last ball coming up in Hutton's over, so third slip goes in and deep point drops back. Opponents would like to keep Dexter away from the bowling at the moment, as Hutton goes into Parkinson, and Parkinson is beaten again. 2 beauties in the over from Hutton. He can't believe he hasn't found the edge on a couple of occasions. Full of length deliveries that have just moved away enough to beat the bat. Hutton has been exceptional today. 15 overs. His 6th maiden there. 2 for 29. And the Foxes 129 for 6. So their lead is 70, 80, 70.
Sorry. 25 and 55 is 80.
80.
80. 80 for 6, effectively, Leicestershire in their second innings. They need, you would think, 150 to have really any chance at all of extending Northamptonshire on what continues to be an essentially pretty docile track here at the Fisher County ground. We now have 2 overs to go until tea. Doug Bracewell is puffed out for the time being, so Adam Rossington goes back to Luke Proctor. Just bowled 4 overs in the innings so far. Proctor comes in, bowls to Dexter, who's playing across his front pad to that fullish delivery, turning it off middle stump out towards mid-wicket. Picked up there by Hutton, and there's no run. 129 for 6 remains the score. Might make a note of that. 129 equals 80, just so Might be an easier sum, ultimately. So results everywhere, and perhaps a result coming here as well today, as in goes Proctor and bowls outside off stump, swings away, bounces away, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Neil Dexter, who turns and then wanders away towards square leg. Sees the solid figure of umpire Pollard some 30 yards away. 4 shadows being cast by Paul Pollard, an indication that the floodlights very much taking effect here at Fisher County Ground. I don't think they'd play under these in a test match at the moment. No problems in county cricket. In goes Pollard, and beg your pardon, Proctor even and bowls. Foolish outside off stump, steered by Dexter out towards Newton, who's on the boundary at point now. A comfortable single taken. Dexter onto 35. Parkinson has 9. 130 for 6.
Without the caraway seeds, it'd be quite nice.
They're just...
Yeah, but they're getting in my teeth a bit.
Ah.
And yeah, the flavour...
So it's physical rather than flavour, or
well,
both? Or?
A bit of both. Can't say I've used caraway seeds to cook myself.
Are they a bit licoricey? I haven't had it.
Yeah.
In goes Proctor and bowls to Parkinson, who is forward on off stump, deflecting the ball out into the offside, pushing it out into the offside, and there's no run. Run rate 2.5. Over rate is +1. We did get a few overs from Keogh, but the ball hasn't exactly been going around the park, as that run rate indicates. And Northants have been brisk in their over rate. Proctor in, bowls, a very high bouncer, and Parkinson did automatically start to duck. It signalled a no ball on height. It was so high, there was absolutely no chance of getting a bat anywhere near it, and Billy Taylor indicates a no ball on height. 2 then added to the Leicestershire score. Umpire Pollard concurs. The 2 men exchange signals. Parkinson not the tallest of men, and it was a good probably 3 feet above his head. In goes Proctor and bowls, and it's a fuller delivery. Parkinson right behind it though, on middle stump, middle and leg, turned out into the onside, picked up by Ben Curran, who's at mid wicket, and there's no run.
Not bad.
Well, it was interesting.
Not bad, yeah.
You've had a little piece of Northamptonshire. Yeah. A little piece of Northamptonshire.
Yeah. I'd still say it's more of a knots link. What do they make?
The lace thing. Well, I'm sure they've done their research historically, so perhaps knots and perhaps a few counties have sort of lace-making things. In goes Proctor, and forward goes Parkinson to a full delivery just outside off stump. Plays it with an angled bat, so it runs away the ball down through the vacant gully area down towards third man. Parkinson takes one and keeps the strike in so doing. He moves on to 10, 133 for 6. 1 over left until tea, so as ever it will be around about half an hour late. Over rate of +1 notwithstanding. I don't think how many, there haven't been too many delays, 1 or 2 checks of the ball. I was nearly in the game bringing the cakes back, because that 6 that Neil Dexter hit off Rob Keogh thudded into the benches only about 3 or 4 yards away from where I was walking, with cat and cakes in hand. Could have been cat and cake carnage.
Hutton then, last over of the session, bowling to Parkinson, who's forward and steering this away towards Newton at point, and there is no run. So the advantage of 84 for the Foxes. Nothing at the moment to give Northants too many concerns in the 4th innings. As Hutton turns and goes away from us again, and Parkinson goes across his off stump and lets it go through.
Sounds like we're just going to have to squeeze in a quick update for BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency between deliveries perhaps. tea approaching. The Foxes in deep trouble at 133-4-6. They were in even deeper trouble when Harry Swindles went leg before wicket to Doug Bracewell without scoring, made the score 104-6. The lead at that stage just 59. It's gone on to 84, the lead, but with 6 wickets down, they're going to need to extend it to something around about 150 really to have a serious chance of going on to win this game. Northamptonshire right on top with the Foxes 133-6. Delivery from Hutton that was just defended off stump by Parkinson. That's the only one you've missed. 3 balls till tea. Yeah, useful little partnership now, 29. Just extending Northamptonshire's bowlers a bit.
Yeah, 104-6. It looked very much doom and gloom, but the target's edging towards 3 figures now. Parkinson trying to settle as Hutton goes into him again, and he gets beaten by one that zips away. How many of those balls has Hutton bowled in this match? Bringing the right-hander forward, zipping one away and beating the bat. Exceptional stuff from Brett Hutton, and most unfortunate not to find the edge there. Could have had a far greater return than his 2 for 29 so far, but he's been just really consistent, Hutton. Very impressive once again. Can he finish the session off in style? Goes into Parkinson, who's edging, but it's down and away from third slip. Proctor comes and slides to cut it off at third man to his left, and they go through for a single. So here does find the edge of Parkinson as Proctor, but squirting it away for a single. Parkinson goes to 11, so 134-6, and then it goes to 85. Leicestershire have lost another wicket at Bristol, so Sussex moving towards victory there, it seems. 129 for 4, the Gloucester still trail by 41. If Sussex were to win there, then Northants, if they win here, couldn't quite wrap up promotion next week.
Getting ahead of yourself, young man.
Hudson bowls a bumper here, a good one on target, but Dexter gets himself beneath it, and that ends the session with Northants firmly on top. 134-6, the Foxes lead by 85, and in need of extending that target much further. Probably doubling it would be ideal to have a real chance in the 4th innings. Northants have been excellent with the ball in the 2nd innings. Can they finish things off after tea? 134-6.
We'll be with you, back with you here at the Fisher County. However, Dexter's determination and Parkinson's bravery have seen the Foxes through until tea without further loss. They've so far added 30 for the 7th wicket. But you feel they're going to have to add an awful lot more for the Foxes to give themselves a chance in this game. Lead of 150 might be interesting. That said, but they're a long way from that. So, Ben Sanderson to commence proceedings from the Bennett end, comes in and bowls outside off stump to Callum Parkinson. The ball swings through, is allowed to swing through to Rossington behind the stumps, and there's no run. Coming up to 4 o'clock, so we've started rather later than we should have done. About half an hour late we're running, so looking like a sort of 6 o'clock finish, unless of course things are getting close and the umpires take the extra half an hour, which they can do. Sanderson in to Parkinson, who is forward, playing a delivery that swings past the outside edge and goes through to Rossington again. He didn't let it go through, it beat the bat. Good afternoon to Alex. Set fair for the rest of the day.
Yeah,
it's an over today.
Really, really nice day again, isn't it? Yeah, pushing it, I think, to try and get a result now tonight with this partnership, really. 104 for 6. The lead was only just above 50. There's still plenty of overs left in the day. There was every chance.
Sanderson in to Parkinson. This time he does leave slightly wider. The delivery does shape away from him again. No run yet to lay bat on ball in this session, Callum Parkinson.
Even if you were to add on 8 extra overs for the extra half hour, that would leave us 40 in the session for Northants to chase down. 120 if they take 4 quick wickets. So,
I suppose,
unless of course they're given a generous start again, as Leicestershire afforded them in the 1st innings. But yeah, I think we'll need maybe as much as half a day to get this done tomorrow.
Sanderson in, bowls, straight this time, but Parkinson equal to it, stretching forward on off stump, the shadow of the floodlights, not the pylon, the actual lights themselves, directly across the pitch in front of him.
Which is absolutely fine for everybody, because this time of the year you want to savour every moment's cricket you can get before it disappears again with the winter.
We might be one of the few games still going tomorrow.
Yeah.
At this rate. Sanderson turns into his 14th over, bowls to Parkinson, outswinger, which Parkinson just gets up on his toes as he lifts his bat and lets that one go through outside off stump. He's capable of batting quite a long time, Parkinson. He can be very obdurate and determined. He got a very good 80 against Worcester, I remember watching that. So he shouldn't be underrated as a batsman. He's not had the greatest of times of late, but he can provide valuable support for Dexter, who, as we know, is capable of batting very long innings indeed. He too hasn't been at his best of late. You never quite know. Could today be the day? In goes Sanderson and bowls, foolish, on off stump, waiting for it in the crease. Parkinson defends off stump, pushes the ball out into the offside. It's an over successfully, if occasionally fortuitously negotiated by Callum Parkinson. A maiden over for Ben Sanderson, his fourth. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 26 for the South Yorkshireman, who takes his sweater from umpire Taylor and walks off to the, not quite as yet, the shade of the electronic scoreboard. Alex goes to update BBC Radio Northampton with the news that play has recommenced for the 3rd time today. Gareth Berg is being thrown the ball to take up the attack from the pavilion end. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14 for the former Middlesex and Hampshire man. Now at a new county and impressing on his debut. In he runs and bowls to Neil Dexter, who defends middle and leg delivery, just drops it out into the leg side. Nobody really moves, and Dexter calls Parkinson through for a single. Mid-on looked at the wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper looked at mid-on. Rossington, the wicketkeeper, came jogging out, but with square leg back on the boundary. Nobody was in 20 yards of the ball. And Dexter could have almost walked a single. Did, just trotted to the far end. Gives Parkinson the strike. All very gentle. In goes Berg, bowls to Parkinson. A bouncer, that wasn't so gentle, and it hits him on the shoulder. Just ducked. But it didn't get up very quickly there. And Newton saying something as he picks up the ball, runs out towards short point. Parkinson started to duck, but the ball rather just kept on coming, and it wasn't going, as I say, very quickly, almost slightly looping down by the time it got to him as it hit the shoulder, but still, another bruise worn by Parkinson as Berg goes in, bowls to him, understandably slightly short again. Parkinson gets up on his toes though, deliveries outside off stump and deflects it wide of backward point. 3rd man has to come running in to field, and Parkinson picks up 1, moves on to 12. And the lead extends to 86, effectively 86 for 6. There'll be a few nervous Northamptonshire followers, I'm sure, listening. They won't want to see that lead extended much more beyond, what, 100, 130? There'd be almost total confidence in, but 160, 170 can become potentially a little bit nerve-wracking, well as the pitch is playing. Berg into Dexter, good line and length delivery on middle stump. Dexter solidly half forward, defending the ball back down the pitch to Berg, the sun catching the light hair on his head. And the man who was out on the extra cover boundary, and indeed the square leg boundary, both of them keep coming in now to save 1. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Will we get it as Berg bowls? Defended by Dexter. No run. Play has just started again after tee, which was taken by the Foxes on 134 for 6. Rather better than 104 for 6, which was the score when Harry Swindles was legged before wicket to Doug Bracewell without scoring. The lead at that stage only 55. It's now 136 for 6. Neil Dexter, that is, has 36. Callum Parkinson has 12. They've extended the lead then to 87. To have any chance, Leicestershire probably going to have to get a lead of around about 150, so an awful lot for these two to do to give their side a real chance in the game, but they're fighting at the moment. 136 for 6. And that last ball of the over from Berg was played off the back foot by Dexter out into the offside, and there was no run. 136 for 6. Dexter 36. Parkinson has 12. Bright sunshine, just hearing the weather forecast. Possibility of the odd spot of rain towards the end of the day is a suggestion from the BBC Radio Leicester weather room, or the Met Office, whoever provides the forecast for the local radio stations. Sanderson will continue from the far end, the Bennett end, as we look out across the wide open pastures of Grace Road. Comes in and bowls to Callum Parkinson, who's going to pick up one as he leans forward with a slightly angled bat. Ball deflects off the thick outside edge along the ground all the way through the gully. Third man walks towards it, picks up and returns. Single taken. Parkinson on 213, 137 for 6. Change in the field for Dexter. Square legs going back to deep-ish backwards square. Dexter turns his head without turning his body, looks at Curran, sees where he is, about 15 yards inside the ropes. Backward point is a little deep, but by the time Newton walks in, I would imagine he'll be fairly normal. In goes Sanderson and bowls a bouncer, but down the leg side, and Dexter just steps inside the line, lets it go through to Rossington. Players casting black shadows at the moment, the sun very bright. Leicestershire's electricity bill will have gone up quite considerably in this game, and for the most part entirely purposelessly. Is that a word? Purposelessly? Without purpose? Pointlessly? Now, umpires are having a word with each other. Are they having a little inspection of the ball? Adam Rossington is indeed showing it to umpire Pollard, so it's an official show of the ball, which is 55.2 overs old. Umpire Pollard, fairly short shrift actually, very brief inspection by umpires Pollard and Taylor. So strike one for Rossington and Northamptonshire. Ball's not doing half as much, that's for sure.
2 questions with each ball?
I suppose, yes, if you get a successful, like a review, I suppose, it doesn't count against you. Sanderson in from the Bennett end, bowls to Dexter outside off stumps. Just the merest hint of a way shape, but Dexter stepped forward and let it go through. No run.
No, as in if Northants had 2 asks of the condition of this ball, they get a new ball in 80 overs, could they then have 2 further?
Oh yes, yeah. I think it, again, like reviews, I think it applies to the ball rather than aggregating. Sanderson is in, bowling to Dexter on off stump. Dexter forward, half forward, dropping the ball out to backward point. There's no run. Doug Bracewell has appeared from the pavilion. I don't think anybody told him tea was finished. He's still on New Zealand time, perhaps. And he's doing some stretching down below. He's bringing out a helmet for Rossington, who is going to stand up to Sanderson with the old ball, and a slightly tired Ben Sanderson now, considering it's safe enough to stand up. Helmeted, of course. Gives his cap to Levy, who's wearing it on top of his sun hat. In goes Sanderson and bowls, and Dexter still forward, defending it out to Newton at point, and there's no run. Vaguely comical effect on Levy. Just sort of sitting on the crown of the sun hat, giving it a maroon peak. 137 for 6. Lead then 88 as Sanderson is in, bowls, and allowed to go through by Dexter, and it might just have come back a bit. It was taken above the stumps by Rossington, a good couple of inches above them, but, well, close enough to make Dexter think a little bit. And I think Alex Winter's come in with a cup of Earl Grey. Smells like it.
It does smell like it, yeah.
Because it is, presumably.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Or the old, you found a very old tea bag indeed.
Yeah, your stocks. No, your stocks of normal, well, not of normal tea are.
We've got every flavour under the sun,
yeah.
but except English breakfast.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll try that all again. Your stocks of normal tea are extinguished for the moment. As Gareth Berg goes away from us, up from the pavilion to bowl to Parkinson. Flick for 4 here. Heard the cry of Berg, the cry of anguish, as that was flicked away down towards the groundsman's tractor on the far side of the ground. The groundsman's shed just behind that tractor, set back from the playing area here, little upslope towards the garage door down there. Parkinson goes to 17, having got through a tricky beginning. Now trying to compile a partnership that Leicestershire most desperately need. 141 for 6 they are, so moving the target towards 3 figures. Not much to do to give Northampton some real questions in the 4th innings as Berg bowls full and gets driven away to the covers. It's a nice shot down the slope. Chase out here for Keogh, out towards the Milligan Road. He's just going to pull it back, I think. Yep, Newton's with him, and they're going to turn and could come back for an all-run 4. Yeah, that's what they're doing. It could be tight actually here. Oh goodness, a direct hit at the non-striker's end would have been very tight indeed. And you can, you can see there Dexter hanging his head. I think he would have been gone. Rossington was alive to the fact that there was an opportunity and came sprinting out from behind the striker's end stumps to intercept Newton's throw. He gathered and threw at the non-striker's end stumps, and I think a direct hit may have seen Dexter short of his ground there, coming back for an all-run 4.
Well, that would have been a ridiculous form of dismissal in the circumstances.
I mean, it was good positive running to get back for the 4th, but
an unnecessary risk.
145 for 6, and Berg is going in, bowling very full, getting driven away. 4 more. Beautiful stroke from Parkinson. Flicked a boundary to long leg, drove away a boundary through cover point, and now plays one of the shots of the day here with a firm straight drive up back past the bowler. Just a sign that this pitch remains pretty good, and when the sun's out the ball isn't doing too much at all. Nicely playing. Goes to 25 now. 149 for 6, so the lead does go into 3 figures, exactly 100.
Well, previously this season hasn't played much, Callum Parkinson. He's only played 5 previous championship innings.
Berg into him again, and he's across his stumps to defend here, down towards Hutton at mid-on for no run.
37 and 15 at Lancashire, at Aigburth. 19 and 17 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire.
Enjoy your week up at Aigburth?
4 days, yeah. It was interesting running by the Mersey.
Yeah, nice little
place I hadn't
ground.
been before.
Berg in, and Parkinson touches this to square leg. Curran's there is no run. Northampton were there for a 50 overs match a couple of years ago now. My first visit to Aigburth, another ground to tick off. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Stayed in Liverpool.
Did you?
City centre down by the docks, and drove along out to Aigburth.
I must admit, I went to the rebuilt cavern and did the whole cliched tour. Might as well, you're there.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I popped into the new cavern for a drink, and there was a band
down all those
playing
steps.
the old hits there. Yeah. Berg in, and let go outside the off stump by Parkinson, and the over comes to an end. A productive one for Leicestershire, who now have the lead into 3 figures, but they are 6 down, and it's just Wright, Davis and Evans to come, so not a great deal of run production there. Players that we saw in the first innings could hang around for a time, but down to certainly Dexter And Parkinson, the way he's playing here, could extend this target a little further. If they can get up to 160, 170, they might have something to bowl at, but from what we have seen throughout the match so far, and every afternoon, batting has looked fairly straightforward against the older ball with the sun out. As should be the case, really. Should earn your right to get through the new ball, and conditions should ease, and wicket should become better for batting. 1-4, 9 for 6.
Sanderson trying to make something happen for Northampton. Bowls to Neil Dexter, who steps forward, lets it go through outside off stump, taken by Rossington, standing up to the stumps. The partnership is 45 now for the 7th wicket, becoming genuine irritation, I'm sure, to Northamptonshire. Quite a long time until the new ball. 23 overs. In goes Sanderson, bowls again, outside off stump again. Dexter steps forward again, neatly taken by Rossington behind the stumps. Offers the ball to the bails. Dexter had gone nowhere. Yep, I think it's always worth doing something like that. I enjoyed it at the Cavern because they always have very good singers or bands, Beatles impersonators, or whatever. In goes Sanderson, bowls. This time Dexter is forward on off stump, playing the ball, but in defence with an angle bat. So yeah, it is for the tourists, but many foreign tourists were in there when I was there, but enjoyed it nonetheless. Had an hour or so down there.
Yeah, nice place Liverpool now. Lots of decent places to eat and drink.
Sanderson in, bowl, short, top edge, and it's going to run safe down towards fine leg for 4. Couldn't quite get there running down. Oh, has got there. Brilliant piece of work actually by Doug. I'm sure he must, goodness me, was he not a long way over the line when he did that? Well, brilliant work he was, but he was 2 feet off the ground as he took it on the bounce. Sort of lobbed it back into the field as he was still in the air. Landed well outside the ropes, but managed to save 2 runs. Neil Dexter's not too sure, but congratulations to Bracewell on a very clever piece of work.
Spectacular bit of fielding, wasn't it? Dived over the rope, grabbed the ball one hand, and obviously got rid of it before he landed.
Exactly that. In goes the bowler, driven. It was a full delivery from Sanderson and Dexter. Well, this time no question about it being 4. It was a full delivery just outside off stump, and Dexter stood up tall and fairly drove it back past the bowler's right hand, and it flew away very straight to the offside boundary for 4. Dexter beginning to look like the Dexter of old in many respects. He moves on to 42, 155 for 6. And the 50 partnership, 51 now with that 4, is raised between Neil Dexter and Callum Parkinson, who's made his fair share of the runs with 25. In goes Sanderson, bowls to Dexter down the leg side, almost falls over. Then there's appeal for a stumping from Rossington, suggesting that the right foot of Dexter, as he fell over to the right, having tried to whack the ball away, had actually left the ground. Umpire Pollard disagrees, and Rossington points with his glove at Dexter's right toe, which by then was firmly anchored back in the ground, but then philosophically enough accepts the decision and marches off to the far end, because it's the end of the over. 155 for 6. Eventful stuff here at Grace Road.
Yeah, smart hands from Rossington, stood up to the stumps. Dexter safely back, and it's beginning to get on top of the attack for the first time here, this pair. Dexter going nicely on 42. Ackerman was 60 earlier on in the afternoon. Leicestershire were in desperate need of another contribution, and Dexter providing it here, but lots to do to set a really challenging target in the 4th innings. Parkinson doing his bit on 25 as well. Northampton striving for a breakthrough with 27 overs to go on this 3rd day. Berger's in right arm over. Strikes the batsman on the pad. A huge cry for LBW. Gone! Parkinson's gone. He was back and across to one that was angled in. And well, Berg knew straight away. He only looked round at the umpire at the last moment, because he knew that was stone dead. Umpire Pollard took a little time to raise his finger and sent Parkinson on his way. So his resistance is broken. He's gone for 25, and Berg has his second wicket of this second innings. 155 for 7, and the lead is 106.
Huge breakthrough, you feel, after that 50 partnership was raised for the 7th wicket. The 50 partnership came in 85 balls, incidentally. Dexter 24 and Parkinson 25. Parkinson unable to add, though, to that 25. He was on the back foot. Probably hit him just above the knee roll, but he is not a tall man. We'll have a look at the replay. And they needed that one, Northamptonshire, because the lead now past 100 for the Foxes. Not much past 100. 106 it is now. I am right on that one, aren't I?
Correct, yeah.
Yes. Always check. Effectively 106 for 7 then. Chris Wright, well, he's shown he can hang around. He's got Neil Dexter going well at the other end now. Huge job to do for the remaining 3 Leicestershire batsmen, who are Chris Wright, Will Davis, and I'm sure a slightly nervous Alex Evans. But both Wright and Davis showed that they can handle a bat in the first innings, and they have big jobs to do here. Right, the replay comes up.
Berg was absolutely convinced. He raised 2 hands to the sky and only turned round as an afterthought to see the umpire raising his finger. He was utterly convinced that this was stone dead. He was
that
back
wasn't
and
what
across.
I expected, actually. It was quite offside-ish, wasn't it? Height wasn't an issue, that's for sure.
I'll look in a moment as Wright faces his first delivery from Berg. Northants with the breakthrough here. 155 for 7, and Wright defends in front of the off stump down towards point, and there is no run. Yeah, it just sort of clips the outside of the pad, doesn't it? He plays on the walk, jumping across his stumps, and
just whether it hit him outside the line.
Yeah, and
that'd be my
I think
query on that. I don't think height was an issue.
If you stop it, I think it's back pad as well. That's the issue, I think. So the least umpire's call, if not better. As Berg moves in to Wright, who is forward, pushing back up towards the bowler. Berg leans down to his right-hand side, and there is no run.
It was fair enough. It was a very decent shout, and Berg has done it again for his side. 2 for 28, and he's impressing on his Northants debut.
Yep, handy cricketer. We knew that beforehand, those that have watched him play previously in his career. That's what he proved here so far. Certainly with the ball, he goes in again, and Wright lets one go. Full of length just outside the off stump. Could only make 5 with the bat earlier on before he fell LBW to Will Davis. Davis 4 for 73 in the first innings for the Foxes. How many will he and the Leicestershire attack have to bowl at in the 4th innings of this game? The advantage 106 for the moment. 3 wickets in hand. As Berg turns and goes away. 2 out on the leg sides here, but it's full outside the off stump, and Wright initially there was winding up for a cut stroke but kept his bat inside the line, and Rossington takes it just outside his right pectoral. Good carry through from Berg. Said right at the start of the game, Rich, it was quite a hard pitch, and the carry has been very good. The ball has been coming onto the bat very nicely. And when that happens, when you get that carry, it does keep everybody in the game. Apart from, I suppose, the edges. I haven't seen many edges towards the slips cordon. As Berg goes in again and goes past the outside edge. Right back across and then a half step forward trying to defend. Got beaten. So a fine over from Berg, who has 2 for 28 in his 10 overs of this second innings. 155 for 7 Leicestershire. Lead of 106. Dexter still there though, on 42.
Ian Wright having a chat. I don't imagine Dexter will change the way he's playing at the moment, nor look to harvest a strike in particular. Wright has been night watchman throughout the season, sometimes to considerable effect, actually. Chris Wright is 18s, 17s, 34, 30, 27. In goes Sanderson and bowls to Dexter, still with Rossington standing him to the stumps. Dexter defends that one. Back down the wicket to Sanderson, who throws it to mid-on to do some polishing.
You know, this Earl Grey tea. Not very nice, is it?
You not like it? You're not on a... Oh, I don't mind Earl Grey. It's a bit flowery, a bit poncy sometimes.
It is very flowery. No substance to it.
In goes Sanderson and bowls. Well, you're getting some new taste today, aren't you, with your caraway seeds and your Earl Grey? You see.
I gave it a good brew. Gave it a good sort of.
You're in international city now.
5 to 6 minutes, but yeah.
No, it's all about delicacy and nuance. Earl Grey tea. Likewise, caraway seeds.
I like my tea to be tea. Like a green tea. I've a green tea most mornings, actually.
Might be a green tea or two in there. In goes Sanderson and bowls and appeal for leg before he's gone. No, he's got Dexter. Dexter believes it was bat first. Clearly doesn't fling the bat. He wafts the bat in annoyance, but the feeling was from the bowler and the wicketkeeper was that it was pad before bat. We'll have to have a look at the replay, and umpire Billy Taylor agreed, and that you fear from Leicestershire's point of view, and rub your hands with glee at from Northamptonshire's point of view, might be the final nail in the Leicestershire coffin. Dexter goes, leg before wicket to Sanderson for 42.
Very tight one, wasn't it? Dexter pushing forward. No way we can tell from here what it hit first, but Northants crying for the appeal. Felt it was bat first. Did Dexter just play a little late, trying to get forward to that? Played nicely, and counter punch really, certainly after tea here, and making 42 with a big strike for Northamptonshire.
Yep.
Sanderson's third wicket, and he now has 50 for the season. Very well bowled, Ben Sanderson.
7 of the 8 dismissals leg before wicket.
Yeah.
In this innings.
Yeah, it's been a common dismissal throughout the match really, where, as I was mentioning before about the wicket, yeah, it has provided that carry through, but we haven't seen many edges to the cordon, have we? And what edges that have been induced haven't carried.
I wonder what the record is. I mean, have there been 10 leg before?
You'd probably think so, wouldn't you?
You'd imagine.
You'd think so in the number of first-class matches that have been played.
Wisden would no doubt tell us if we knew exactly where to look.
There's a list of records at towards the back.
Yeah, it's just finding the right page. If anybody knows, quickly, do feel free to tweet us and save us poring over our Wisdens. Miscellaneous records. Here we go. Not missing any cricket because Will Davis taking time to set himself as Sanderson is ready to bowl to him now. In he comes and bowls to Davis, who is forward on off stump, defending the ball out into the off side. There's no run. First class records, not test records. So many different forms of the game now. List A, T20 records. First class records, right. Most catches in a match. In goes Sanderson and bowls to Davis, who leaves outside off stump, and there is no run. Most dismissals in an innings. Howard's got 8. I'm not in there. Sadly, wasn't in first class cricket. Most dismissals in a match. Wicketkeeper's hat-trick catches. Runs in a day, team records. Aggregates. Come on, Wisden, help me find it. In goes Sanderson and bowls, and driving rather uncertainly is Davis, pushing firmly rather than driving. Thick outside edge, sees the ball squirt out to Newton at backward point. End of Sanderson's over. A successful one. And we were mentioning Graham Gooch earlier, or Alex was, in relation to 3-3-3. Well, Sanderson's figures at the moment, Graham Gooch, they're 3 for 33.
Times like this where you use the technology, Rich.
Okay, see who's first, see who's first.
So 2 more to knock over for Northants. 160 advantage for the moment. And a lot to ask really for Leicestershire to try and build this up to anything really challenging from here. Berg is in to right, and right is forward, playing down towards mid-on. And there is no run. Record for the LBWs for a test match is 17 between West Indies and Pakistan at Port of Spain in 92-93. Record in the test innings is 7. That doesn't help us for the moment, as Berg is in once more and right in front of the off stump. It's quite organised there as he goes across and blocks out towards mid-off. Bracewell doing the fielding. And there is no run. Most batsmen LBW in an innings. That was test matches again. Test records you can find quite easily, but general overall first class records can be a little trickier. As Berg is up once more, Fuller trying to angle one into right, who's driving off the inner half of the bat, and the ball runs down to mid-on again, and there is no run. So look at this Dexter LBW once more from Ben Sanderson. No, it's impossible to tell, if that's pad first or not. He pushes forward, bat and pad together. Umpire has obviously got the best view because he's there. As in goes Berg again, quite wide on the bowling crease, and right half forward, angling one out towards point. And there is no run. The ball just angles in from Sanderson, maybe nips back a bit as well. Let's look at this still there. You can maybe just see the bat behind the pad slightly as Dexter comes forward. Unfortunately, the umpire's hat is directly in the way.
You can't see where the ball is, but the bat is tucked slightly behind that front pad. A legitimate appeal, sent on his way.
Bergen again, right, flicks down the leg side here, slightly too straight from Gareth Bergen. This has been turned out towards Sanderson at long leg for a single, so Wright gets himself off the mark. And Leicestershire go to 156 for 8, the lead extends to 107. Again, on the evidence we've got, you have to say it's a fair enough decision maybe, because there's on that replay there's absolutely no way to tell. But Northants are up straight away, convinced. Elsewhere, Glamorgan now 107 for 7, so they are going to lose tonight because they're chasing 3-1-2 to win. So Glamorgan are going to take just 3 points from that game. Gloucestershire still behind Sussex at Bristol, 151 for 4.
Right, 8 is the answer. It could happen if we could get 9. It could be a record. It could be a world record. 7 out of 8. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. There's been plenty of 8s in first class cricket. Sussex v Essex at Hove in 1992. They have, Adam. Northants were all out in their first innings for 357. You're perfectly correct, giving them a lead of 49. And Leicestershire now are 155 for 8. 7 of those dismissals have been leg before wicket, which tells you that the pitch is occasionally keeping the ball a little bit low. 1 or 2 interesting decisions, however, shall we say, the latest 2 of which were those given against Callum Parkinson, who went leg before wicket to Gareth Berg for 25, shortly after putting on 51 for the 7th wicket with with Neil Dexter. And then on the same score, Neil Dexter himself went leg before wicket against Ben Sanderson. The sound of ball on bat was very loud indeed, but umpire Billy Taylor decided it had just brushed the pad for St Dexter, who was playing very well on his way for 42. 155 for 8. It's now 156 for 8. Will Davis that is, has yet to score. Chris Wright has picked up a single, all of which means that Leicestershire's lead now is just 107 with 2 second innings wickets in hand. You'd think they'd need at least 160 or 170 lead, or even though the pitch is doing a few little extra things for the bowlers to give themselves a decent chance of putting Northamptonshire under pressure in this game. Wright and Davis are going to have to bat very well. It's now 158 for 8. Chris Wright picking up a couple of runs through the offside there. In goes Sanderson, bowls a bouncer, and Wright ducks and hits the gloves of Rossington, who shakes them in pain. He wasn't over impressed with that delivery, but he did manage to deflect the ball down towards long leg. 158 for 8 becomes 159 for 8. Yes, the most LBWs in a first-class innings, 8. Oxford University versus Warwickshire. Sussex v Essex at Hove, 1992. Gloucester Glamorgan. In goes Sanderson, bowls to Davis, who goes forward, pushes the ball out into the offside, and there is no run. In fact, Northamptonshire have played in a game in which 8 leg before wickets in an innings were given, which will enable me to tease Alex Winter when he comes back alongside me. He'll have commentated on that game because it was only back in 2015 at Leeds, Yorkshire v Northamptonshire. 8 leg before decisions in the innings. In goes Sanderson, bowls, and playing rather across his pad is Davis, but he's going to get off the mark with that one. He's pushed it behind square on the leg side, long leg. Ben Curran has to run round to pick up the ball by the time he does so. In fact, it's Berg, I think, who runs round to pick up, and Davis picks up 2. He's off the mark with that too. 161 for 8. The lead creeps up to 111, effectively 111 for 8. Third slip, I beg your pardon, is coming out now and jogging to short mid wicket. Adam hasn't worked out how to switch off the feed, having taken our update. In goes Sanderson, bowls to Davis, and there's appeal for a stumping by Rossington, who took the ball outside the off stump, whipped off the bails as he leant forward Will Davis, but his back foot had not left the crease, says umpire Pollard. End of the over, 161 for 8 remains the score. I'm going to send Adam a message, I think. Interesting though it is to hear the sports news, most of which relates to Leicester City Football Club. Gareth Berg is going to continue from the pavilion end. In he comes and bowls to Chris Wright, who drives firmly, a full delivery, but hard down into the ground, and fielded by Berg in his follow-through, and there is no run. I'm going to have to send messages here. The Steve Miller band is now in my earphones. In goes Berg and bowls, and Wright defends a straight delivery. Abracadabra. I don't know if that's the name of the song. Very irritating, whatever it is. In goes Berg and bowls outside off stump. Puff of dust as the ball hits the pitch. A good couple of feet outside off stump. Wright steps back, lets it bounce through to Rossington. And there is no run. Bracewell doing a little warm-up dance at mid-off. He might be required to come in and blow away the tail. Thankfully the feed has now finally gone off. In goes Berg and bowls to right, very straight, and there is no run. Now, Alex Winter, I'm going to embarrass you thoroughly here. You've actually commentated on a game in which there were 8 leg before dismissals in an innings. Northamptonshire were involved in it. Assuming you were commentating in 2014, which I believe you were.
No.
Ah, rats. That got you off the hook, didn't it? I shouldn't have mentioned that, should I? It was 2014.
Was that at Durham?
It was at Leeds.
Oh, right.
Yorkshire versus Northamptonshire in 2014. In goes Berg, but looking for the Yorker. It's a full toss just outside off stump, and Berg looks back sheepishly at the umpire because he got away with it, rather. It was steered by right, backwards of point, but Newton did his bowler a favour by diving to his left and saving at least 3 runs. There is a third man, but he would have had a decent chase in. The ball was travelling quickly. Also, Sussex-Essex, Hove at 1992, Gloucester Glamorgan, Cardiff 2010. But that game between Yorkshire and Northamptonshire was the last, with 8 dismissals, leg before wicket in an innings. In goes Berg, bowls a short ball, and it's pulled by right, effectively down towards wide, long on, in fact, rather flat batted, almost like a drive in tennis, one of those that the players leap up to and hit around about chest high, and managed to get it away down to the long on stroke wide mid-wicket boundary, to the irritation of Berg, who's marching down in that direction himself now, because it's the end of his over. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 33, 165 for 8, the lead then 116. But if the last 2 wickets fall leg before, it will be a world record. It could happen, folks.
James on Twitter sent me a link to
Andrew Sampson's stats page. I've got that on, so I'm pretty sure that'll be right.
Yes, this is the Association of Cricket Scorers website. Thank you, James. England 179 for 5 in the Test match at the Oval.
Apparently an awful lot of catches have been going down.
Yeah, Root was dropped 3 times, but could still only make 57, and despite Australia giving England surprise use of a fairly flat surface when the toss and chose to bowl earlier on, England still making a mess of things. But here 165 for 8, and a lead of 116 for the Foxes. Can they just squeeze it up to 150 to give them some hope? Bracewell is on from the far end, and he bowls down the leg side. Davis looks to flick it away and misses, and Rossington takes it to his left. 2 slips in place, third man point, extra cover.
Di Davis, Parkinson very unlucky looking at the replays, only pitching 6 inches outside off, exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
Mid on, mid wicket, and then 2 back on the leg side here. Deep backward square and long leg. As Bracewell charges in from the far end. And Davis back and across, keeping this out towards mid wicket just about. May have been forward there, but the extra bit of pace and aggression here from Bracewell, hoping to rough up the Leicestershire lower order.
It's allowed to pitch outside off, Di. Just where it hits the pad. It's not allowed to hit the pad outside off. It's got to hit him in line, hasn't it? But he's allowed to pitch outside. Umpire Pollard doing some desultory stretches.
Bracewell again, length delivery. Davis nicely back in behind it to play down towards Proctor at mid-on. And there's no run. Made a smart 20 in the first innings, Will Davis, before being run out yesterday morning. Mix up with George Rhodes. Saw Northamptonshire breakthrough yesterday morning.
Yes, he was furious about that, wasn't he? He felt he was going really well, clearly.
Yeah. Bracewell, who struck earlier on today, comes in again now and bowls full. Davis drives down the ground for 4. Lovely shot that is. Over pitched, and Davis just leant into it and timed it splendidly up towards the indoor school for a boundary. Beautiful piece of timing from Will Davis. He goes to 669 for 8, and the lead stretches to 120.
So look, Davis this season, 18 not out at Hove in the first game of the season. Otherwise, 4-10, 7-2, 3-10, 8-0, 8-0, 1-5, and the 20 in the first innings was his high score of the season. On that basis.
Bracewell into him again, bowls a bumper down the leg side. Doesn't really get up. It was off target, so an easy one to avoid. And Rossington tumbling away to his left-hand side to clear mid, and there is no run. Bracewell picked up Harry Swindles earlier on for a 7-ball duck when Niall O'Brien was with us. Swindles going back and across the stumps the entire time and missed one.
It's a record that doesn't suggest he'll detain Northamptonshire too long, but he, as you say, acquitted himself very well in the first dig.
Bracewell again, Davis up on his toes to knock this back of a length ball down towards extra cover, and the over comes to an end. Davis 6, right 7, 169 for 8, and the lead 120. So the men out in the second innings, Horton for a golden duck, Azad for 6, Cosgrove for 8, Rhodes for 4, and Ackerman for 60, Swindles for a 7-ball duck, Parkinson for 25, and Dexter for 42. And that latter dismissal, Dexter for 42. As Northants are huge favourites to now go on and win this game.
Possibly one of the reasons Davis was so disappointed, in inverted commas, to be dismissed in the first innings was that his first class best is just 25. No ball is being signalled. Is that to do with the test match?
It is, yes. Sam Curran's just been given out LBW, but it looks as if Cummings has overstepped.
Brett Hutton in. Bowls to Chris Wright, who turns it straight to mid-order. If the throw hits, it's gone, he's gone. Surely? No, umpire Pollard said. Wright had made his ground. He must have accelerated. The ball has bounced away, but for me, Wright had pretty much almost given that one up. But, well, certainly the fielder, who I think could be Keogh,
it is, yeah,
has his hands on his cap in disbelief that wasn't given out. And Wright picks up an extra run for the overthrow. But, my word. I would love to see a replay of that. Alas, we won't.
Keogh can't believe it.
Well, neither can I, to be quite honest.
It was just to his right-hand side. It wasn't the best call from Wright.
No, and he swerved across the pitch as well, Wright, to get out of the way of the ball. He couldn't have made life much easier for Keogh. Keogh did his job. But Wright must have accelerated. In goes Hutton and bowls to Wright, who turns it towards Keogh, this time a little bit further away to the right. Keogh has to run 10 yards or so, and the run, as a consequence, is a comfortable one, the single, that is. Wright moves on to 10, double figures for him, 172 for 8. And so one or two slightly curious decisions in the game. I think run-outs in those circumstances are desperately difficult to give. You've got to be pretty sure, I suppose.
Yeah,
if it was close, umpire Pollard entitled to give Wright the benefit.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
Certainly one you'd call for a TV replay. In goes Hutton and bowls to Davis, who is forward, deflecting the ball reasonably competently with a slightly angled bat. Down along the ground through gully, down to third man. Takes 1. Moves on to 7. 173 for 8. The lead is creeping up. Take off 50, 123. Add 1, 124 is the lead at the moment. You would have thought there won't be too many problems for Northamptonshire, but you never know. In goes Hutton and bowls, and it just comes back a little bit from outside off stump, and Wright, who got in position to cut it away through the offside, has to be a little bit circumspect, doesn't put his full weight into the shot, ends up guiding it rather than thrashing it out into the covers. And in the covers, Ollie Thurston, who's on for somebody, makes the stop. William Samuel Davis. That's quite an old-fashioned name, isn't it? Sounds like a Staffordshire man, and he is a Staffordshire man, like many of those who went through the Derbyshire system. Hutton in to right, who is driving, but he's not going to get it past Keogh. Didn't quite time it. It was a little bit bottom of the bat, and he examines the bottom of the bat just to check that it isn't cracked. It seems to be okay. It enabled Keogh to scramble across to his left from mid-on to make the stop. Sanderson polishes the ball. Very deliberate care on the back of his trousers before handing it to Hutton, who goes in and bowls to right. A grunt of effort from the bowler, but right equal to the off-stump delivery, just defending it. He's a tall man, doesn't need a big stride forward, just leans forward and blocks it out into the offside. 173 for 8 at the end of the 65th over. 20 overs remain in the day. We can, I think, on that basis, say we'll almost certainly be back tomorrow, unless the next 2 wickets fall in the next over,
and then
it'd be
just got 6s, wouldn't they, to get over the line tonight?
5 or 6s, and it's doable, isn't it?
Well, there's just absolutely no rush for Northampton whatsoever.
No, what's the forecast for tomorrow? It's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, much the same for the next, I think, next couple of weeks. I don't think we're going to have any interruptions to the conclusion of the championship, which is great news.
Yeah, if it's played out properly then on that basis.
Yeah.
This game next week for you is bigger and bigger, isn't it?
Bracewell in, full of length, and Davis is driving down to third man. Should be cut off by Keogh, it is, down in front of the meet to our right-hand side. And they pick up a single. So Davis goes to 8, 174 for 8. Yeah, Glamorgan 8 down now at New Road. So Worcestershire are going to beat Glamorgan there. Durham winners earlier on at Lords, beating Middlesex by 44 runs, but only the minimum victory really, 19 points, because they didn't pick up any batting points whatsoever. They have gone third in the table momentarily as Bracewell in here. Bowls to right, who edges to third man. Good save from Keogh. That's tremendous work. It's that one very quickly to his left-hand side, and he came across very smartly to cut that off with a slide. Slicing edge from right. Goes to 11 now, 175 for 8. The Gloucesters still aren't on terms at Bristol, and they are still 14 behind.
Oh, come on, Gloucesters.
How
many wickets down? 5.
So they did have a bit of a buffer on 4th place at the start of the round, Gloucestershire, but at the minute I'm looking like 4 points from that game for them as Bracewell is in, bowls a back of a length ball down the leg side. Davis looks to clip it away and misses. It's taken by Rossington to his left. So Durham at home and then Gloucestershire away. The fixtures remaining for Gloucestershire. Durham, after coming to Northants, play Glamorgan at home, so they will also think that they've got a couple of winnable fixtures remaining. The Gloucesters go to Worcester next before playing Northants at home. So if they were to lose in this game, leaves their promotion challenge in the balance as Davis pushes forward back up towards the bowler's left hand for no run. And Glamorgan, Leicestershire down in Cardiff next week, which they've pretty much got to win to stay alive, I think, in the promotion race. Going down to a couple of defeats in the last 2 rounds, heavily beaten by Lancashire with not too many batting points. They may have got 2, and then nothing at all this week, so just 3 points in their trip to New Road, unless something truly crazy happens at New Road this afternoon as Bracewell comes and goes for the Yorker, gets it in, well bowled, but Davis equal to it to dig it out to point for no run. 175 for 8 here. And then the last game for Glamorgan is away at Durham, as I say. So that's a bit of a shootout as well. So a couple of the games coming up between the sides at the top of the table.
Yeah.
Northants playing Durham, then playing Gloucestershire. Glamorgan playing Durham in the last round as well.
Likely to be a result pitch in Cardiff next week then, one way or another, you would anticipate.
Yeah. Here is Bracewell again, outside the off stump. Quick delivery, but a touch wide, and Davis able to let that one go through. 175 for 8 then, these two doing okay so far. and they've got the lead now to 126. And we have 19 overs to come in the day.
I wasn't sure whether to book 4 days at the hotel or not. I did in the end. May have made a mistake. Should have waited. Should have waited, not to worry.
4 days, 4 nights in Cardiff would be very nice.
Going in on the Sunday.
Some nice cafes to drop
yes,
into in the
absolutely.
morning. And
yeah, some super places. Super places. Hutton will continue from the pavilion end, trying to whittle out these last 2 Leicestershire wickets. They know there's just the youngster, Alex Evans, to come. This partnership between Wright and Davis may be their last to hold them up. Hutton into over 18 now, goes in and bowls to Wright, who is solidly forward, head right over the ball as he defends that one out to mid-on, off stump, off middle stump really.
This game here 2 years ago, the last game of the 2017 season, Northampton had 196 to chase, and they got there pretty comfortably, winning by 6 wickets.
You don't feel the pitch is going to deteriorate perhaps quite as much as Leicestershire would have liked in these circumstances. The instructions to the groundsman Andy Ward were to prepare a 4-day pitch. In goes Hutton, bowls outside off stump, Wright lets it swing through to Rossington. No run, and he looks though he's obeyed them to the letter. It looks like it's going to hold together, with the only variable, so to speak, the amount of bounce occasionally from the... It's often the way here at Greyside that occasionally you get one staying low from the Bennett end, tends to be from the Bennett end, and that's been the case throughout the game, but not to an excessive degree, and it hasn't increased, I don't think, particularly over the 3 days. In goes Hutton, bowls outside off stump right, tries to chop it away, and doesn't get anything on it as it goes through quite low in the end to Rossington, but I think that's more about the age of the ball and the number of overs in the legs of Hutton now. He's into his 18th, 2 for 34. What has been particularly praiseworthy, I think, about the Northamptonshire bowling has been its accuracy, really. They have given away very few 4 balls. Hutton is in to Wright, who's up on his toes, jumping back into his crease, defending that delivery off stump. Successfully out into the offside, and there's no run. So did he got away with that Curran then in the end after that was no balled?
He did, yeah, 193 for 5. England, so still making a mess of things. Morgan now 9 down, about to lose.
Puts Northampton, Durham very much in the driving seats. In goes Hutton, bowls to Wright, who's waiting for the ball, turns his wrists on it on his back foot quite neatly and firmly, and it runs back past the bowler on the onside, but with nothing like sufficient force to get past Keogh at mid-on, who runs across to his left and cuts it off.
I did feel it was always going to be a struggle for Glamorgan without Marnus Labuschagne. He's got all those runs in the first part of the season. And just generally, I mean, it didn't have the particular look of a squad that was going to challenge the top of the table.
No.
With a fully fit bowling attack, it's very competitive.
Hutton in to finish his over, bowls to Wright, slightly inside edgy as he's half forward, looking to push that one out back down the pitch. I feel it went out towards mid-wicket. He glances at the inside edge of his bat. It's okay. It's fielded at mid-wicket. There was no run. End of the over. 175 for 8. The lead then is 126. 2 wickets remain for Northamptonshire to take, and they would dearly like to take them as soon as possible.
But to get your first choice bowling attack out for 14 matches over the course of a season, the same 3 blokes coming in and doing all the work. Hogan and Marchant de Lange, who bowled ever so well at Northampton earlier in the season. Get them doing that throughout the season is a big, big ask. Bracewell to continue down the slope. From the Bennett end he comes. Davis has 8, and he's struck on the pad. A cry for LBW, gone! Bracewell has another wicket. Full straight delivery. Struck Davis low down on the pad. That looked pretty good. And umpire Billy Taylor sends Will Davis on his way. He's gone for 8. And Leicestershire almost all done now at 175 for 9. A lead of 126.
And we have equalled the world record. 8 leg before dismissals in an innings. Leicestershire versus Northamptonshire will join in first class cricket, that is, the list of games.
Do you do the wisdom notes for Leicestershire?
I do. So better tell them about
Absolutely.
it.
Get it in.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games. 8 first class games in which there have been 8 leg before dismissals. Remarkably, the first was in 1980. They've all been since 1980. 1980, 1992, 98, 2000, 2008, 2010, 2011, and 2014, the game in which you weren't commentating.
So out comes Alex Davis at number 11 for the Foxes. Can't
even Alex Evans.
Alex Evans, sorry. Yeah, it was Alex Davis, and have a tremendous chance of trying to extend this league. He's a fine player, Alex Davis.
Yeah.
Really, really impressed whenever I watch him bat. He played a tremendous innings in the T20 quarter-final at Durham. Played ever so well in that Lancashire home match.
Has he been playing first-class cricket, or has he just been playing white ball?
No,
He
he's
been playing red ball.
Yeah, he scored 100 and a 50 at Northampton. He got injured in the very first game of the season at Middlesex when he was keeping wicket. I think he broke a thumb. It kept him out for a long, long time. But he's a really, really fine cricketer. Really like watching him bat. But he's not here. It's Alex Evans, who is left-handed and is facing Bracewell with 3 slips. And Bracewell bowls outside his off stump, and Evans leans forward, shoulders, arms, and it goes through to Rossington. On a pair here, Evans, third ball duck for him in the first innings. Would dearly love to
not his first run for Leicestershire.
Yeah, indeed, not have his championship debut remembered by
a pair of spectacles.
A pair, yeah. Bracewell in.
No.
Evans pokes at one just outside the off stump that was perilously close to outside edge and off stump.
That was not a reassuring shot, was it?
Not particularly, but I mean,
bless him.
Bracewell he's simply got to hit the stumps there. Has to hit the stumps.
Or the pads in front of them.
Yes, well, quite, but yeah.
Straight is the key.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he could be too quick for Evans here.
Real opportunity for Bracewell to finish with a 3-for. 2 for 36 he has at the moment.
Bracewell once more. Down the slope he comes in bright sunshine. Evans pushes away but can't get it past point. Hope there for the 19-year-old. Just nudging that one away from just outside his off stump. But Curran was there. Just down to our left-hand side to collect.
How many overs to go? 17.22 for the change of innings. If a wicket were to fall next ball, we'd have 15 overs plus
8.
Potentially 23 then.
Maybe
needing 127 to win. 5 and over.
Yeah.
75?
Possible. It depends how Leicestershire bowl, I suppose, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they'd do anything silly like put everybody on the boundary or bowl wide or anything.
Bracewell round the wicket to Evans, and Evans is pushing, and he's away with a flick to third man. You can hear the applause from the Leicestershire faithful down beneath us. I'm sure the Northants spectators in as well. Little nudge off the back foot, gets his championship batting career underway with a nudge to third man. 176 for 9. Nice little moment there, off a pair, well done.
Indeed. He wants to get a few more if he possibly can. He doesn't want to keep getting first class career best going up in one. It could get rather expensive. Or championship bests. He did get a naught in his first class game against Leicestershire. When did he get any runs against Kent? I'll just check.
Wright back on strike. Bracewell to complete the over, and Wright works one through square leg and will keep the strike. Bracewell hangs his head, wanting to keep Wright down the other end, but Wright will keep the bowling. He goes to 12, and Leicestershire get a 177 for 9, so they lead only 128 here.
Ooh, updates time, and that reminds Alex to leg it next door and do his update. Fingers crossed he makes it in time. 177 for 9. The lead 128. Here comes the update. Unfortunately, they've just lost their 9th wicket, that of Will Davies, who went leg before wicket to Doug Bracewell for 8, leaving the score 175 for 9. The lead is 126. Northampton, at the moment, if they take the next wicket quickly, would need only 127 to win. 8 leg before wicket dismissals in the innings, though, equalling the world record. Only 8 times that's been done elsewhere. If the last wicket falls by leg before wicket, then this will be a record-breaking match. At the moment, the Foxes 178 now for 9. As Chris Wright plays one off the back foot out into the offside and is prepared to take the single. Now there'll be all sorts of changes to the field, one suspects. Hutton will be looking to swing it back into the legs of Alex Evans. I think that was the way he got him in the first dig. Let's have a look back through my notes. Evans went leg before wicket to Brett Hutton, third ball in swinger, and Hutton will be trying to do, I suspect, exactly the same thing. Swing one from around the wicket. 178 for 9. Could we have a world record on our hands as Hutton comes in and bowls to Evans, who is forward a little tentatively, but he got plenty of bat to that one. Pokes it out to mid-on, where it's picked up by Ben Sanderson. No run. 2 slips, gully. Only close catches. It's unlikely, you would have thought, to yield a slip catch. Evans, whose likelihood of dismissal tends to be bold, I think. In he goes, and that said, he almost did then edge to second slip, but as usual in this game, when there has been an edge, it's fallen slightly short of Richard Levy usually at second slip, and that one was the same thing. He went for the drive, he did edge, it went low, but it bounced just before Levy, who couldn't scoop it up in time, get his hands underneath it. His teammates teasing him a little bit, suggesting he takes a step forward or flick it up with his feet. In goes Hutton and bowls to Evans, who's forward solidly on off stump. It is an old ball, 68.4 overs old now, so the in-swing that was there when Hutton was bowling to Evans in the first innings, with, I think it was the second ball, was still quite new at that stage, and it was swinging. This one isn't really swinging half as much, you wouldn't expect it to. Now it's almost 69 overs old, but Hutton's still looking just for that in-swing to Evans. In he goes and bowls to Evans, who drives pleasantly, but not quite timing it as well as he would have liked. Means that Curran can get across to his left from point, cut the ball off, does so. 1 ball to go in the over, so square leg goes back to offer Alex Evans a single. That said, Evans has acquitted himself with some aplomb in this over, in keeping out Hutton. Just that one slightly loose drive when he edged just short of Levy. Hutton charges in, bowls to Evans. It stays a touch low, but Evans adjusts and keeps it out, pushes it down the wicket on the onside. Hutton himself fields in his follow through, and that is the end of the over. 178 for 9. Wright 13, Evans a single. Now he does have a 7 not out in first class cricket, Alex Evans. And I'll check against who he made it. I'm assuming it was against Kent for Loughborough in Canterbury. It was. in the first innings for Loughborough. Hassan Azad made 25 in that innings. So he has some distance to go to beat his first class best. Did you make it in time?
I didn't know. I'm sure they didn't miss me. Here is Bracewell trying to finish the innings off. Bowls to right, who drives. Man deeper there at extra cover. Chance of a single, but they turn it down. And there is no run. 178 for 9. A lead of 129 here for the Foxes. For the moment, well short of the mark that Northampton had no trouble in seeing off here a couple of years ago. Spread field now with a slip in place third man, deep point, deep cover, long off now going out, a deepish mid on and 3 out on the leg side as well. Bracewell goes for the Yorker, strikes the pad, appeal for LBW, not out says the umpire. We were all waiting for the world record, but umpire Billy Taylor decided that was going to slip down the leg side. He did just shuffle across his stumps there, right. Bracewell going full and straight, struck him on the boot, but almost certainly going down. Glamorgan have lost, been bowled out by Worcestershire for only 156 in their second innings, so way short of the target. Lose by 155, only 3 points from Glamorgan's visit to New Road. As Bracewell comes in again, short delivery, right pulls down to fine leg, 4 runs. Little touch on the way down beneath us, and Berg coming to his right hand side couldn't cut it off. Sharp bumper from Bracewell, but Wright got across to flick it away, and the ball sped down beneath us for a boundary. Wright goes to 17, 182 for 9. The Leicestershire score goes 2. Gloucestershire 6 down and only just level at Bristol. So looking like not too many for Sussex to chase in the second innings there. Gloucestershire 200 all out first time around, so only 1 batting point. Not a great week for them so far, as Bracewell comes in once more and right back and across. Is going to push this down towards the deepish mid-on and take a run to leave Evans 2 balls to survive. Wright goes to 18, 183 for 9. Lead of 134. Now the field will come up again here for Alex Evans, left-hander. Derbyshire 110 for 5 at Old Trafford, still trail Lancashire by 64, could yet lose by an innings. Essex 278 for 6 at Edgbaston. Got to the 100 over mark there as well, so 10 more overs for Essex to get another 22. Shouldn't be an issue, but only going to be 3 batting points at the most for them there, and more importantly, they still trail by 239. 3 slips in place. Bracewell round the wicket, goes for the Yorker. Evans leans forward, gets the toe of the bat to it, and the ball runs down to slip, and there's no run.
England 205 for 7.
Oof, goodness. And Surrey 134 for 8, so they're being dismantled very quickly at Southampton. Hampshire made 4-3-6 earlier on, set a mighty 4-2-4 to win. Always looked out of reach, but suggested conditions were easing, and Surrey could make a reasonable fist of the second innings, but nothing of the sort. 1-3-6 for 8, still 290 behind their victory target, so Hampshire are going to win down there probably tonight. Last ball of the over, Bracewell, and Evans drives nicely out to point, and the stroke was so pleasant he wanted to run, but Wright told him to stay where he was as the ball went straight to deep point to our left hand side. So Evans is there on 1, Wright has 18, and the Foxes are 183 for 9. We have 15 overs to come tonight, lead of 134, so even with additional time, almost no chance now to get this done here tonight.
Looks that way. Looks like we're going to be back in the morning. Light might become a little bit of an issue in terms of the extra 8 overs anyway, as I see some dark cloud heading in our general direction. Umpires might fancy some more Grace Road lunch. Anyway, in goes Hutton and bowls to Chris Wright, who defends a delivery on off stump, back down the pitch to Hutton.
Who wouldn't?
True that. Hutton pushes his dark hair back across his forehead, polishes the ball, tells Sanderson how Wright is playing, and then turns and runs away from us. Bowls again to Chris Wright, who clips nicely and firmly in the air, but only as far as deep mid-wicket, and at the moment he's not interested in taking ones. I'm not entirely sure it's the right thing to do. I'm inclined to take what runs you can get, really, but however, 183 for 9. The lead then 134 as Hutton is in, bowls 2 right, who goes back and defends down the wicket on the on side, and Hutton, who was going to reach across and pick it up, doesn't bother to do so, knowing that right won't take one, and deepish mid-on walks in to pick up the ball. Hutton in again, bowls a bouncer, but just leans back, a short ball really, not really a bouncer, didn't get up that high, and right leans back and guides it very competently down to third man, just deflects it through the vacant 4th/5th slip area. Third man underarms the ball back to the wicketkeeper, because Wright this time is prepared to take the one, it being the 4th ball of the over. He moves on to 19, 184 for 9. Can Hutton break that world record on the part of his side? He's going to go round the wicket in his efforts to do so, try and swing the ball back into the pads of Alex Evans. In he goes and bowls. Evans is competently playing on off stump. A delivery that doesn't really swing too much. Shout of effort from Hutton as he delivered the ball. Pushed it out into the offside. 1 to go in the over, so Newton retreats at square leg. About 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Rossington is waving at Proctor. He wants Proctor to get warmed up. In goes Hutton and bowls, and pulling, and it's top edged, and it's going to fly safely over the wicketkeeper's head. Will it go for 4? It will. Well, not the most convincing pulled stroke hook you've ever seen. It was banged in by Hutton, and Evans went for the pull, top edged it over the top of Rossington's head, looped back down to the ground, and just had enough on it in terms of momentum to cross the ropes directly behind the wicketkeeper, or the wicketkeeper's position, with Rossington rather lumbering in pursuit. So Evans picks up 4, moves on to 5, 188 for 9. The lead just creeping up, getting close towards 150 now. 180, that's 139 the lead, so 140 would be the target if the wicket were to fall now.
So something for Northants to think about, but nothing to make them particularly worried.
Not with the pitch playing this.
Indeed, yeah. Unless conditions remarkably change. Here is Bracewell to continue from the far end. Goes full and straight at right, and he clips leg side. Initially he set off for a run thinking he may get back for 2, and then saw Proctor and Curran advancing to our left hand side to cut it off, and Wright decided to stay where he was. 188 for 9. Decent air of cloud has moved in, but still fairly pleasant. Specks of sunshine in the distance. Floodlights on, not needed for the moment. It's a good period of cricket to come on this 3rd day, as Bracewell is in again and Wright is across his stumps, flicking out to deep mid-wicket. Proctor again is doing the fielding, coming across to his left-hand side this time, and again Wright turns down the run. It's strange this from Wright, because it's not as if he's there striking boundaries from one end. Wright sort of keeping out 3-5 balls, taking a single.
He's just kind of extending.
Yeah, which I suppose is fair enough.
I suppose.
Extend the innings, get a...
Take it deep.
Well, quite, yeah, indeed, yeah. Bracewell once more. Goes for the Yorker, gets it wrong though, and bowls a full toss and gets pushed away to mid-wicket. And again, they're going to turn down the run that was available.
If he just pushes it into the onside or offside.
Yeah,
especially the onside.
He got too much on that. Yeah. Had he just sort of dropped that down, then it would have run slowly away. It would have been a comfortable 2, you would think. The 4th ball of the over coming up, and Wright has been taking singles from this delivery previously. Chances are he will do so again here, as Bracewell bowls to him, and he does take the run, flicking down the leg side at the deep square to our left. Curran comes around to collect, loops a throw back to Rossington, and yet again Alex Evans will have 2 balls to survive. 189 for 9, so the lead is 140 for the Foxes. Right now goes to 20, 10 in the first innings, but when the number 10 is sort of calmly making their way, number 9 is calmly making their way to 20, certainly against the old ball, I can safely say it's a good enough pitch to chase down 140, 150 on. But funny things do happen in 4th innings of matches, and you never know. It's going to take at least one solid partnership to get there as Bracewell comes round the wicket. Evans well forward though, trusting the pitch, pushes wide of mid-off. Proctor retreats following the ball back towards the car park and collects, teasing them for the single they were never going to take. And there is no run. Evans still there on 5, but just enjoying a bit of time at the crease here. I think Alex Evans, injury permitting, would get the last couple of games of the season, Rich?
I can't imagine why not, as you say, unless they're a little bit concerned about the amount of overs he's bowling, but he's thoroughly impressive.
Last ball of Bracewell's 13th of the day, and a little poke outside the off stump really from Evans. He's annoyed with the shot, but he has kept it out, and he pushes wide of Curran at cover, but they're not going to take the run again. So 189 for 9, got 13 overs to come in the day. Evans is 5 and Wright is 20. The lead is 140. So victories today for Durham over Middlesex by 44 runs, and for Worcestershire over Glamorgan by 155 runs. Derbyshire 120 for 6 now at Old Trafford. Still got 54 to get to avoid an innings defeat. Gloucestershire 182 for 6 at Bristol against Sussex. Are now into a lead of only 12. A lot of work to do there to make any kind of challenging target for Sussex in the 4th innings. But those are results earlier on. I've just shifted around the table momentarily. Durham up to 3rd on 147 points.
Proctor in to Wright, who is driving or steering the ball out towards backward point. There is no backward point, or at least there is a point 3/4 of the way back. Newton jogs to his left and fields, knowing that Wright isn't going to try and take one, and doesn't.
Northants 138 before the start of this game, so Glamorgan have only closed that gap to a couple of points. 136 for Glamorgan now after that result today.
Proctor in again to Wright, who is driving off the back foot, and a good diving sort of tumbling stop at mid-on. Almost got picked up 4 there. Chris Wright wasn't quite able to do so.
Worcestershire moving away from the bottom of the table, 114 points now, so they've jumped above Derbyshire for the time being, and it looks as if Derbyshire are only going to take 4 points from the game at Old Trafford, so they're just going to go a couple of points ahead of Worcestershire with 2 games to play. Middlesex 120 points now, well off the pace.
In goes Proctor, bowls to right, bowled him! We do not have a unique world record. We have joined the list of matches in which 8 leg before decisions have been given in an innings, but we haven't got the 9th. Proctor has bowled Chris Wright for 20. Leicestershire are all out for 189. They lead then by 140. Northamptonshire's target with a day and 12 overs remaining, will be 10 overs of course, as it'd be a change of innings, is to win 141. It should be a reasonable. Welcome back to the Fisher County ground for the final few overs, 10 of them in fact, on this third day of the Specsavers County Championship match between Leicestershire and Northamptonshire. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Northamptonshire's target to win the game and pick up 23 points and possibly go into second place in the County Championship is just 141. Not going to get that tonight, most unlikely to anyway. But they can make a steady start towards those runs. Ben Curran is going to be on strike, the left-hander, to Will Davis, who comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Curran, and indeed Northants off the mark already as Curran pushes one off leg stump, and he's going to pick up a couple. Alex Evans has a long gallop around from long leg to deep backward square, and Curran picks up 2 off the very first ball. So the target now, or runs needed to win, just 139. Update, as I say, coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Fact, Curran picked up 3 there, so make that target. Do beg your pardon, didn't realise he was running quite as quickly as that. So the target now just 138. 3 off the first ball. At this rate, they will achieve it tonight. In goes Davis, bowls, defended, pushed for 4 in fact, make that 4. 7 off the first 2 balls. Lovely shot from Newton, straight drive. You don't, I'm afraid. Said the world record was in fact equalled. 8 leg before decisions in a first class innings. It has been done 10 times before. No innings has ever had 9 leg before, which is why we were getting a little bit excited. It could have happened here at Grace Road, but the last man on the Leicestershire side, Chris Wright, was in fact bowled by Luke Proctor at 420. Fox is all out in their second innings for 189. Their lead 140. Northants then need just 141 runs to win the game on what is still a pretty flat track. They should achieve it without too many problems. Probably not tonight. There are just, looks at the scoreboard, 9.3 overs to go today. They could take an extra 8. I don't think the light will be quite good enough for them to do that. However, they've made a good start. Ben Curran has 3, Rob Newton has 4. This is just the first over of the day. Looks like Leicestershire are going to be beaten in this game. Northants 7 without loss, chasing 141 to win. In goes Davis and bowls to Newton, who leans forward and defends firmly back down the pitch, picked up by Davis in his follow-through, or stopped at any rate by Davis in his follow-through, and there's no run. Martin Brunt doesn't like this world record, this leg before world record, prefers the one Acker's set in the T20. And amen to that, Leicestershire supporters will say. In goes Davis and bowls to Newton outside off stump, chopped away, and he's going to pick up at least 2. Again, it's another long run for Alex Evans. Could get one for the throw, thinking about it, but no. Curran decides the throw is on its way, although it's a long way out there at deep wide third man. The throw was well on its way and decided not to take the chance. Newton moves on to 6. Curran has 3, 9 without loss after 5 balls Northants. So, well, if they keep up this sort of rate, the umpires might think about taking the extra 8 overs. Davis in to Newton, who is feeling for one outside off stump and doesn't get the edge as it goes through to Harry Swindles. And there is no run. A little bit of swing for Will Davis, but 9 runs conceded from the first over. As I say, Curran 3, Newton 6, who will start from the top end. Would like to see Evans given a start, but Wright is going to start from the Bennett end. Leicestershire's departing bowling coach Matt Mason is having a wander around the boundary. He's going to have a word with Will Davis, who is jogging down to field at third man. Mason may just have seen something in Davies' action there that he wasn't happy with or wants to advise him about. And it is going to be Chris Wright to open the bowling for the Foxes from the Bennett end. Alex is back alongside.
Bowls to Curran, right arm over, and Curran is cutting and gets it through the covers. More runs here, down the slope it goes. Chase out for George Rhodes, who slides, pulls the ball back in, but they will get back for the third run. So as in the first innings, a slightly wayward start here for
is that Rhodes?
The opening attack.
I think it's...
Is it Evans?
He has got a beard, has he? So it's... and he's fair-haired. I think it's Evans. Or somebody else anyway. Evans was at... No, Evans is at mid-off, mid-on now, but I don't think... Is that Rhodes?
It must be
He had a
Rhodes,
beard,
surely.
didn't he, before?
Maybe he's had a shave overnight.
He might well have done. It was just he looked very sort of fair-haired and
no
beardless.
No name and number on his back.
No, indeed.
A 12 without loss. A 1-4-1 the target here for Northants. Shouldn't be enough time to win it tonight, but if Leicestershire continue to offer some poor deliveries, up as Wright goes in, and this is worked way down the leg side. There is more runs here. There are more runs, sorry. Going to come back for a couple of runs as Davis goes up from long leg to collect.
I could do with glasses like these, binoculars. It is Rhodes. The sun was just sort of glinting in his hair. The beard, the unshaven look, it's still there.
Newton on to 8, 14 without loss in the second over of the chase here, Northants. Just 10 available in normal time tonight. If the umpires think we could get it done this evening, there are 8 extra available. But I strongly doubt that will be the case, as Wright goes in again. And Newton is just covering up here on the off stump, pushing out to Azad an extra cover for no run. There is absolutely no rush for Northants whatsoever. Grace Road not too far away from most places where these guys live. They've been driving back and forth themselves to the ground each day. It's not as if they're in a hotel and they've got a long way to go back, anything like that.
Some nice cars in the players' car park as well, I noted. Doing alright, some of these boys.
Sure, some sponsorship deals signed as Wright goes in again. And again, Newton covering up, this time from the crease, just pushing back up towards the bowler for no run. So yeah, just a case of getting this job done without drama here for Northamptonshire. Have had their troubles chasing in the past, most infamously home to Middlesex last year, where they were, well, made Middlesex follow on, were chasing, I think, around 150 to win, and were bowled out for 120. Right, once more from the far end, back of a length, and Newton again just covers up and plays down towards mid-on. And there is no run, so just a chance to find a bit of form here, take a bit of form into next week and a bit more positivity. If you win these type of games, if you can see it off by sort of 9-8 wickets, you can just sort of keep that momentum flowing, can't you? If you're suddenly scrapping away, winning by 5 or 4 wickets, then
it's been
sort of lessens
so
the impact
far, it's
of
been 3 very solid days really for Northants, really.
Yeah, certainly the last 2 have been towards their best cricket, as Newton clips leg side again here, but straight to Rhodes at forward square leg. And the over comes to an end. Couple gone in the chase, 8 more to come tonight. 141 is the Northants target, and they are 14 without loss.
Chris Wright having a word with Billy Taylor about where his feet are landing on the crease and scraping away at it, but Northants supporters should be reassured not only by the size of the target, relatively small, but also by the way the pitch is continuing to play. It looks pretty darn good out there. I think today it's played as well as it has throughout the game, to be quite honest. The odd one has kept low, but it really hasn't deteriorated at all. Evans is doing some stretching of his back down at long leg, so he might just get an over or two tonight. For the time being, it's going to be Will Davis, who conceded 9 from his first over, who's going to continue. I'd be light getting a bit gloomy. But Davis, in he goes and bowls to Curran onto his legs, just pushed towards mid-wicket, and a call of weight, and is a correct one, because Dexter was quite close to the ball. He had to turn and pursue it, but he was always quite close to the ball, too close to the ball as far as Curran was concerned, to risk a single.
Not going to be too much cricket around tomorrow. Probably get a session out of this game. Derbyshire could lose inside 3 days. 7 down, still 47 behind Lancashire.
In goes Davis and bowls down the leg side to Ben Curran, who steps across and gestures at the ball with his bat, but no more than that. And taken by Swindells, diving away to his right down the leg side. No run.
Plenty of results. Kent beating Notts by 227. Somerset beating Yorkshire by 298. Hampshire beating Surrey by 272. So some huge victories here. Durham beating Middlesex in a much tighter match by 44 runs at Lords, and Worcestershire beating Glamorgan by 155 at New Road.
Davis bustles in, bowls on off stump this time to Curran, who defends in the offside. So we won't be the only game that goes into the 4th day.
No, there'll be a full day, should be at Birmingham, where Essex
not
have
going
closed.
Anywhere though, is it?
No, 278 for 6. Replying to Warwickshire's 517.
They'll have to enforce, won't they, Warwicks? And
they will, yeah. They've still
see
got best part of 90 runs to save the follow-on there, and if they do that, that's game done.
It is rather.
And it's game done there.
Davis in, bowls, Curran covers up on off stump. Not much foot movement, as we noted in the first innings from him, but keeps it out.
Again, it could have some intrigue. Is at Bristol, where Gloucestershire have only got a slender lead. They're 27 ahead of Sussex, 6 down. Bad light has intervened there at Bristol, as it did the first couple of days actually. They've had trouble with bad light. So Sussex big favourites to go on and win that, but
we could do with bad light then, couldn't we?
Yeah,
from a selfish
definitely.
Point of view.
Need some time taking out of that game.
In goes Davis and bowls, and again Curran just shuffling forward, walking into that defensive push. Straight ball on middle stump. You'd quite like them to go up with you, wouldn't you? In a way.
Well, it doesn't really matter, but certainly for Northampton supporters, that would be a good result if Gloucestershire could cling on there, because it would give Northampton the chance to clinch promotion next week if they could beat Durham with a subsequent amount of bonus points, which would be a nice thing to do in front of your home crowd, wouldn't it?
It would. Lights shining brightly on the cars in the car park, those who've had their headlights switched on as Davis goes in and bowls to Curran, who is half forward, thick inside part of the bat, sees the ball defended out into the onside, picked up by Dexter, and there is no run. So a maiden over for Will Davis. So I think we can assume that despite the brisk start to proceedings when 14 came off the first 2 overs, there's no real aggressive intent now being shown by the Northants openers. In fact, the umpires are having a word. I think it is distinctly gloomy out there now in terms of the artificial light taking over from the natural light, but no, umpire Pollard says, oh, let's get on with it. He will have said something like that as well, no, Paul Pollard, in his bluff Nottinghamshire tones. Billy Taylor staring pointedly into the sky. There are 1 or 2 blue patches away where the weather has been coming from. It may be that these grey clouds will blow over.
Yeah, just a uniform layer, isn't it? It's fairly high. It's not too dark up ahead, but this time of year bad luck can always intervene. 14 without loss, and Wright is on his way to Newton, lets it go outside the off stump. England 2-3-5 for 8 in the Test match at the Oval. That's a horrendous effort on a good pitch there.
Somebody's biffing sixes.
Josh Butler having some fun, but to little avail really. That's a very poor effort once again by England. Australia looking to wrap up their first series win in England since 2001. Wright goes in, nudged away by Newton. Little slip there by Azad at mid-wicket coming to his right-hand side, but he does cut it off and there is no run. And the score remains 14 without loss. Newton could do with a little score here. He'd like a little score just to boost his numbers for the year, because he hasn't had a tremendous time of it really. Has spent time again out with injury. Seems to pick up his injuries quite regularly, but 324 runs at 25 is a fairly weak return as Wright goes in again, and Newton defends here back up towards the bowler for no run. Sort of been thrust upon in this opener's role for several years now really. Did start as a lower middle order batsman, but asked to transform into an opening bat. Made a century at Cardiff in benign conditions, very benign conditions really in the context of the scores that followed, but scoring runs under the weight of scoreboard pressure has some value, but apart from that knock, only one of the score past 50.
Four shadows being cast by the players and umpires are quite distinct now.
Yeah, you wouldn't complain at all if they did go off for light now.
Yeah, the scoreboard pretty bright.
And the umpires may well think, well, we'll come back tomorrow with not too much time tonight anyway.
Yeah.
Make little difference. But rules is rules. As Wright runs in from the far end again, and Newton on the back foot here is pushing just in front of point. Considered a single, but Rhodes was on the scene pretty quickly there, going across to collect with a right hand. And there was no run. 14 without loss. 1-4-1 the target here for Northants. So probably a session's work in the morning. Get through the new ball and try and build a stand. One solid partnership is all it takes to chase this kind of score. As Wright moves in again past the umpire, and Newton flicks leg side. Has timed that well. It'll run away down the slope and will pick up possibly 4 runs. Azad is chasing it, and he's very slow out towards the Milligan Road. The ball wins. That was a very laboured chase by Hassan Azad.
As I say, he's not a natural runner.
Goodness me, I think that was a bit worse than not a natural runner. I think Newton himself might have fancied hauling that one.
A little harsh, but he isn't a quick. He doesn't move like an athlete. Hassan, he does his best and he's improved, but one of the reasons I think he doesn't play T20 cricket, not just the fact the kind of batsman he is, but he has to be hidden a little bit in the field.
Stays out at deep square now. The boundary has taken Newton into double figures. 18 without loss, the Northants score. Short mid-wicket is in place as Wright comes in again, and Newton pushes leg side again. But this will be cut off by that man at short mid-wicket, and the over comes to an end. So if the light holds, and the umpires are coming together now. Yeah. If the light does hold, we've got 6 more to bowl tonight, and Northants 18 without loss in pursuit of 1-4-1.
There's one or two light patches heading our way, to be honest, but
yeah, we're going to carry
on. Fair enough. I was just thinking, actually, over the last 2 or 3 minutes, it has slightly improved a fraction. They haven't done a measure, have they? They haven't got the light meters out. Davis, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9, will continue from the pavilion end. He's going to go around the wicket to Ben Curran, who's on 6, 18. Means the target 1-2-3, or runs needed 1-2-3. Davis in, bowls to Curran, who's looking to drive, a bit too straight in the end or on off stump, and pushes it firmly, simply pushes it firmly out to Cosgrove at mid off. Curran would dearly love a 50 not out, wouldn't he? An unbeaten half century, something like that. Just as you say, to take into the next game as much as anything.
Yeah, definitely.
Give him a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, but what I said about Newton holds for Curran as well, there really. Curran with fewer opportunities, it must be said.
In goes Davis, bowls to Curran, who defends very solidly on off stump. Back to Davis, who picks up in his follow through, then underarms the ball to Chris Wright to do a spot of polishing. No real problems for the Northants batsmen so far. Pitch playing blamelessly at the moment. Faultlessly. Davis turns, runs in, looks like an athlete, and bowls onto middle and leg, turn of the wrists as he defends that one. Ben Curran out towards mid-wicket. Dexter is the fielder.
Derbyshire 8 down at Old Trafford. So if they're not into it already, they'll be taking extra time there to get that one done, and they're still 45 away from of Oregon innings defeat. Won't mind too much because they've got bigger fish to fry next Saturday. But it's
in terms of their
pretty weak display from Derbyshire up there.
Davis is in and driving again. Curran has got it past Cosgrove at mid-off, and that is going to run away for 4. Lovely straight off drive by Ben Curran. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just pushed it really back past Davis, and no chance for Cosgrove to get across from mid-off. He's quite a straight mid-off, but timed it beautifully, and once it's passed down the slope, no chance really for the fielder. Going into double figures then.
The only side there to go Old Trafford and get a bit of a slapping. Northampton themselves were on the wrong end of a 10-wicket defeat. Didn't really put up too much of a battle there.
Davis into Curran, slightly slow delivery, slightly short of a length, looking to force it off the back foot, back down the pitch, doesn't time it. Ben Curran, Davis picks up in his follow through and makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps, doesn't bother doing so. It was a slightly unconvincing display of bellicosity from Will Davis.
Although what Northampton did do was compete very, very well against Lancashire at Wantage Road and had much the better of the draw there. The first time that Lancashire, I think the only time this season that Lancashire have conceded a first innings deficit.
Davis into finishes over bowls. 2 Curran, clipped in the air, dropped. It was in the air. Dexter leapt to his right at mid-wicket, got a big right hand on it, could only knock it down about 2 feet in the ground. Thick inside edge really as he looked to drive that one. Curran, he was looking to hit it away through the leg side, didn't time it at all, and it would have been a good catch, but because he didn't take it actually, Dexter, I don't think. It wasn't going that quickly. He was quite close to the bat, as the umpires have a word, and he'll feel that he should have taken it. Didn't. I think that might be it. No. Umpires?
I thought he gestured that we were going off. Yeah, Newton's walking off. Yeah, we are going off.
That'll be that then.
You would think so, yeah. Yeah, no.
We're 20 minutes past the cut-off.
No chance of that. That doesn't really matter anymore. They can keep going to bowl the overs. Came out again at quarter past 6 at a game at Northampton earlier on in the season. But there is no real break in this cloud now. It's uniform from the west where the weather is coming from. And this chap who's about to take a seat in the terrace to our right hand side is going to be very disappointed because when he sees the players walking off.
I'm just hoping there's nothing sinister in that bag and he's going to leave it there or something. Oh, bless him.
Well, he sat down expecting to enjoy the final 5 overs of play with a tremendous view, only to see the players walking off here for bad light. And it is these type of situations where you do sort of question cricket sometimes because the floodlights are on, aren't they? And
they are, but they've certainly taken over, I think. But it's just that there's a band of light to come, and
I think it's too different, is it?
Didn't seem to be having too many problems out there, the Northants batsmen.
No, but still nothing to do with the batsmen anymore. It's sole judge of the umpires to judge.
Meter's gone on
to see whether conditions are fit for both teams. And it is a little gloomy in the shadows. You can see the players walking off down beneath us are quite extensive now, and the covers are coming on, so ground staff think we're done for the day. Not official word yet, but I think you can probably take it as rote. With 5 overs to go in the day, Northampton's 22 without loss, chasing 141. That probably is it for the day. So we'll come back tomorrow. Northampton will require another 119 to win with 10 wickets in hand. Didn't want to suffer any damage tonight in this little period. They got through 5 overs unscathed and made a positive start. And the way the conditions have been, the situation of the match, should be no trouble for Northampton to knock these runs off tomorrow.
We will we'll leave the effects mic on. Well, we've both got updates to do at the top of the hour, possibly. But just in case, the umpires are staying out there, and just in case they bring them back out for an extra couple of overs, we'll keep you informed. We'll come back to tell you as and when play is called off for the day. I suspect we've seen the last of our cricket, and we'll have to come back tomorrow. But for the moment, it's good evening from Fisher County Ground.